Welcome to the Manhwa World. Please like and subscribe my channel, thanks.
A child beloved by the gods will be born. Such was the prophecy that descended from the heavens on the day the Breloff twins were born. As if to prove the veracity of the prophecy, two daughters arrived into the world. Tanasia, the younger twin, grew up to be a young lady with brilliant silver blonde hair and a lovely smile. Her elemental ability was awakened at a young age, meaning she could freely manipulate water. Everyone called Tanasia the girl beloved by the gods. On the other hand, there was Tanasia Breloff, the older twin. At a lavish gathering, the air in the ballroom was thick with malicious whispers directed at the dark-haired sister. "Look at that black hair!" A noble sneered behind a fan. "It's like someone poured filthy water over her head. Not to mention that morose face." Another added, "I have never seen that girl smile. Also, while her sister can manipulate water, I hear she has no such ability to speak of." A third voice chimed in, followed by a cruel laugh. "They're twins, so how on earth can they be so different? One of them is absolutely perfect, as though she's been blessed by all the gods." A woman whispered loudly enough to be heard. "But the other one?" Standing amidst the glittering lights of the Crown Prince's birthday party, Tanasia gripped the stem of her champagne flute until her knuckles turned white. To think she would have to hear those insults at such a prestigious event. She could feel the gaze of the room pressing down on her. Everyone was laughing at Tanasia. There was the younger sister who had everything, and the older sister who had nothing. They were an entertaining source of gossip for the nobles. Usually, once Tanasia was no longer able to bear their whispers, she would leave the room, prompting everyone to laugh at her even more loudly. But today, the air shifted. With a sharp swish of her arm, Tanasia hurled her glass to the floor. It smashed into pieces with a violent shatter, the sound cutting through the chatter of the ballroom. Shards of crystal scattered across the polished floor, silencing the guests instantly. "Oops," Tanasia said, her voice cold and devoid of apology. "My hand slipped." A woman nearby let out a startled shriek, clutching her chest. Tanasia turned her dark eyes toward the group of gossiping women. "But that's not what's going to happen today." She stepped closer, her presence looming over them. "Anyway, you were talking about me, weren't you? Can you repeat what you just said? I didn't quite catch that." The woman flinched, retreating slightly. What? I didn't say anything. You said, one of them is absolutely perfect, as though she's been blessed by all the gods. Tanasia quoted with icy precision. She took another step, the glass crunching beneath her heel. "But the other one? What were you going to say after that?" The noblewoman trembled, her fan quivering in her hand. "By the other one, you meant me, didn't you?" Tanasia pressed. "I just meant..." The woman stammered, looking for an escape. "I was looking forward to seeing what a fine young woman Tanasia would grow up to be. I don't ever remember asking for your opinion of me, so you can kindly refrain from creepily prattling on about me." Tanasia cut her off sharply. "Excuse me? So can you kindly refrain from creepily prattling on about me?" Tanasia turned her gaze to address the entire hall, her voice ringing out with dangerous authority. "All of you, listen up! If I catch anyone speaking ill of me behind my back, I don't care who you are, I'm going to tear your throat out." Dark energies seemed to swirl around her as she made her declaration. "I have no intention of letting you people keep putting me down." At first, I did not realize I had entered the universe of a book I had read. The last thing I remembered about my previous life was quitting my crappy job and setting out on a trip. But the plane I was on, headed to my vacation destination, exploded not long after taking off. At that moment, I definitely died. "My lady! Please wake up!" The frantic voices dragged me back to consciousness. "Lady Tanasia!" I blinked my eyes open, disoriented. "Who's Tanasia?" When I fully opened my eyes, I found that I had been reincarnated into someone else's body in a different world. I was lying in a luxurious bed, my head wrapped in bandages. "Given that you fell off a horse," a worried voice said beside me, "it's a miracle that your injuries aren't more serious." But the physical pain was secondary to the flood of information hitting me. My name was Tanasia. My sister's name was Noxia. And I was part of the Breloff family? Oh, I realized. That was when I remembered. The Beloved Saintess. It had been a very popular book in my previous life about a pair of twin sisters who couldn't be more different. Noxia, the younger twin, was beloved by all. And Tanasia, who was always compared to her because not a single thing about her was exceptional in any way, was an insecure girl who had lived her life in the shadows. Over time, the fictional Tanasia increasingly began to covet what Noxia had. Why did the gods only give Noxia everything? Why don't I have any of what she has? If I had been born as Noxia. If I were Noxia. That's right. Tanasia was the villainess of the novel, the Beloved Saintess. So, I was that Tanasia, right? This actually wasn't that shocking to me, perhaps because I was an avid reader of fantasy novels. I was almost impressed with myself. But more importantly, this meant I was a noble woman. I stood before a large, ornate mirror, admiring the dark-haired reflection staring back at me. I quickly accepted my new reality. I had died in my previous life and had no way to return to it. And I was just fine with that. Born without any family, I had endured a lonely, miserable existence, barely surviving. Besides, I didn't mind the life I had been thrust into. Everything looks great on me, I thought, turning side to side in a stunning dress. In the novel, Tanasia was trapped in a hell of her own making, endlessly comparing herself to Noxia. I leaned into the mirror, inspecting my face. I'm kinda pretty. But I wasn't going to live like the original Tanasia. I sat at a long dining table, savoring a delicious meal. I didn't envy Noxia's looks, personality, or ability. Walking through the sunlit gardens in a beautiful dress and sun hat, I breathed in the fresh air. It's so beautiful out here. Why would I be jealous when I was already a young, rich, pretty girl? Ha ha ha! I laughed internally, reveling in my fortune. I'm going to enjoy all the luxuries I didn't have in my previous life. But those happy days didn't last long. One afternoon, I sat in my room enjoying a cup of tea, thinking it was time to start planning a trip. Behind me, two maids were whispering. Don't you think Lady Tanasia's been acting a little strange lately? One whispered. Yes, I agree, the other replied. It's like she's become a different person after falling off her horse. The maid paused. By the way, have you heard? Heard what? That people are still going missing. Apparently, they're being used for the living weapon experiments. I froze, the teacup halting halfway to my lips. Oh, that, the maid continued. In the Empire of Kalua, right? My hand trembled, and hot tea sloshed over the rim, splashing onto my dress. Ack. Hey, are you all right, my lady? The maid rushed forward, fretting over the spill. I'm fine, I said, my voice tight. More importantly, what were you just saying earlier? What's happening in the Empire of Kalua? Oh, well, you see. The maid hesitated, looking nervous. Rumors have been running rampant lately that the Empire of Kalua is conducting experiments to create a living weapon. According to the rumors, more people have gone missing this year compared to last year, and every single one of them was actually taken to Kalua. But this is all just hearsay. Don't worry about it, my lady, the other maid added quickly, trying to soothe me. Internally, I was screaming. Oh my God! That was when I remembered a detail I had forgotten. The Empire of Arwen, where the events of the Beloved Saintess take place, wages war against the Empire of Kalua. The problem was that after losing that war, Tanasia dies. The one who kills Tanasia is the final villain of the novel, Arsken. He was a victim subjected to Kalua's cruel experimentation, but he survived the experiments and gained a power that made him the strongest being in the world. And at the same time, a heartless monster. Calm down, I told myself, forcing my breathing to steady. I still have time. Arsken escaped the laboratory once when he was 15 years old. But due to his shabby clothing, he was mistaken for a slave and sold off to Arwen. Right. That's what happened in the book. Since Tanasia and Arskan were the same age, that was going to happen this year. I stood up abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor. Where is the slave market in the capital? I demanded. I need to go over there right away. The maid blinked in confusion. The slave market, my lady? Why do you want to? There's no time to waste. I interrupted, marching toward the door. Prepare the carriage at once. A knock sounded at the door, cutting me off. Excuse me, master. A male voice called out. The door creaked open, and a young man stepped inside. He wore simple, worn clothes, a shirt and vest that had seen better days. He looked down respectfully. I drew the bathwater as you ordered. I froze again. My eyes locked onto him. Those obsidian tresses. Those deep golden eyes. And there, visible above the collar of his shirt, was the ancient script tattooed on his neck. Can it be you? I breathed, my heart pounding in my chest. What is your name? He looked up, meeting my gaze with a calm expression. It's Arskan. My mind reeled. Hold on. What's Arskan doing in this manner? This didn't happen in the novel. Although there had been a part in the beloved Saintess where Arskan escaped the laboratory, there had been no mention of him working as a slave for the House of Breloff. Tanasia Breloff sat in her study, her brow furrowed in deep thought as she watched the young man standing before her desk. However, the beloved Saintess had not yet concluded when Tanasia read it in her previous life, so perhaps this was a plot point that had not been revealed, and since she was planning to seek out Arskan anyway, should she be glad that he was here? Arskan bowed his head respectfully, his dark hair falling over his eyes. Master, Arskan said, his voice low and devoid of emotion. If you have no other orders for me, may I take my leave? Tanasia blinked, snapping out of her internal musings. Oh, sure. Arskan immediately turned and exited the room, his movements swift and silent. What was that? Tanasia thought, watching the door close behind him. It's like he couldn't wait to get away from me. Standing beside the desk, Tanasia's personal maid fidgeted with her apron, looking perplexed. My lady, are you content to just send him away like that? Huh? Tanasia asked, turning to the maid. What do you mean? And nothing, the maid stammered, quickly averting her gaze. I was just surprised to see you dismiss him so much earlier than usual. Tanasia narrowed her eyes. Earlier than usual? Did the Tanasia before I was reborn into her body do something to him? What do I usually do to him? My memories have been fuzzy since my riding accident. The maid hesitated, biting her lip. Just tell me the truth, Tanasia urged gently. I won't be angry with you. It'll help me remember things. Well, the maid began, her voice trembling slightly. You despise Arskan from the very beginning, my lady. You often said you couldn't stand the sight of his black hair. A cold dread settled in Tanasia's stomach as the maid continued. You also ordered him to draw the bathwater himself, even though you could just fill the tub by turning on the tap, and whenever you were in a foul mood, you'd punish Arskan by whipping him. Tanasia froze, her blood running cold. So I basically signed my own death warrant, she thought in horror. No wonder Arskan resented me and drove a sword through my heart. A terrifying realization struck her. Wait a minute. Don't tell me I was the one who sent Arskan back to Kalyua? In the novel, Arskan escaped the Kalyuan laboratory and crossed the border to Arwen, but for whatever reason, he was captured and brought back. Tanasia remembered that the novel briefly mentioned why, but she couldn't recall the details. But Arskan already resents me, she thought as panic rose. I'm really done for if I'm involved. What about the slave market, my lady? The maid asked, interrupting her spiraling thoughts. Would you like to make the trip there tomorrow? No, forget it, Tanasia said sharply. I'm not going to the slave market. She couldn't just forfeit her new life now. She needed to find a way out of this predicament. That night, Tanasia had a dream for the very first time after ending up in the world of the beloved Saintess. The dream was about her discovering Arskan in the slave market, and it felt more like a suppressed memory. The original Tanasia stood before the shackled boy, immediately recognizing the ancient script on his neck and the dozens of magical formulae tattooed across his body, evidence of experimentation meant to turn him into a living weapon. They imbued a regular person with a special ability, the original Tanasia thought with greedy excitement. This means I can gain an elemental ability just like Noxia, the ability to control water. That power wholly belonged to Naxia and was something Tanasia could never touch. But the original Tanasia believed that once she unlocked the secret of the ancient script and formulae on Arskan's body, she could gain an elemental ability as well, and so she began experimenting on him, keeping everything a closely guarded secret because it was illegal by any means. The first thing she did was discover Arskan's ability, and the scene shifted to a dark, hidden room where Tanasia stood over him with a whip in her hand while Arskan lay bound, breathing heavily as sweat and blood mingled on his skin. "There's no point in denying it," Tanasia sneered. "I can tell from the formulae etched on your body. You're no longer an ordinary human, are you?" Arskan remained silent, his golden eyes burning with defiance. "Now show me exactly what you're capable of," she commanded, and when he refused to speak, she lashed him, the sound of the whip cracking through the damp room as Arskan grunted in pain, until suddenly his skin hardened and took on a metallic sheen. Tanasia paused, eyes widening in fascination. "What? Is this it?" She stepped closer and touched his arm, cold and unyielding. "The ability to transform your entire body into steel." A cruel smile spread across her face. "With this, you could fight dozens, even hundreds of people without dying. No matter how much they attacked you, they wouldn't be able to leave a scratch." She raised the whip again. "Now then, let's see how long you can last in that state." "Stop," the dreaming Tanasia whispered as the whip cracked again and Arskan's breathing grew ragged. "I want to wake up already." She jolted awake, sitting up in bed, chest heaving, cold sweat clinging to her skin as the images faded, realizing that it hadn't just been a dream but a memory from before she was reborn into this body. Not only had the original Tanasia tortured Arskan, she had experimented on him just like the Empire of Kalyua did, and had things continued, it was highly likely that she would have sold him back to Kalyua. "At this rate, Arskan will come after me seeking revenge," Tanasia thought, gripping her blanket. "I need to make it so he no longer holds a grudge against me." She threw off the covers and rushed through the manor's corridors until she reached the servants' quarters, bursting into a tiny, cramped room. "Arskan!" she called. He sat on a thin mattress in the corner and looked up, startled. "What brings you all the way here, master?" He stood slowly, tense. "Do you have another task for me?" Tanasia noticed a subtle flinch in his posture. "He's wary of me. I don't blame him," she thought, given how unkindly I treated him, but she resolved that things would be different from now on. "Well, it's nothing special," she said, forcing a casual tone. "I'm moving you into the manor. You'll be staying somewhere clean." Arskan stared at her in confusion. "Moving me? I'm not sure what you mean." "I'm telling you that you don't have anything to worry about from now on," Tanasia declared firmly. The Beloved Saintess was an incomplete novel, so she would change the story the way she wanted. "Arskan," she said, meeting his eyes, "starting today, you will be my page." And she smiled, a genuine expression the previous Tanasia never would have worn, determined to rewrite this story so that it ended with a happily ever after. "Arskan, starting today, you will be my page." Tanasia Breloff delivered the command in her study, her voice firm but lacking the cruelty that had once defined her. Standing before her, Arskan remained silent, though the tension in his shoulders was palpable. He could not hide how much he hated the idea, or perhaps, Tanasia mused, he simply was not bothering to hide it. "But I get it," she thought, watching his guarded expression. Anyone would hate being forced to stay close to someone who tormented them. However, he can't disobey my orders. "Pack all your belongings," Tanasia instructed, gesturing vaguely toward the door. "You'll be moving into your new quarters right away." "Yes, master," Arskan replied stiffly, and as Tanasia watched him turn to leave, a plan formed in her mind. "I know you hate this, but just bear with me for a little while, Arskan," she told herself. "I plan on keeping you by my side and making amends for all the wrongs Tanasia committed against you before I woke up in her body. I'll be so nice to you that you'll forget you ever despised me." A short while later, Arskan returned, carrying a terrifyingly small bundle in his hands. "Master, I'm all done packing." Tanasia blinked in surprise. "Huh, already? Is that it?" "Yes." She frowned, looking him up and down. "Wait, did you spend the entire winter in just those thin clothes?" "Yes, master." A chill seemed to pass through the room at his words, and Tanasia shook her head decisively. "This won't do. First, let's get you some new clothes." She turned to a nearby servant. "Please summon the tailor." "Yes, my lady." Arskan stepped forward slightly, unsettled. "I'm fine, master." "No," Tanasia cut him off. I cannot have my page dressed so poorly. Her gaze softened. And from now on, instead of master, call me Lady Tanasia or my lady. Understood? Later that day, Tanasia gathered the household staff in the main hall and announced, Everyone, starting today, Arskan will be working as my page. He will be accompanying me at all times. Prompting a chorus of nervous affirmations that did not escape her notice. I can clearly see what they're thinking, Tanasia sighed internally. Don't worry. I plan on being very nice to Arskan, for my happily ever after. The tailor soon arrived, bustling in with measuring tapes and fabric samples. Now then, my lady, shall I start with your measurements? He asked. I don't need any clothes today. Tanasia corrected, pointing at Arskan. It's for my page. Yes, my lady. The tailor went to work, measuring Arskan's shoulders and arms. Excuse me, the tailor murmured professionally as he adjusted the tape. Tanasia flipped through a catalog of designs. This design is currently in fashion, she noted, pointing to a smart, well-fitted suit. Looks great. She glanced at two maids hovering nearby. Could you two help Arskan with his hair? Yes, Lady Tanasia. The maids approached Arskan, their hands hesitant at first before they began to comb through his unruly black locks. My, your hair is so soft, one exclaimed, surprised. Arskan stood frozen, his face a mask of awkward endurance as the women fussed over him. He looked like a statue being polished against its will. After a bustle of activity and changing, Arskan stepped out from behind the changing screen. He was dressed in a crisp, dark suit that fit his frame perfectly, his hair neatly styled to reveal his golden eyes. Tanasia's eyes widened. Wow! What do you think, my lady? The tailor asked proudly. It's worth the investment, Tanasia murmured, impressed by the transformation. She turned to the maids. Can you send the other outfits up to his room? Dinner was served in the grand dining hall. Tanasia sat at the head of the long table, with Arskan seated to her right. The table was laden with rich dishes, a stark contrast to whatever meager rations he was used to. You must be starving, Arskan, Tanasia said warmly. Eat up. Arskan picked up his utensils, but his movements were stiff and uncertain. He tried to saw at the meat on his plate, the knife slipping clumsily against the porcelain. Slice, slice. Huh, is he having trouble using a dinner knife? Tanasia realized. She signaled to a nearby maid. Can you cut the food up for him? Yes, my lady. For today, Arskan, eat what's been cut up for you, Tanasia said gently. But practice how to use a dinner knife when you have time. You'll need to learn, since you'll be dining with me from now on. Yes, my lady, Arskan replied mechanically. And why don't we go for a walk after dinner to digest all this food? Tanasia suggested, hoping to spark some enthusiasm. Yes, my lady, came the same monotone response. Tanasia suppressed a sigh as she took a sip of water. Gulp. He's completely indifferent about everything, she thought, frustrated. The only words he's said at the table are yes, my lady. I thought he'd be happy if I showered him with luxuries he never had a chance to enjoy before. But he's not. She glanced at him again. He was eating, but his face was blank. It's like he's completely devoid of emotion. I hope he enjoys the walk, even just a little. The night air in the garden was cool and crisp. Tanasia led the way down the stone path, the rustle of her dress the only sound accompanying their footsteps. Do we need to go a little further in? She wondered aloud. She stopped by a secluded bench surrounded by blooming hedges. Oh, here we are. Let's sit over there. She sat down and patted the empty space beside her. Perfect. Come sit. Arskan. Arskan hesitated for a fraction of a second before sitting down next to her. Plop. Tanasia looked up at the sky, which was a canvas of deep velvet scattered with diamonds. You can see the stars clearly from here, she said softly. Take a look for yourself. She waited, hoping the beauty of the night would break through his walls. What do you think? They're beautiful, aren't they? Silence stretched between them, heavy and uncomfortable. Then Arskan spoke, his voice low and laced with suspicion. Did you change tactics? Huh? Tanasia turned to him, confused. Arskan finally looked at her, his golden eyes cold and hard. Lady Tanasia, you asked me to help you steal Lady Noxia's elemental ability. And if that wasn't possible, to kill her. Tanasia felt the blood drain from her face. I won't do it, Arskan stated firmly, no matter how hard you try to persuade me. Tanasia stared at him, horrified. What? Oh my God! I can't believe Tanasia asked him to do such a thing. A wave of guilt washed over her. Oh, I've been such a fool. I should have said this before I started being kind to him. She took a deep breath and turned her body fully toward him. I'm sorry, Arskan. Arskan flinched, his eyes widening in shock. I gave you such a hard time, didn't I? Tanasia continued, her voice trembling with sincerity. I apologize for everything I've said and done to you. To be honest, I lost my memories after I fell off my horse, so I don't remember everything I put you through. She looked down at her hands. And I don't hate Noxia anymore. I no longer care about elemental abilities or whatever. So forget all about that unreasonable request I made. She looked back up, meeting his bewildered gaze. I won't torment you any longer, I promise. Arskan stared at her, his expression twisting into a frown. His hand clenched into a fist on his knee. You promise? He asked, his voice rough. He looked away, his jaw tightening. I'd prefer it if you whipped and insulted me like you did before. Tanasia blinked, stunned. Such kind gestures, Arskan muttered darkly, only serve to unsettle me. Arskan's distrust runs deeper than I expected. Should I just exclude myself from this narrative? I groaned, sinking deeper into my chair. I should be able to survive if I run away to somewhere far, right? No. Orland, the head of the Breloff house, wouldn't let that happen. Find her at once. I could already imagine my father shouting, sending search parties to drag me back. Besides, I'm only 15. It won't be easy for me to travel on my own. What do I need to change destiny? Lady Tanasia? The gentle voice pulled me from my internal panic. Please solve the problem I just explained. I blinked, looking up at Martella, the governess of the House of Breloff. She was pointing at a chalkboard filled with complex magical equations. Ah. All right. Oh dear, I thought as I stood up and walked to the board. I was so lost in thought that I didn't pay attention to the lesson at all. I stared at the chalk markings. Let's see. Huh? What? This is a surprisingly easy question. The answer is... I picked up a piece of chalk and quickly wrote out the solution. Martella stared at the board, then at me, her eyes wide. My lady, did you just solve this equation in your head? I did, I admitted, feeling a bit sheepish. But I used a different equation. I started scribbling on the board again. I thought it'd be easier to solve if I used this one. Huh? How do I know all this? Aha! I finished the calculation with a flourish. My word, Martella gasped. I knew you were exceptional, my lady, but this is beyond anything I could have imagined. Really? I asked, genuinely surprised. I couldn't dissuade you thus far, given how strongly you felt, Martella continued, her excitement growing. But I really need to point this out today. Huh? Point out what? Here, look, she said, practically shoving a stack of thick books into my hands. Are there any problems in these books that you can't solve? I flipped through the pages. Flip. Flip. No, I can solve them all. These are textbooks for advanced magical formulae, Martella declared. You've never learned any of this, my lady. She looked at me with intense seriousness. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lady Tanasia, you are a mathematical prodigy, so please stop wasting your time by studying sorcery or elemental magic. Come to think of it, I never questioned it because it came to me so naturally. In that dream, that memory, I figured out what the ancient script and magic formulae on Arskan's body were. In the novel, Tanasia knew about the experiments in Kalua to create a living weapon because she could read all those magical formulae. But the original Tanasia did not nurture that ability of hers to grow beyond that. Because she wasted time studying subjects she had no talent for, all in an attempt to be like Noxia. That's it! Martella exclaimed. By leveraging this talent of yours, Lady Tanasia, you could become the greatest scholar in all of Arwen. No, on the entire continent. Huh? Scholar? I blinked, processing this new possibility. Of course, Martella assured me. That would only be if you stopped hiding this talent of yours. If Lord Orland knew about this, he would be absolutely ecstatic. And spare no expense on your studies whatsoever. I smiled. All right. You can let Father know about it. I'd like to see him happy for me. I have no reason to make the same choices Tanasia made in the novel. This could be another way for me to change my destiny. Now that there appears to be another way to escape my doomed fate, I'm feeling rather hopeful. I walked through the garden, enjoying the fresh air. Yes, there are simply too many variables for me to solely rest my fate on Arskin's feelings for me. I need to find a way to defend myself. Oh. I turned a corner around a large hedge and, "Watch out!" a voice cried. Huh! Splash! A cascade of water hit me, soaking my dress instantly. Drip. Drip. Tanasia. That voice. I wiped the water from my eyes to see a girl standing there with a horrified expression. Noxia. Tanasia's younger sister, and the heroine of the beloved Saintess. "Are you all right, my lady?" my maid asked, rushing to my side with a towel. "Why, yes. Thank you." I looked at Noxia. "Looks like you got drenched too." "I am so sorry, Tanasia," Noxia stammered, her hands clasping her damp dress. "I know it might be hard to believe, but I didn't mean to do it." "I'm all right," I said calmly. "Oh, huh?" Noxia blinked, surprised by my lack of anger. "I'm fine, Noxia," I reassured her as I dried my face. This happened in the novel too. A couple of maids begged Noxia to show them her elemental ability. Noxia tried, even though she was still a novice, and ended up making a mistake. "So, it was just an accident, right?" I asked. "Don't worry about it." "All right." Noxia nodded vigorously. "But it's not a good idea to practice your skills here," I advised gently. "Visitors could pass through here, and you wouldn't want to accidentally soak them." "Oh, you're right. I didn't think of that," Noxia admitted. "Oh, Lady Tanasia." One of the maids burst out, stepping forward. "It's not Lady Noxia's fault." "That's right," another maid chimed in. "We begged her to show us her ability." I fixed them with a stern look. "Then you know what you've done wrong, don't you?" The maid shrank back. "Yes, my lady. From now on, don't ask Noxia to show you her ability wherever you are," I instructed firmly. "When you know very well she's too nice to ever decline such a request." They hesitated, glancing at each other. "Did you not understand what I just said?" I asked, sharpening my tone. "Do I need to repeat myself?" "And no." "Understood, my lady." "Thank you, Tanasia," Noxia whispered, fidgeting with her fingers. "For what?" For accepting my apology. And saying all that on my behalf. "Oh, it's nothing," I said, waving it off. "No need to exaggerate." I turned to leave. "Well then, I'll be going, Noxia." All right," Noxia called after me. As I walked away, I couldn't help but think Noxia's face looked gloomy just now. I wonder why. Have I done something else to upset her? I returned to my room, opening the door with a creak. "Arskan." "Yes, my lady," he answered, standing by the window. "Take off your vest and shirt," I ordered. Arskan froze. I rummaged through my drawers, searching for the medicine box. Reach. Rummage. Those wounds. I caused them, didn't I? He should put some ointment on them so they don't get infected. Ah, found it. I pulled out a small jar. This should be enough. I turned around. "What are you doing, Arskan?" "I told you to disrobe." "Yes, but why are you on your knees?" I asked, shocked. Arskan was kneeling on the floor, his head bowed, his bare back exposed. "Oh. Right, in that dream." I whipped his bare torso. In order to test his ability to harden his body into steel, Arskan must have assumed that asking him to take his shirt off was a sign that I was about to start whipping him. I sighed deeply. Sigh. I walked over and knelt beside him. "Dip. What are you doing?" Arskan asked, his voice tense. "What else?" "Putting ointment on you." I dipped my fingers into the jar and gently applied the salve to the angry red welts on his back. "So stay still. It's an ointment to prevent infection, so it shouldn't sting." Even though being kind to Arskan may ultimately prove futile, I couldn't ignore his wounds. So the kindness I showed Arskan was partly a way to ensure myself against what might happen in the future. But for the most part, I was acting purely on a whim. I once again thought of a way I could avoid certain death. Sitting at my desk, I stared at a blank piece of paper, my mind racing. What if I used my ability to prevent the war? If war doesn't break out between Kalua and Arwen, many things will change. First of all, the House of Breloff wouldn't fall to ruin, so I would be under its protection. And there would be no chance of Arskan, a general from the enemy empire, killing me. Moreover, if I help Arskan avoid being captured and taken back to the laboratory, Kalua's attempts to create a living weapon might fail. Arskan played a key part in making their experiment a success. How I use this ability of mine is crucial here. Scribble. Scribble. But no good ideas are coming to me at the moment. I nodded off, my head hitting the desk. Nod. My lady. I jolted awake to see my maid hovering over me, looking concerned. Why are you asleep at your desk? Are you all right? I was thinking all night and ended up falling asleep, I admitted, rubbing my eyes. I just dozed off for a bit. What is it? I asked, noticing her fidgeting. Lord Orland requested that you dine with him tonight, she explained, already moving to the wardrobe. Let me help you change before dinner. Lord Orland? I blinked. Lord Orland. Orland Breloff. That's my father, right? As the maid wiped my face with a cool cloth, I wondered, why does he want to have dinner with me all of a sudden? I'm a bit nervous since this is the first time I'm seeing my father. Orland Breloff, with his sharp mind, cool demeanor, and business acumen, had brought great renown to the house of Breloff. Although his public image was that of a cold, detached man, in private, he was a loving father to his 2 daughters. Creak. The doors to the dining hall opened. I'm sure everything will be fine, I told myself, clutching my dress. Just act natural. Natural. A handsome man with dark hair and sharp features sat at the head of the table. He looked up as I entered. Come sit, Tanasia. Freeze. What? I thought, stunned. Why is my father so young? Oh. The book mentioned that my father married my mother, who passed away when they were both quite young. Sorry to keep you waiting, I said, trying to stay calm. Didn't you have some business to tend to today? He asked. I did, he replied smoothly. But I pushed it back. Because I have a gift for you. Gift? I bowed my head slightly. A servant approached and placed a velvet box on the table. Clack. He opened it to reveal a dazzling necklace. This is? I gasped. Martella told me that you discovered an extraordinary talent in the subject of magical formulae, Orland explained, a hint of pride in his voice. So I prepared a congratulatory gift. I hope it's to your liking. He looked at me warmly. From now on, give serious thought to what you'd like to be in the future. I will gladly support you in your endeavors. This is unexpected, I thought, touched. Thank you, Father. He pushed back work just to give me this. He could have just sent it to my room. I'm glad to hear that it's to your liking, he said with a smile. He's even more of a doting father than I thought. Congratulations, Tanasia. Naxia chimed in from across the table. Those jewels are so beautiful, too. I'm sure they'll look lovely on you. Come to think of it, Naxia added, the Crown Prince's birthday ball is taking place soon. You should wear that necklace to the ball. Wait a minute, I thought, my mind racing. The Crown Prince's birthday ball? The Crown Prince's birthday ball was where Naxia and the novel's male protagonist first met. And that male protagonist is the Crown Prince himself, Rohel de Friends Arwen. Starting from that initial encounter, their affection for each other grew. And they ultimately fell in love after reaching adulthood. Tanasia, of course, was a villainess trying to split them up. But what if I supported their love instead? The probability of my death may decrease compared to if I tried to break them apart. I turned to my sister. Naxia. Would you like to borrow this necklace? Huh, Naxia blinked, surprised. I wasn't trying to say I wanted to wear it myself. I just meant I thought it would suit you very well. I know, I said quickly. I'm just offering because I think it would be a good idea for you to wear this to the ball. I mean, I'm grateful for the offer, but I couldn't. Naxia started to refuse. Don't refuse, I insisted. I'm sure it'll look even better on you. I leaned forward. Would you also like me to help pick out a dress that goes with this necklace? I don't want anyone to notice me at that ball. It would be much more beneficial for me to ensure Naxia is the center of attention that evening, and to make her initial encounter with Rohel a smashing success. Tanasia. Naxia's eyes lit up. You'd really help me pick out a dress? Of course. If you want me to, that is. Yay. I can't wait. Noxia beamed. Orlan chuckled, watching us. You two are much closer than I thought. Tanasia, there's no need to give that necklace to your sister. Father? He turned to a servant. Have a second, identical necklace made. Yes, my lord. I wasn't expecting that. I thought, delighted. When do you want to go dress shopping, Tanasia? Noxia asked excitedly. Whenever you want. Yay. All right. Let us continue this conversation while we dine, Orlan suggested, smiling at his daughters. Yes, father. Noxia laughed. Later that night, Arskan lay awake in his small room, staring at the ceiling. What on earth is she thinking? He muttered, clenching his jaw. He tossed and turned, sleep evading him. Hef. Hef. His mind drifted back to the nightmares that plagued him. Smash. He was running. Step. Step. Arskan, a cold voice echoed in the darkness. Did you really think you could run away? Hooded figures surrounded him. Up until you die, and even after that, you won't be able to escape the empire of Kalua. Arskan jolted awake, gasping for air. Huff. Huff. Sigh. He sat up, rubbing his face. I haven't had a proper night's sleep after escaping the laboratory. Every night, I have nightmares about those hooded men chasing me. He reached for the glass of water on the nightstand. Lady Tanasia is being kind to me on a whim, he told himself, taking a sip. But there's no telling how long that will last. He set the glass down with a heavy thud. That is why I shouldn't expect anything from her. From the moment Lady Tanasia Breloff figured out what I really was, I'd been waiting for an opportunity to escape the Breloff manor. It would be difficult for the people Kalua sent after me to infiltrate the manor of a high Arwenian noble family like the House of Breloff. I'm only staying here because I believe this place is safe. Once I decide on a secure destination and gather enough funds to make the trip, I'll leave as soon as there's an opportunity for me to do so without getting caught. I just need to hold out until then. Arskan walked down the corridor, his footsteps echoing softly. Step, step. He turned a corner and found his path blocked by 3 servants. They leaned against the wall with sneers plastered on their faces. Wow, who do we have here? The tallest one jeered. Things are going great for you now that you're a page and all, huh? Another mocked. Guess you're too good for the likes of us now. Is that it? Arskan recognized them immediately. The servants he used to share a room with. He stopped and bowed his head slightly, trying to ignore them. But as he tried to walk past, one of them stuck out a foot. Crash! Arskan stumbled, barely catching himself before hitting the floor. You bastard! The servant yelled, pointing an accusing finger. Arrogant piece of trash. Hey, the second servant whispered nervously, tugging at his friend's sleeve. What if he tells Master what we did? Let him try, the first servant spat. If he does, I won't hesitate to crack his skull in two. Arskan straightened his clothes and looked at them calmly. Next time, please warn me before doing something like this. Thanks to you, my clothes are now stained. What? The servant seethed, stepping closer. Why, you little... He grabbed Arskan by the collar. What, you think wearing a slightly fancier outfit makes you a noble or something? You might think that your pretty face will guarantee you keep living that cushy life. But it won't be long until Master abandons you. Arskan stared at him, unblinking. Cut it out, the third servant hissed. He's always been a bit of an odd one. Arskan remained silent, but inside, a dangerous energy began to simmer. You're a ticking time bomb, he reminded himself. Whenever your emotions run high, you could destroy your surroundings in an instant. If I use my power, I can take away a life without breaking a sweat. The problem was that he couldn't control that power once it was released. He couldn't stop until he destroyed everything he laid his eyes on. I'm not angered by a matter this trivial, Arskan thought, forcing himself to relax his fists. But still, it's a little. And when do you suppose I'll abandon Arskan? A cold, imperious voice cut through the tension. Rustle. Every head snapped toward the end of the hallway. Tanasia stood there, her gaze sharp and commanding. My lady! The servants gasped, their faces draining of color. I came looking for you because there was a sudden change to my schedule, Tanasia said, walking slowly toward them. I must say, I wasn't expecting to witness such a spectacle. She tilted her head, looking down at the trembling servants. Master, Well, you see. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! The servants wailed, dropping to their knees and bowing frantically. We apologize. I'm sorry, master. It's Arskan you should be apologizing to first, Tanasia said icily. She glanced at Arskan, noticing a thin cut on his cheek. Looks like he was injured by something you threw at him. The servants turned to Arskan, desperate. As sorry. It wasn't my intention to injure you. My temper got the better of me. It's all right, Arskan mumbled, looking away. Word to the wise, Tanasia announced, her voice dropping an octave. I'm not a very nice person. She leaned in, her eyes narrowing. If I ever catch you laying a hand on one of my people, you better be prepared to face the consequences. The servants shivered under her gaze. Do you understand? Yes, master. Now get out of here before I change my mind. Thank you. The servants scrambled to their feet and scurried away like frightened rats. Tanasia watched them go, then turned to Arskan. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a handkerchief. Are you all right? How's your wound? Yes. It's just a scratch, Arskan replied. Scratch? Hardly, Tanasia scoffed, gently dabbing at the cut on his cheek. Did you not hear what I just said? She looked him in the eye. You're my page. One of my people. It means you're not allowed to get injured without my permission. Arskan stared at her, stunned. That's an order, Tanasia added firmly. Yes, my lady, Arskan whispered. We don't have time to dawdle. Let's take care of your wound first. Naxia is waiting. Are you going somewhere? She and I are going shopping for dresses to wear to the Imperial Ball. In that case, I can stay behind, Arskan suggested, and treat the wound myself. What are you talking about? Tanasia asked, confused. You need to have an outfit made for the ball as well, since you'll also be attending. Pardon? I'm attending the ball? Later that afternoon, they were at the finest boutique in the capital. Naxia was twirling in front of a mirror, delighted. This suit looks wonderful on you, Naxia exclaimed, clapping her hands. Arskan stood awkwardly in a finely tailored dress suit, while a tailor adjusted his cuffs. Try on these accessories, Tanasia instructed, holding up a velvet tray of pins and cufflinks. Your page looks good in everything, Naxia giggled. It makes the investment in his wardrobe worthwhile. But I think you have a real eye for fashion too, Naxia added, beaming at her sister. I loved the dress you picked out for me earlier. Glad to be of help, Tanasia replied with a smile. She turned to the shop assistant. As for my page's dress suit, I'll take that one. Yes, Lady Breloff. Arskan, why don't you change back into your clothes? Tanasia said. Yes, my lady. The only thing left to do is choose my dress, right? Tanasia sighed. I like shopping, but it can be pretty exhausting. Lady Breloff, the shop assistant called, sliding open a curtain to reveal a rack of dresses. We've prepared dresses similar in style to those you usually wear. Tanasia wrinkled her nose. Huh! The dresses were overly frilly and excessively ornamented. These dresses would look much better on Naxia than on me. Tanasia in the novel tended to copy whatever Naxia did, but her tastes had changed. My tastes have changed, so I don't wear dresses like these anymore, Tanasia stated flatly. She scanned the shop floor. I'd prefer. She pointed to a sleek, elegant gown on a mannequin in the corner. That one. Oh, that dress is quite different from your usual style, the assistant noted, surprised. But I think it will suit you, if you'd like to try it on. No need. I'll take that one. Tanasia, Naxia protested. You spent all this time picking out my dress and your page's suit. Yet you won't bother trying on your own dress? I can tell at a glance that it will suit me, Tanasia shrugged. Besides, I'm feeling quite fatigued now. If you insist, Naxia sighed, I'd like to settle the bill. Yes, Lady Breloff. We'll serve you some tea while you wait. They sat at a small table near the window. I'd like some chilled black tea, please, Tanasia ordered. I'll have the same, Naxia said. A waitress approached with a tray, her hands shaking visibly. Here is your chilled black tea. Thank you, Tanasia said, reaching for the cup. Why is she so nervous? Tanasia wondered as she watched the waitress tremble. Suddenly, the waitress lost her grip. Oh, splash! The cup tipped over, sending cold tea cascading onto Tanasia's lap. Oh my goodness! The waitress shrieked. Oh no! Bring a cloth to wipe up the tea at once. Tanasia, are you all right? Naxia cried, jumping up. Why yes, that startled me, Tanasia said, looking down at her soaking skirt. My skirt is all wet. Before she could reach for a napkin, a shadow fell over her. Arskan was suddenly kneeling beside her chair. Lady Tanasia, are you hurt? He asked urgently. Huh, and no, I'm fine. Arskin pulled out a clean handkerchief and began to briskly wipe the tea from her dress. Wipe. It's still stained, but it shouldn't feel damp anymore, he said, focused entirely on his task. Wow, he was quite thorough, Tanasia thought, watching him. It's normal for a page to do this sort of thing, but it feels odd. Is it because I've only seen Arskin be on his guard around me? He's acting like a proper page, and somehow it's rather. Tanasia reached out impulsively and patted his head. Pat. Arskin froze, looking up at her with wide eyes. Cute, Tanasia thought, smiling. Oops, I got carried away, I thought, blinking rapidly to clear my head. I had been staring at the top of Arskin's head as he diligently wiped the tea from my skirt, finding his sudden flash of loyalty strangely endearing. But this wasn't the time to be mesmerized by my future killer. Thank you, I said aloud, keeping my voice steady. You can stand up now. Arskin straightened up immediately, stepping back to his usual respectful distance. I watched him for a moment. Is this the kind of thing I'm into? I mused humorously, before turning my attention to the trembling staff. The boutique owner bowed so low her nose nearly touched the floor. Sorry, my lady. My sincerest apologies. I am at fault for not adequately training my employees. She looked terrified, likely expecting me to explode into a rage. I decided to play the part of the haughty noble, but with a twist. You don't really think a mere apology will suffice, do you? I asked coolly. Of course not, the owner stammered. We'll compensate you for the damage done to your dress. Please let me know if there is anything else you'd like in compensation. First, I'd like you to cover the cost of laundering both my dress and my page's clothing, I instructed, gesturing to Arskin's suit. If the stain doesn't come off, you may need to send me a new dress. Of course, Lady Breloff, the owner agreed quickly. Then, she hesitated, her voice dropping to a whisper. And, would you like to punish her, as you did last time? I froze. What do you mean, punish her? The owner flinched. The last time something like this happened, you insisted on flogging my employee yourself? But if you could find it in your heart to forgive the poor girl this time, she trailed off, eyes pleading. What? My blood ran cold. That's why that girl was trembling so badly earlier. It's no wonder. She was absolutely terrified of me. I'm no saintess, but my temper can't possibly hold a candle to the original Tanasia's. I can't believe she went as far as to flog an employee herself at a dressmaker's shop. I glanced sideways. I wondered what Arskin was thinking right now, and Naxia, who was quietly waiting to see how I'd handle this matter. They were both acting like they were all too familiar with this kind of situation. I'd like nothing more than to deny that I've ever done anything like that. But this was our conscience speaking, so of course you'd want to punish her for it, I said slowly, trying to maintain my composure. But it's all right. You don't have to explain further. I will let it slide. The owner looked stunned. Pardon? One thing, I interrupted. The employee I flogged before, does she still work here? And no. Please do not worry, the owner assured me. I told her never to set foot in the shop again. No need for that, I said firmly. You could even rehire her, madam, if you'd like. As for the money to pay for the laundering of my dress, please send it to the employee I punished back then as an apology instead. Pardon? The owner gasped, her jaw dropping. I turned away, signaling that the conversation was over. I'm sure this won't be the last time I have to clean up Tanasia's mess now that I've been reincarnated into her body, I thought wearily. I'll simply have to set things right with whoever she's wronged, that's all. As we walked out, the shop staff whispered amongst themselves, clutching the receipt I had signed. Phew, are you all right? Yeah, but I don't understand what happened. Why did she forgive me? Who are we to understand the whims of nobles? Perhaps she happened to be in a particularly good mood today, I suppose. I don't know what's behind Lady Breloff's sudden change, but this might completely turn the rumors about her on their head. Outside, the carriage awaited. Naxia stepped down onto the pavement in front of the manor, but I remained seated inside. Tanasia, aren't you getting out? Naxia asked, peering back in. Oh no, I'd like a moment to organize my thoughts, I replied. I'll just have the carriage take me around the block once more. Sure, thank you for today. Naxia waved cheerfully as the door closed. As the carriage lurched forward, I leaned back against the plush seat. That money should suffice as compensation for the employee, right? If I paid her more than that, rumors might spread that I've changed drastically. Tanasia committed all sorts of foul deeds unbeknownst to me. What I know of her history isn't the full picture. I wonder where, when, and who else she's hurt or offended. If I don't find a way to protect myself somehow, I glanced across the carriage. Arskan sat there silently, staring out the window. Should I have let you get off the carriage along with Naxia? I asked. I had some thinking to do. Arskan didn't respond immediately. He seemed deep in thought. So stark, I noted. What's he thinking? Is there something you wish to say to me? I prompted. Arskan turned his gaze to me. Like I said before, I don't know what your intentions are, Lady Breloff, but such gestures are unsettling for me. He frowned slightly. I'd prefer if you were forthright with me about what you want instead. Huh! I gaped at him, flabbergasted. What have I done to confuse him? I replayed the events of the afternoon in my mind. Wait. Could it be? Cute. Is this about me patting you on the head earlier? Right, I realized. In that dream, he didn't let out a peep. The whole time Tanasia was whipping him. Yet to think he'd be so disconcerted by a single word of praise. It reminded me of when I showed him the stars in the night sky. I thought he had a problem with my sudden change in attitude. But that wasn't all, was it? PFT. I chuckled softly. Arskan, could it be that it was your first time being told you're cute? And observing the stars in the night sky? Arskan stiffened. Is that important? He's not denying it, I thought, delighted. Seriously, what am I going to do with him? Arskan is so mature for his age that I'd forgotten that while he may have been a terrifying villain in the book, right now, he's still just a young boy. Yes, it's important, I said, leaning forward with a warm smile, because if that's the case, it makes me want to be even nicer to you. Arskan looked away, his expression troubled. Meanwhile, inside the Breloff manor, Naxia walked through the grand hallway. My lady, a group of maids rushed toward her, looking frantic. Did anything happen while you were out? Huh, Naxia blinked. Why even bother asking? It's obvious, one maid exclaimed indignantly. Lady Tanasia tried to harm you while pretending to pick out a dress for you, didn't she? No doubt she recommended the ugliest dress in the shop. Don't say such things, Naxia scolded gently. Thanks to Tanasia, I was able to pick out a dress exactly to my liking. The dresses were all so beautiful. I had such a hard time choosing one. Lady Naxia, you really are too kind, the maid sighed, shaking her head. But you really need to be prepared for whatever Lady Tanasia may have up her sleeve. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice. I heard a rumor that she's planning to ruin the dress you are wearing to the ball. What? Naxia gasped. Perhaps the maids are right, Naxia thought, a shadow crossing her face. I've been tricked by my sister and ended up in a predicament several times. But somehow, she seems different from before. When she splashed Tanasia with water, when father presented her with a gift, and when she helped pick out a dress earlier. It was the first time Tanasia showed me such kindness since my ability manifested, Naxia recalled. We could go back to being close sisters again. She looked at the concerned maids with a soft determination. So, while I appreciate your concern, you don't need to caution me about her anymore. I believe my sister has changed. The maids bowed, looking unconvinced but obedient. Yes, my lady, if you insist. Excuse us. They dashed off to their duties. Naxia stood alone in the hallway, clutching her hands to her chest. I did the right thing, didn't I? She smiled to herself, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. I wish Tanasia would praise me and pat me on the head too. Is that lady over there the eldest daughter of the House of Breloff? The whispers were like poisoned darts, flying from behind ornate fans. Compared to her sister, she's nothing special, neither in appearance nor ability. I can hardly believe the two of them are twins. Did the younger sister inherit all the best qualities and leave her with nothing but the dregs? Ha. The scene shifted violently. A servant girl was on her knees, trembling. I am sorry, my lady. Tanasia Breloff, the original Tanasia, glared down at the girl, her face twisted in fury. Do you think I am a joke too? Pardon? Tanasia grabbed the servant by the hair, yanking her forward. Saying sorry isn't enough. Come here. Screaming will only make things worse for you, she hissed, dragging the sobbing girl across the floor. Jolt. Tanasia gasped, her eyes snapping open. She sat up in her bed, chest heaving, cold sweat clinging to her brow. Another horrible nightmare, she whispered, clutching the sheets. That wasn't just a dream either, but a memory. You're awake, my lady? Tanasia turned to see Zirine, her personal maid, drawing the curtains. Sunlight flooded the bedroom. Oh yes, Tanasia replied, trying to steady her breathing. What's the matter? You look troubled. Did you have a nightmare? Zirine asked gently. If it was an unpleasant dream, just push it out of your mind. The Imperial Ball is happening tonight. After all, I'm sure you'll have a lovely time. Right, Tanasia thought, swinging her legs out of bed. Today is the day Naxia, the female protagonist of the beloved Saintess, and Prince Rohel, the male protagonist, meet for the first time. It should be an uneventful evening. Tanasia planned to be a wallflower all night and spend her time observing Arskan and the ball. Hours later, the sun had begun to set. Tanasia stood before a full-length mirror, adorned in the elegant dress she had chosen, her dark hair swept up and accented with sparkling jewels. It had taken hours to get ready, massages, makeup, dressing. I haven't left the manor yet, but I'm starting to miss being home already, she sighed internally, feeling the weight of the evening ahead. She descended the grand staircase and stepped out into the courtyard where the carriage awaited. A figure in a sharp suit stood by the door. Arskan, Tanasia called out. How long have you been waiting here? I arrived not too long ago, Arskan replied, bowing slightly. Tanasia paused, looking him up and down. Really? You look quite dashing today. Arskan blinked, looking away. You're too kind, my lady. I merely wore what you picked out for me. Having good looks elevates any outfit, Tanasia teased with a smile. You're already handsome to begin with, but that suit is making your beauty shine even more. Arskan stiffened. What? Don't tell me you were unaware of your own handsomeness, Tanasia pressed. As of late, my lady, Arskan murmured, his ears turning pink. You're too. Too what? Direct. Tanasia giggled. You're so cute. That was a compliment, right? Hee. Tanasia. A cheerful voice interrupted them. Noxia came bounding out of the manor, looking radiant in her new gown. Noxia, you're here already, Tanasia greeted her. Yes. Will you be riding with me in the same carriage today as well, Tanasia? Noxia asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. Of course. Why even ask? Well, just wondering, Noxia admitted shyly. You used to insist that the two of us take separate carriages. I'm so excited that we'll be riding in the same carriage today. I see no point in us taking two separate carriages, Tanasia said, ushering her sister inside. We're sisters, after all. The imperial palace was a blaze of light and music. As Tanasia and Noxia entered the grand ballroom, the air seemed to shift. Those two ladies over there are the famous Breloff twins, a guest whispered loudly. Yes, I've heard of them too. Everyone calls the younger sister the light and the older one her shadow, right? Tanasia walked with her head high, but internally she groaned. So far this is no different from the dream I had this morning. I think I understand why Tanasia didn't want to ride in the same carriage as her sister. It was irritating how these people only started whispering when she passed by, as though they wanted her to overhear. First, I'll leave Noxia so she can encounter Prince Rohel, Tanasia decided. See you later, Noxia, she said aloud. I'm going to take a tour around the room with my page. All right, see you later. Noxia waved, disappearing into the crowd. Tanasia turned to Arskan. I need a drink. I'll need to keep my wits about me tonight. Since Arskan's never been to a ball, it's probably better if I fetch one myself. Wait right here. Yes, my lady. Tanasia walked toward the refreshment table, leaving Arskan standing near a pillar. As she moved through the crowd, the whispers intensified, turning venomous. Look at that black hair, a noblewoman sneered. It's like someone poured filthy water over her head. Not to mention that morose face, another added. Also, while her sister can manipulate water, I hear she has no such ability to speak of. And that necklace, isn't it the same as Noxia's? Tanasia must have copied her sister, no doubt. Why does she insist on mimicking her sister so much? Is it because she feels worthless herself? Arskan, standing silently nearby, heard every word. The cruel tone of the noble scraped against his mind, unearthing buried memories. The ballroom faded for a split second, replaced by the cold, sterile walls of a laboratory. They're just a bunch of worthless orphans, the scientists had said, looking down at the test subjects. No one will even know or care if they die while being experimented on. The malice was the same. The dehumanization was the same. Suddenly, Tanasia stopped. She turned sharply, her eyes blazing. All of you, listen up! Her voice cut through the music, silencing the nearby gossips. If I catch anyone speaking ill of me behind my back, I don't care who you are. She took a menacing step forward, her dark aura flaring. I'm going to tear your throat out. The nobles gasped, clutching their pearls and recoiling in terror. Tanasia held their gaze for a terrifying moment before spinning on her heel. Arskan, she commanded, her voice shaking slightly. Let's get some air. They stood on a quiet balcony overlooking the palace gardens. The night air was cool, a relief from the stifling atmosphere of the ballroom. Sigh. Tanasia leaned against the stone railing. I really shouldn't have lost my temper like that. It makes me no different from the Tanasia in the novel. Arskan watched her, his expression unreadable. Lady Tanasia? Yes? Do you really plan on tearing those people's throats out? Tanasia laughed dryly. No, I can't actually do such a thing. Then you were lying? Not so much a lie, but more of a warning, Tanasia explained, looking out at the moon. Some people just don't get it if you tell them nicely. She glanced at him. Why? Did you think I'd actually tear their throats out? If it's you, my lady, Arskan said with a straight face, I thought it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility. Tanasia stared at him, then sighed again. I'm at a loss for words. So, how are you enjoying the Imperial Ball? She asked, changing the subject. I know I ruined the jovial mood, and we ended up slipping outside, but it wasn't anything special, Arskan replied bluntly. Is that all? I thought you'd enjoy it, even a little. Yes. But internally, Arskan was reeling. He was surprised. Tanasia, who terrorized everyone in the Breloff manor, was the subject of other nobles' mockery here. In high society, where the strong are praised with honeyed words and the weak are brutally trampled underfoot, Tanasia was decidedly one of the weak. And earlier, when she faced everyone head-on, somehow, I found it extremely gratifying, Arskan realized, because it felt like she was telling off the people who'd intimidated and tormented me. I hate places like this, he thought, looking at her profile, but I don't entirely hate this situation. But what is it that I find pleasing about it? Suddenly, voices drifted from the garden below. I hear someone talking, Tanasia whispered urgently. Arskan. Yes, my lady? She grabbed his arm and pulled him down behind the stone balustrade. Plop. Shoo! Stay still, she hissed, pressing a finger to her lips. The House of Breloff. Must I go to such lengths? Hidden behind the stone balustrade of the palace terrace, Tanasia Breloff held her breath. The voice drifting from the other side was unmistakably weary. How bothersome, the young man complained. Tanasia peeked through the leaves, catching a brief glimpse of a boy with fiery red hair and elaborate clothing. That means becoming acquainted with Lady Breloff will be beneficial to you in the future, Your Imperial Highness, a deeper voice advised. I knew it, Tanasia thought, ducking back down. The man whose back I caught a glimpse of is the hero of the beloved Saintess, Crown Prince Rohel. Then the other man with him must be Rhaegal, his loyal aide. I'm not interested in playing childish games, Rohel scoffed. What I want is to make Arwen an even stronger nation once I become emperor. And I'm well aware of that, Rhaegal replied patiently. That is precisely why you must be on good terms with the House of Breloff. This ball is being held to celebrate my birthday, Rohel sighed, the sound heavy with annoyance. Yet I must spend time with Lady Breloff, whom I have absolutely no interest in. Tanasia winced. I don't think I should be listening to this conversation. If Prince Rohel finds out I overheard him, things will most certainly become tense and awkward between us. She turned to Arskan, who was crouched silently beside her. Arskan, she whispered, sorry about that. It must have been uncomfortable, sitting on the ground like that. Let's sneak out of here quietly. Yes, my lady, Arskan whispered back. They began to creep away, but fate had other plans. Tanasia, what are you doing out here? Tanasia froze. Noxia. Who is there? Rohel's sharp voice cut through the night air. Tanasia squeezed her eyes shut. How did she? She stood up slowly, forcing a polite smile as she faced the Crown Prince. I didn't think anyone would venture this far away from the ballroom. Greetings, Your Imperial Highness, Noxia curtsied gracefully. I am Noxia of the House of Breloff, and this is my sister, Tanasia. I was looking for my sister, as I did not see her in the ballroom. Rohel looked between them, realizing who they were. Breloff. He cleared his throat, looking slightly flustered. Oh dear, I was just in a conversation that may have been misleading. If you happen to overhear, I'd like the chance to clear things up. Noxia's expression, usually warm, was ice cold. No, I couldn't possibly inconvenience you any further, Your Imperial Highness, she said, her voice dripping with polite dismissal. Besides, I too am much too old now for childish games. Rohel flinched. So you did hear what I said. If what you're asking is whether I overheard you say, I'm not interested in playing childish games. Noxia's gaze bore into him. Then yes, I heard you loud and clear. She grabbed Tanasia's arm. Noxia? Now then, we shall take our leave, Noxia announced, turning her back on the prince. Happy birthday, Your Imperial Highness. She dragged Tanasia away, leaving a stunned Rohel in their wake. As they walked briskly down the garden path, Tanasia's mind raced. Oh no, what a disaster! I wanted to play matchmaker and reap the benefits of having a crown prince as my brother-in-law, but at this rate, these two will never end up together. Sigh, Naxia exhaled, her shoulders slumping. I didn't think the crown prince would speak as carelessly as those other nobles. Tanasia, were you hurt by his words? She asked, turning to look at me with concern. Huh! Earlier, in the ballroom, a number of people approached me and spoke ill of you as well, Naxia explained, her eyes sad. I did warn those people not to insult you like that ever again, but they must have said more terrible things about you, because I heard later that you broke a glass in a fit of anger and left the ballroom. She squeezed my hand. You followed me outside because you were worried about me? So that's why she was so frosty towards Rohel, Tanasia realized. It's sweet of her to worry, but hurt feelings are the least of my problems. My life is at stake here. I can't just sit back and let circumstances keep her and Rohel apart. Naxia, I think you're laboring under a misapprehension, Tanasia said urgently. Misapprehension? I don't know how much of the prince's conversation you overheard, but... He was thinking ahead, Tanasia interrupted. For Arwen to become a powerful empire, unity between the imperial family and the nobility is crucial. However, while necessary, not everyone may favor such an alliance. Still, you can't deny that he holds an unfavorable opinion of us, Naxia countered. What I'm saying is, we shouldn't judge him based on a single comment, Tanasia pressed. The crown prince is simply a man of ambition, that's all. Man of ambition? That's right. As you know, His Imperial Highness is a prodigy who's studied swordsmanship since he was 5 years old, and a brilliant strategist who hasn't lost a single mock battle. Tanasia leaned in, growing desperate. Right. And that's not all? The two limpid pools of verdant green, sparkling, and ruby rose lips, shining. The capital is full of young women who fall hopelessly in love with the crown prince the moment his eyes meet theirs, Tanasia rambled. Surely you understand just how estimable His Imperial Highness is. He's intelligent, strapping, and handsome to boot. Why, he's practically perfection. Naxia stared at her sister, blinking. I've heard that rumor too, but given that he's the pinnacle of perfection, it's no wonder he's got all that ambition. She leaned closer, peering into Tanasia's face. Tanasia, have you fallen for His Imperial Highness? No way, Tanasia denied instantly. I just want to clear up any misunderstandings between us and him, that's all. Instead of simply avoiding him, why don't we hear the crown prince out? Let him explain himself? Naxia hesitated, then sighed. All right. If that's what you want. Great, I knew you'd understand, Tanasia beamed. Let's go find him at once. Here you are, Lady Breloff. A voice called out from the path ahead. A noblewoman in a pink dress approached them. Lady Teru, what brings you all the way out here? Tanasia asked. Oh my, have you already forgotten? You promised to show me your ability to control water, Lady Teru chided playfully. Everyone's waiting for your demonstration in the ballroom, Lady Breloff. No! Upon hearing Lady Teru's words, Tanasia recalled a major event in the novel that was about to take place. There was actually a very good reason why Rohel and Naxia were drawn to each other in the first place, and serving as the catalyst for that initial attraction was Leanna Krisha, the novel's secondary antagonist. Leanna plotted to embarrass Naxia at the ball by setting off a party popper at the precise moment Naxia began manipulating the water in midair. In the book, things went according to plan. The loud popping noise scared Naxia, and she ended up spraying the water everywhere. And the person who saved Naxia from a thorough dousing was Rohel. I was planning on watching that romantic scene from afar, Tanasia thought frantically. If that happens now, things might play out completely differently than they did in the novel. Naxia, how about speaking with His Imperial Highness before you return to the ballroom? Tanasia suggested. Should I? But there are people waiting for me. Is it the crown prince you're seeking? Lady Teru interjected. He'll come to the ballroom eventually anyway, so you could just speak to him there. Come to think of it, Lady Teru, you're right, Naxia agreed. Tanasia, if I happen to run into His Imperial Highness in the ballroom, I'll have a conversation with him. But, all right, Naxia, go on in, Tanasia conceded, defeated. I'll return to the ballroom a bit later. Sounds good, Tanasia. See you soon? As Naxia and Lady Teru walked away, Tanasia whirled around to Arskan. Arskan, find Lady Krisha in the ballroom immediately, and tell her I wish to see her. The friendship between Leanna and Tanasia was one of mutual understanding, for both she and Tanasia resented Naxia. Right about now, Leanna is probably waiting for the perfect moment to signal her servants to set off the party poppers. First, I needed to distract her and buy Naxia some time. You know who she is, right? She's visited the Breloff manor a few times. Yes, my lady. If possible, hold her someplace so she can't go anywhere else. Understood. Tanasia grabbed his shoulders, looking him dead in the eye. Ours can, please. Arskan nodded solemnly. Yes, I will do my best. He dashed off toward the ballroom. Now, I need to find Rohel, and coax him into a conversation with Naxia, Tanasia muttered to herself, hitching up her skirts and running in the opposite direction. I hope things work out according to plan. She rounded a corner near a fountain, moving fast. Splash! Liquid rained down on her. Drip, drip. Tanasia stood frozen, water soaking into her elegant dress. However, she thought grimly, wiping her face. Life rarely, if ever, works out according to plan. Oh no, this is the worst. You called for me, Your Grace? I asked, stepping through the large double doors into the Duke's office. Hilberg? Raffern looked past me towards the door. Ah, you're here. Have a seat, Raffern said, gesturing to a chair. A man walked in behind me. I hope I haven't kept you waiting, Raffern said. No, you've come at the right time, Hilberg replied smoothly. He turned and his eyes landed on me. Flash. Ah. Hilberg flinched visibly. His surprise is palpable. Why, did you think I'd go snitching on you? I thought, smiling innocently at him. Don't worry, I'd love to if I could, but I lack the evidence. This is the child I mentioned before, Raffern introduced me. Ah. Hilberg stammered, regaining his composure. I thought she was a lady from one of the auxiliary families. She looks quite bright, just as you told me, he added. I'd like you to take her under your wing and teach her, Raffern instructed. She may be young, but I'm sure she'll be the fastest learner of them all. As you say, Your Grace, Hilberg bowed. Aaron, come introduce yourself. This is Hilberg, one of the teachers here, Raffern explained to me. He'll be in charge of your overall studies until your future path is decided. I thought. I stepped forward and curtsied. Good day to you, sir. I'm Aaron Brownell. My, she's so well-mannered, Hilbert exclaimed, clasping his hands. I see she won't be needing any etiquette classes. Clap, clap, clap. He applauded lightly. I know. Lady Aaron may excel in her classes, and be admitted into the Imperial Academy as the top of her class. Top of the class at the Imperial Academy? I screamed internally. That's quite possible, Raffern nodded approvingly. Getting ahead. I'm sure you'll have much to look forward to on Parent Visit Day, Your Grace, Hilberg beamed. Parent Visit Day? I thought, panic rising. We've got the admission ceremony to go to first. What are they talking about? My mind raced. If my adoption plan goes wonky, I'll be dead well before we can even talk about the Imperial Academy. Later that evening, inside the laboratory, Jeffrey returned. It's perfect, Jeffrey said, looking over the stacks of papers I had organized. I didn't think it would be possible for you to go through all these in my absence. Hee. I got pretty engrossed in the work, so I ended up finishing it all, I said, looking up at him. Oh, and I finished reading the book you lent me. I'll keep studying hard with the new books, too. Of course you will, Jeffrey replied, organizing his desk. Swish. I won't be able to come to the lab every day once I start classes, I realized with a sudden jolt. Oh, wait. I should probably tell him I can't come on the days when I have class, right? Oh, Lord Jeffrey, I started. I've got something to tell you. Suddenly, Jeffrey slammed a stack of papers down. Bang. Who told you you could decide what kind of education my assistant can receive? Jeffrey shouted, storming into Raffern's office moments later. You insolent. Raffern slammed his fist on his desk. Bam. Have you forgotten your manners? If we're going to talk about etiquette, you crossed the line first, Father, Jeffrey shot back, glaring. How could you send my assistant? A child needs a proper education, not work. Raffern yelled. You'd think I had locked her up somewhere to gruel by herself. Jeffrey laughed bitterly. You're the one who abandoned a mere 7-year-old in your lab to sift through papers, all alone, when she should be running around freely learning about the world instead. I've no intention of fostering any more sullen hermits like you in this house. Now leave! Raffern pointed to the door. Glare. Scowl. The air was thick with tension. What should I do? I stood trembling between them. Jeffrey left in such a hurry that I just followed him here without thinking, but did Raffern have a lot bottled up regarding Jeffrey? Whether it's about her education as an assistant, or her future, I'll take care of it, Jeffrey declared firmly. She's officially registered as my aide, so enough. I won't humor your stubbornness anymore. Raffern roared. And I told you, I won't let you do as you wish either. Jeffrey shouted back. Bait him. Bait him. My heart pounded in my chest. This is bad. If the Duke ends up banishing Jeffrey, then all my hard work up until now. Excuse me. I squeaked, raising my hand. And I stammered. Be brave. If I don't say anything right now, things will only get worse. I squeezed the hem of my dress. See, can I do both at the same time? Even if we're just a business relationship, I can't give up the chance to spend time with Jeffrey as his assistant, I explained desperately. And on the other hand, I can't throw away the opportunity that the Duke has given me. Moreover, I'm positive that no matter what I choose, I'll burn bridges with the other person. No. Jeffrey rejected immediately. I'll take care of your studies. Whether it's the Imperial Academy or some other school, she's much too young for that. She can be taught within the family for now, Raffern argued. I'm the one who knows how intelligent she is. Jeffrey insisted. You're not the only one, I do too. Raffern countered. So. I tried to speak again. You be quiet. They both snapped at me without looking. Sigh. I shrank back. My lady, a servant whispered, tugging gently on my sleeve. Why don't you follow me? My lady? I whimpered, feeling overwhelmed. I'm in charge of this child. Raffern bellowed. Nonsense! Jeffrey roared. You can barely take care of yourself, let alone this diva. Bait him. Bait him. The shouting was too much. Yua, tears welled up in my eyes. Sniff. Wah! I burst into tears. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I sobbed, hiding my face in my hands. Sob. Sob. The room went silent. Oh dear, Raffern whispered, his anger vanishing instantly. No, I'm sorry. Jeffrey looked panicked. Come on, let's go, Jeffrey said, scooping me up into his arms. Swish. We left the office and sat on a bench in the hallway. Step. Step. Here, Jeffrey handed me a glass of water. Drink this. It'll calm you down. I took small sips. It's become harder to control my feelings ever since I'd become a child, I thought, sniffing. I didn't think I would sob like this, just at the sight of two adults shouting at each other. My hands shook as I held the glass. Shake. Shake. H.A. Jeffrey sighed, sitting beside me. I'm sorry for scaring you like that. Grand sniff. Grandfather, I hiccuped. We can talk about that later, Jeffrey said softly. Don't worry, we weren't angry because of you. Okay, I sniffled, my shoulders drooping. Here, look at this, Jeffrey said, pulling a large stack of colorful boxes toward us. What is that? I asked, wiping my eyes. Dusty. Is he trying to brag about how much work he's brought back from the palace? I wondered. He doesn't think that I'm as research-obsessed as he is, right? I looked closer at the logo. These are from Alice Bakery. I gasped. Even the Imperial family has to put in a reservation to get their hands on these. Just how many did he buy? As you can see, I only managed to buy a little, Jeffrey said nonchalantly. I didn't have enough time. Don't eat too many, all right? He smiled. Yup. I grabbed a box. Why don't I start with this one? You've cheered up a little, I see, Jeffrey observed. He leaned in closer, his expression turning serious. Now tell me what happened. Oh, so I met grandfather when… I began to explain. No, not that, Jeffrey interrupted. Did Hamnick stop by the lab while I was away? Huff, huff. Sorry, Leanna, Tanasia said, catching her breath in the rec room. But don't worry, the poppers still went off as planned. Leanna glared at her, still fuming, but her curiosity was piqued. Speaking of that, there's something I wanted to ask you. How come the poppers still went off even though you weren't around to give the signal? Because I instructed the servant to set it off at the right moment even if I didn't give the signal. Tanasia lied smoothly. Just in case. Oh, is that so? Leanna's anger seemed to diffuse slightly. You must have felt cramped being cooped up in this room. Shall we head down to the ballroom together? No, you go ahead, Leanna replied, smoothing down her disheveled hair. I need some time to straighten my dress first. All right then. I'll see you later. As soon as the door clicked shut, Leanna's composure shattered. Hack! Grit! She clenched her fists, and a dark, swirling energy erupted around her. Whoosh! At last, my powers are back, she muttered, staring at her hands. Because she didn't have nearly as much control over her elemental ability as Noxia did, no one was interested in what she might be capable of. Not even her family, the House of Krisha, paid any attention to her ability, merely because she was born out of wedlock. They always compared her to Noxia. If it weren't for Noxia, I would have received more recognition from my family. Leanna seethed. Whoosh. Tanasia, she hissed, her eyes narrowing. She said she hated Noxia even more than I did, yet in the end, she chose her own sister over me. Slam. She kicked a broken chair across the room. Tanasia Breloff, she vowed, her voice trembling with rage. You'll pay for your trickery. After the night of the ball, Tanasia came to a realization. Because interpersonal relationships were so complex and nuanced, even the slightest change could result in events progressing in a wildly different direction. Because she behaved differently at the Imperial Ball than she had in the original novel, Noxia followed her outside, and Rohel was standing much farther away from the spot where the incident originally took place. Leanna, too, did not bother to hide her mistrust of Tanasia. Well, I expected as much, Tanasia thought as she sat in her study. There are far too many variables for me to place my faith in other people. I need another, more reliable way to prevent Arwen from going to war with Kalua. Knock. Knock. The governess is here, my lady. Oh, already? Tanasia sighed. I'm feeling tired and would prefer to rest, but show her in. Yes, my lady. The door opened, and Martella rolled in a cart piled high with books. Roll. Hello, Lady Tanasia. What's all this? Tanasia asked, eyeing the stack warily. Materials that will help you decide your career path, Martella announced brightly. My career path? Yes. Lord Breloff asked me to assist you in choosing a trajectory for your future, and he said he would spare no expense for the endeavor. Oh. Father, Tanasia smiled softly, paid in full. She glanced at the mountain of texts. But are you planning to explain all these subjects to me today? I suppose one day may not be sufficient, Martella admitted. If I don't get through all of them today, I'll go over the rest during our next lesson. No, what I mean is, never mind, Tanasia slumped. Looks like I won't be getting any rest today. Hours passed. So, do any of these subjects interest you so far? Martella asked. I'm not sure. I don't feel drawn to any of these subjects, Tanasia replied honestly. I've shown you pretty much all the texts I brought. Martella frowned. There's one left. She pulled a thin, worn book from the bottom of the pile. What's this book about? Tanasia asked. Oh, this is a book of magical engineering theories. Magical engineering? What kinds of things will I learn if I study that? As you can see, I was going to exclude this subject because I didn't think it would be suitable for you, Martella explained. Magical engineering mainly focuses on warfare, such as the development of arms, preparation for war, and strengthening military might. Tanasia's eyes lit up. Sparkle. I choose this subject. Pardon? Martella blinked. I found it, Tanasia thought triumphantly. From now on, I will study magical engineering. It's my lifeline. As long as Arskan remained in the Breloff manor, Kalua's experiment to create the ultimate living weapon was likely failing. However, if the experiment somehow succeeded, Kalua would start a war. In preparation for that, I will create a weapon that can protect myself, with my own 2 hands. Frankly, I'm reluctant to recommend magical engineering, Martella said nervously, given how unpopular the subject is. That's fine, Tanasia insisted, beaming. Popular or not, I want to study it. So, will we be starting lessons today? Starting today will be difficult, Martella sighed. I'll need to recruit an expert in magical engineering. All right. Then please find me the best teacher you can. Meanwhile, in a dark alleyway of the capital, a gruff voice muttered, He's not who we're looking for either. 2 cloaked figures stood over a cowering beggar. It seems he isn't in this district, the taller one said, turning away. Subject 13, that little rat. Where on earth could he be hiding? Step. Step. I figured he wasn't an ordinary subject when he slipped away and escaped the lab. The shorter mercenary, Andro, grumbled. But I didn't expect him to vanish without a trace. During his escape, Subject 13 killed dozens of our fellow mercenaries. When I find him, I'll make him pay. Set your personal feelings aside, Tendai, the leader, warned. The ability Subject 13 demonstrated was phenomenal. If we recapture him, the experiment will progress much faster. So what if he has some monstrous ability? Andros scoffed, pulling out a handful of darts. He won't be able to defend himself against these. So those are the tranquilizers, Tendai noted. Yes. The subjects are utterly helpless against them. We only need to bring him back alive. Even if he's missing an arm or a leg, it won't affect the experiment. Do as you wish. Tendai shrugged. More importantly, they'll release the signal soon. Pum. A flare shot into the sky. White, so they haven't found him either, Tendai sighed. Do we really have to go all the way to the capital? It doesn't matter where he's hiding, Andros said confidently. It may take time, but we'll find him. That's true, but... Tendai bit into an apple. Crunch. Do you know why Subject 13 escaped? How would I know what an experimental subject is thinking? Andro replied. He probably just didn't like it there. Back at the manor, a gardener waved at the boy walking across the lawn. Ours can. Would you mind looking after my boy for a bit? I have an important duty today, but he insisted on coming with me. A small child peeked out from behind the gardener's leg. Peek. Arskan stopped and looked down at the child, who stared up at him with wide, innocent eyes. Ours can. Ours can, the child babbled. Ours can. Arskan repeated softly. Back in the lab, I was in solitary confinement for a very long time. Because their experiments on me yielded very promising results, they kept me separate from the other subjects. After spending a number of years in isolation, I ended up sharing my room with other children who showed similarly favorable results. At first, I didn't care who the other children were. Hi. I'm Subject 1890. You're Subject 13, right? A small boy chirped, peering up at me. How long have you been here? He asked, eyes wide. Subject 13's been here since before I even arrived, another child whispered. Wow, then he must have lived here for a really long time. Can he talk? I've never even heard his voice, the boy continued. I tried striking up a conversation, but he never replied. Have you ever heard him speak, Subject 1691? No. One day, a girl with messy hair grinned at me. Tada. I braided his hair and then tied it. Wow. How'd you do that? The others marveled. Do you want to arm wrestle with me? In spite of my indifferent demeanor, those children approached me with innocent gestures of affection. Upon feeling the warmth of other people for the first time in my life, I too opened my heart to them, little by little. Hey, how come you ended up in this lab? I finally asked one night. I was so young when I got here, I don't remember, the girl shrugged. Really? I don't either. What about you, Subject 1793? I followed someone here because they promised to give me bread and a house, a quiet boy murmured. My mom sent me here. She said she'd come back for me once things get better. Wow. Really? That's wonderful. I want to get out of here too, someone sighed. That was the case for most children in the lab. They were either orphans who had no parents, or children who'd been sold off by their destitute parents. The children didn't really understand what kind of situation they were in. Seeing them reminded me of myself when I was their age. And it made me feel for them. Do you have a name? I asked the quiet boy. No. Then we'll give you one. We came up with one for Subject 13 too, which is why I wanted to protect them. Ugh. The boy clutched his chest, coughing violently. Hey, how come I keep coughing up blood? A side effect of the experiments, I said softly, patting his back. There. You'll be all right. Creak. The door opened. Subject 1890, a researcher barked. Come. Time for you to head to the lab. But protecting someone in that hellhole was no easy feat. Huh. The researcher paused as I grabbed the boy's arm. Squeeze. What are you doing, Subject 13? Let go of Subject 1890. Yank. No. I don't want to go. The boy cried, tears streaming down his face. Help me. She said no. I stood up, blocking the door. She said she doesn't want to go. How dare you talk back to me? The researcher snarled. Grit. Fancy yourself her savior, do you? You fool. Raise. He struck the child. Smack. Ugh. TSK, the man sneered. She's useless like this. He looked at me with cold, calculating eyes. Well, if you're so worried about Subject 1890, you can let us experiment on you instead of her, Subject 13. Then I'll spare Subject 1890 from further experimentation, he promised. Same goes for the other subjects in here. How about it? I readily agreed. As I was subjected to dozens of experiments in succession, my body underwent a rapid transformation. At the same time, it was overloaded. And one day, I lost consciousness and was unable to wake up for several days. And that's when it happened. What are you doing? Get a move on! Voices shouted outside my haze. Surge. Wait a minute! What about the children? I gasped, grabbing a researcher by the collar. Huh! They were brought out to be experimented on, of course. You said you wouldn't experiment on them if I volunteered in their stead. I roared. That's when you were awake and coherent, the man shrugged. You passed out for the past few days, remember? Are all of them all right? I asked, my heart pounding. I wonder, he smirked. If you really want to know, ask the subject left behind over there. I turned. Subject 1890 lay on the cold floor, trembling. Subject 1890. Why were you lying on the floor like that? I dashed over. Because I'm cold, the child whispered. You're cold? There's so much blood. I saw it, the child rasped, gripping my hand. The other kids, they took to experiment on, were piled on a cart and taken away. What? I froze. Will that happen to me too? Tears leaked from the child's eyes. Ugh. I'm scared. Cough. Don't want to die. Ugh. Somebody, the voice faded to a whisper. Somebody give me some painkillers. Or a sedative, at least. Please. Subject 1890's body grew cold in my arms. Even after the other children were gone, I was forced to continue undergoing intensive experimentation. The laboratory denied me both life and death. It merely inflicted upon me immeasurable pain and agony, both physically and mentally. Since I had nothing left to lose, I decided to escape the laboratory. Ironically, I was able to make my escape thanks to my body now having become the ultimate weapon. But even after I escaped, I was not free. Some people found my unconscious self and sold me into slavery. And the person who bought me attempted to continue conducting the living weapon experiments on me. The outside world wasn't very different from the laboratory. Ours can. A child's squeal brought him back to the present. I want it. The gardener's son pointed at a high branch. Arskin blinked, looking down at the small boy. Then he reached up. Raise. Yay. The boy cheered as Arskan lifted him high into the air. Swa! Arskan held the child, a strange feeling settling in his chest. Or maybe it was not, he thought, watching the boy laugh. I suppose things have changed somewhat. He looked toward the manor, where a figure was watching from a window. Lady Tanasia. What on earth could she be thinking? Flip, shut. Okay, I'm done reading Varnon's theories on magical engineering. Are these all the books on magical engineering I can readily get my hands on? Tanasia Breloff sat surrounded by stacks of heavy tomes, her eyes tired but determined. What she learned after reading books on magical engineering for the past few days was that, because magic exists in this universe, there is a much wider range of weaponry than in the modern world. There are two main types of weaponry, the first being standard weapons made with normal engineering, and the second being enchanted weapons crafted with magical engineering. Each magically engineered weapon has its own unique magic depending on which magic stone was used to create it. For instance, if a sword is made with a water magic stone, it is possible to use water magic with that sword. The strength of a magically engineered weapon depends on the magic stone used, and the power of the magic stone itself is finite. However, because they utilize magic, these weapons are incomparably more powerful than standard ones. Because having magic equates to power, the might of a nation is highly dependent on the number of citizens who possess elemental abilities and the amount of magically engineered weapons in its arsenal. The problem was that, currently, Arwen had neither an elemental ability user capable of leading the Empire to victory in war nor any magically engineered weapons. Tap. Tap. Tanasia drummed her fingers on the desk. As a result of the living weapon experiments he was subjected to, Ars can artificially gain the ability to control fire, and he could manipulate the fire he created to never extinguish, making it perfect for warfare. If Arskan were to defect back to Kalua, there would be no one in Arwen capable of stopping him. Of course, if he remained with her, such a future would never come to pass, but there was no guarantee how long Arskan would stay by her side. She needed to prepare for the worst by creating a powerful weapon. Anyway, magic stones, Tanasia mused. Magic stones are a crucial ingredient in magical engineering, but they are far too expensive to distribute to soldiers. This must be why magically engineered weapons, while powerful, cannot be used by many, and why magical engineering became such an unpopular field of study, which in turn must be the reason Kalua has been trying to create a living weapon. Step. Tanasia paced around her study. Should she gather a large number of magic stones and create a weapon of mass destruction like a nuclear bomb, or should she create a standard, universal weapon that an average soldier could use? Whether she chose a nuclear bomb or a stockpile of mass-produced weapons, it would take far too many magic stones to produce. Was there something else that could be used to forge these weapons instead of magic stones? My. Martella. When did you arrive? Tanasia jumped, startled. A little while ago, Martella smiled. What were you thinking about so intently that you didn't even notice me? Oh, just this and that. Haha. More importantly, I brought the items you asked for last time. Really? Wow. Here, a bracelet made with a magic stone. Tanasia examined the jewelry with interest. And what magical ability has been imbued into this bracelet? You can ask the person who made it. The person who made it. Step. Burst. The door swung open. Step. Huh? Who is that man? Tanasia blinked. Come in, Varnon, Martella announced. Lady Tanasia, as promised, I brought you a magical engineering teacher. He is highly renowned in this field. This is Varnon Artenando. What? Tanasia gasped, clutching the book she had just finished. Varnon, are you the author of Varnon's theories on magical engineering? She shook the book excitedly. I was reading it just moments ago. Yes, the man replied gruffly. I wrote that book. Varnon Artenando, magical engineering expert. My goodness, this is such an honor. I recently read all the books you've written. I found them immensely insightful. Tanasia gushed, bouncing on her toes. Spring. Oh, excuse me. In my excitement, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is, no need. I know who you are, Varnan cut her off coldly. Tanasia Breloff, the eldest daughter of Marquis Breloff. He scowled. If I had not owed the Marquis a huge favor, I wouldn't have been dragged against my will all the way here. Grumble. Grumble. I heard from Martella that you're something of a prodigy, but no doubt this subject is little more than a hobby for a young noblewoman like yourself. Unfortunately for you, I have absolutely no interest in amusing you. He crossed his arms. I'm only here to reject your offer to hire me as a teacher in person. It's still not too late to tell your father that you'd like to study a different subject instead. Wait. Why would you say such a thing, Varnan? You already agreed to teach her. Martella protested, shocked. Gasp. Hold on. Tanasia interrupted, flipping through her book frantically. Flip. Flip. I have so many questions I've wanted to ask if I ever got the chance to meet you in person. This part here. I don't understand why you explained it this way. She pointed to a complex diagram. What? Varnan peered at the page. This is an esoteric concept in magical engineering, so it's no wonder you're having trouble understanding it. But why are you curious about such a thing? It's not something a young noble lady needs to know. Pardon? Tanasia frowned. What's that got to do with it? My background has no bearing on my pursuit of magical engineering. Also, I am serious enough about studying magical engineering to want to understand even its most complex, esoteric concepts. Varnan stared at her for a moment, then let out a rare chuckle. My. So you weren't lying when you said she was genuinely interested in the subject. Of course not. Why would I do such a thing? Martella huffed. I thought you were exaggerating to get a naive old man like me to give in. Naive? Step. Varnan walked over to the desk. Bring it here. I'm only going to explain it to you once. Thank you? Tanasia beamed. Knock. Pardon the interruption, my lady, a servant entered. Creak. Lady Krisha has come by to see you. Huh? Lyanna's here? Why? Tanasia asked, confused. I believe she's here because today is the day of your monthly get-together. What would you like me to do? I suppose the old Tanasia used to meet with her on a regular basis. It makes sense since they were friends, at least on the surface, Tanasia realized. Can you have Lyanna wait in my room? Tanasia instructed. Ask her to be patient, and tell her that I'll be there as soon as this lesson is over. What? Lyanna snapped, sitting in Tanasia's guest room. She wants me to wait? I'm sorry, Lady Krisha. The lesson she's in was unplanned, so, the maid apologized nervously. Fine. Just bring me some tea. Yes, Lady Krisha. As the maid scurried away, Lyanna seethed. Clack. She set her fan down hard. I thought it'd be advantageous to keep up the pretense of friendship, at least for now, so I came for the monthly meeting instead of canceling on her. Grit. Is she snubbing me openly because I'm the daughter of a bar hostess? Knock. Lyanna turned sharply. Turn. Lady Breloff. What? Who could this be? Lyanna wondered, staring at the door. It's me. That voice. The door opened to reveal a young boy with dark hair and golden eyes. Freeze. Well, so we meet again, Lyanna sneered, recognizing him instantly. Glare. She stood up and approached him menacingly. Reach. Grab. Goodness, don't you look happy to see me, she mocked, grabbing his chin. Oh, that reminds me. One time, when Tanasia was over at my manor, she beat a servant so badly that he ended up crippled. I suppose she wouldn't mind if I returned the favor. A cruel smile spread across her face. Grin. As it turns out, I happen to enjoy hurting pretty servants like you, and seeing their faces streaked with tears. She leaned in close, her eyes glinting with malice. How would you like me to hurt you? His explanation made things much clearer. Tanasia Breloff nodded thoughtfully, absorbing Varnan's lesson. For the next question, I need some paper. Can I use this? She reached for a loose sheet on the desk. Of course, Varnon grunted, sliding it over. He watched as she scribbled something down. What's this? He raised the paper, revealing a crude drawing of a handheld device, and Tanasia blushed. Oops. Did you draw this? Yes, it was just for fun, Tanasia admitted sheepishly. I was imagining the mechanics of a weapon like that. Slap! Varnon slammed the paper back onto the desk. Explain to me exactly how you imagined it, he demanded, his eyes intense. Tanasia blinked, startled by his sudden fervor. So, pulling the trigger here will launch the magical object in the direction it's aimed. What kind of magical object? How? A weapon that small won't be very powerful, Varnon critiqued instantly. It spins the small magical object to boost its power, Tanasia countered, her finger tracing the mechanism. It doesn't matter what properties the object possesses, as long as it's capable of setting off a large explosion. Varnon stroked his chin. Scritch. Scritch. Like this? That's right. I hadn't thought of that, he muttered. He looked up at her, eyes wide. You're amazing! Tanasia gaped. You're calling me amazing when you came up with a design this complex? I hadn't considered the practical aspects of it. That's something to learn, Varnon said, almost to himself. You can't expect to have the knowledge I've honed over decades when you're only just taking your first steps in magical engineering. He paused, then declared, Lady Tanasia, I'll take you on as my student. Really? Tanasia gasped. Yes. I only came here because I felt obligated to, but you've piqued my interest. I really must be a prodigy if I've managed to pique your interest. Tanasia beamed proudly. Not you. Your design, Varnon corrected bluntly. Oh, awkward. Let's try making it, Varnon continued, ignoring her embarrassment. If we're lucky, we'll be able to create a truly formidable weapon. Yes, teacher. Tanasia cheered. Wave. Martella, I heard you bought the magically engineered bracelet I made, Varnon said, turning to the governess. My, how did you know it was me? Martella asked, surprised. How could I not? That bracelet is expensive. Give it here. But I bought it to give to Lady Tanasia. I know. I'm assigning my students some homework, Varnon smirked, snatching the bracelet. He tossed it to Tanasia. Clink. Can you tell what powers that bracelet has? And no. TSK. You're a student of mine, and you don't even know that? You're going to be an embarrassment to my name. Varnon pointed a finger at her. Your homework is to figure out what elemental ability this bracelet possesses and how to use it before our next lesson. Later, Tanasia walked down the hallway, staring at the bracelet. I said I would try, but I don't even know where to start, she sighed. Step. Step. She paced back and forth. Pace. Huh! She stopped as her maid, Zirine, came running toward her, looking terrified. What's the matter, Zirine? Oh, Lady Tanasia. Well? Zirine stammered, breathless. Thwack. A sickening sound echoed from the guest room. Ah! Tanasia gasped. My lady! Zirine cried. Tanasia picked up her skirts and ran. Step. Step. She burst into the room. Oh, Tanasia. There you are, Leanna drawled, looking up from where she stood over a crumpled figure. Huff. Come take a look at this, Leanna said, holding up a sleek, dark riding crop. I brought it as a gift for you, but I ended up using it first. Huff. I had it custom made. Apparently, if you hit someone with this, the pain radiates all the way to the bone. She tapped the crop against her palm. Wobble. Funnily enough, it also makes a very nice, clear sound. Want to hear it? She raised her arm. Sing! Clang! A shimmering barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking the blow. Leanna froze. Huh, what was that just now? Click. Clack. She raised the crop again. Raise. Slap. Tanasia's hand connected with Leanna's cheek. Flop. Leanna stumbled back, clutching her face. Tanasia! She shrieked. What is the meaning of this? Tanasia stood before her, shaking with rage. In her hand, the bracelet glowed faintly. Sigh. Tanasia exhaled. This is what you bring to me as a present? She glared at Leanna. You are even more deplorable than I thought, Leanna. What? Deplorable? Leanna sputtered. Have you forgotten the time you beat one of my servants in the Krisha manner? Regardless of what may have happened in the past, I don't do those kinds of things anymore, Tanasia stated firmly. So I'm warning you. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. If you mess with one of my people, I won't stop with a mere slap to the face. Ha! What else would you do? Leanna challenged, though her voice wavered. Ruin my reputation in high society? Do you really think I'll stop there? Try to be a little more imaginative, Tanasia scoffed. I'm the eldest daughter of Marquis Breloff. I will use every means at my disposal to utterly destroy you. Leanna trembled. Tremble. Tremble. Tears welled up in her eyes. I may be the daughter of a bar hostess, but that doesn't give you the right to treat me like this. She pointed a shaking finger at the boy on the floor. Do you think I'm lesser than that slave boy? Think whatever you want, Lady Krisha, Tanasia replied coldly. Leanna scrambled to her feet. Rise. Tanasia Breloff. I will make you regret what you did today, she screamed. I look forward to it, Tanasia retorted. Slam! Leanna stormed out. Tanasia immediately dropped to her knees. Turn. Ours can. Are you all right? She asked frantically, reaching for him. Just how badly did she beat you? Arskan staggered, his face bruised and bloody. Stagger. Serene. Summon the physician at once, Tanasia ordered. Yes, my lady. Here, lean on me. Do you think you could get up? Tanasia asked gently, supporting his weight. Why? Arskan rasped. Did you do that? Do what? Why on earth would you go that far for my sake? Why? His eyes rolled back. Pluk. Slump. He collapsed into her arms. Arskan. Wake up. Arskan. Tanasia screamed. Dash. Dash. Arskan ran through the dark forest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Pant. Pant. Again. I'm having this dream again. My body feels so heavy. I can't run any further. Pant. Slow. I'll be caught soon. Huff. Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm. Yank. He stumbled and fell into the bushes. Flop. Shoo, a voice whispered. Stay still for just a moment. Arskan blinked, confused. Blink. A wet towel was pressed gently against his forehead. Grab. You're awake, a soft voice said. How are you feeling? Arskan opened his eyes fully to see Tanasia sitting by his bedside. Shut. I'm all right, he murmured, disoriented. What happened? Don't you remember? You lost consciousness. You scared the living daylights out of me. Right. Lady Krisha beat me, Arskan recalled, the memory flooding back, and at the end, I hardened my body into steel out of reflex. He tensed. I'll have to leave this place sooner than planned. If anyone were to catch wind of what happened, those men will come for me. What are you doing? He asked, flinching as Tanasia leaned closer. Flinch. I'm checking your temperature. Stay still. Tanasia pressed her forehead against his. Cough. What a relief. Your fever seems to have gone down. She pulled back, smiling. Then please remove your shirt. Arskan stared at her, horrified. No way. You're making me feel uncomfortable. Tanasia blinked. Stare. How strange. Why do I get the urge to mess with him? She thought mischievously. She reached for his buttons. Reach. Wait, Arskan. If you stay in those sweat-soaked clothes, your fever will spike again. Arskan grabbed her hand. Grab. I'm fine. I'll change after you leave, my lady. Why wait until then? Tanasia teased. You've changed in front of me plenty of times. This is different. Huh? What do you mean? How is it different? Well, Arskan looked away, his ears turning red. Feeling shy, are you? Tanasia grinned. Shy? Of course not. Pfft. Tanasia burst out laughing. Why are you laughing? Sorry, I messed with you a little because the way you reacted was so funny, she admitted. I wasn't actually trying to strip you, don't worry. I'd never do something like that. Arskan looked at her, remembering her fierce defense of him against Leanna. Regardless of what may have happened in the past, I don't do those kinds of things anymore. So I'm warning you. If you mess with one of my people, I won't stop with a mere slap to the face. His grip on her hand tightened slightly. Clench. Why did you do that, my lady? Huh? Oh, are you upset with me for messing with you? No, not that. I don't understand why you went so far with Lady Krisha. Tanasia's expression softened. What about you? Why didn't you fight back? I'm sure you could have avoided getting hurt. Well, I didn't want to put you in a difficult position, Arskan murmured. You were worried that fighting back would give Lady Krisha something to hold over my head? Tanasia guessed. Yes, that's all the more reason for me to take your side. She looked him in the eyes. Like I told you before, you're my page, which makes you one of my people. I will not allow anyone to hurt you like that. Arskan stared at her, stunned. It's nice being one of your people, he whispered. You only realize that now? Tanasia chuckled. She glanced down at their joined hands. But, Arskan, do you mind letting go of my hand now? It's starting to ache. Oh, I apologize. Arskan let go immediately. Jolt. Phew. Tanasia rubbed her wrist. Arskan noticed something glinting on her arm. My lady, why are you wearing that bracelet? Huh? Can you tell what this bracelet is? Yes. Little objects imbued with magic are dangerous. You should take it off at once. I can't. It's the homework my teacher gave me. Homework? Yes, I've been taking lessons in magical engineering recently. My teacher tasked me with finding out more about this bracelet. You put that dangerous object on without knowing anything about it? Arskan asked incredulously. Of course not. My theoretical knowledge is thorough, Tanasia defended herself. Given the color of the magic stones, it's most likely imbued with light magic, and silver was used to make the bracelet, a material that doesn't pair well with an expensive magic stone. Silver must have been used for a reason. Then are you also aware that magical engineers, in order to prevent the theft of magically engineered items, place a locking mechanism on them? Arskan pressed. Of course I am. I also know that if you tinker with it in the wrong way, it'll explode. You knew all that, yet you still agreed to do this homework? I'll be fine. My teacher seems a bit eccentric, but there must be a good reason he gave me this homework. Arskan sighed, turning away. Turn. All right, do as you please. Tanasia leaned in, grinning. Arskan, are you worried about me? When did I ever say I was? Hee hee. Hee hee. Think whatever you wish, Arskan grumbled. Sigh. You can be honest with me, you know. Tanasia stood up. Well, now that I know you're awake and doing all right, I'll leave you to rest. Let me know if anything's bothering you. She walked to the door. Creak. Clack. Once she was gone, Arskan lay back against the pillows. I will not allow anyone to hurt you like that. He clenched the sheets. Clench. To think I'd feel reassured by those words, he thought bitterly. Let's not think about it too deeply. I can't stay here much longer, anyway. Soon I won't be able to. He closed his eyes. See Lady Tanasia ever again. While Arskan was recovering, I focused on completing the homework my teacher had assigned. Was this bracelet previously owned by someone else, or am I the first person to imprint on it? If so, I could simply place a drop of my blood on the magic stone, but if someone else was the bracelet's original owner, the locking mechanism would trigger and cause it to explode. No matter how eccentric my teacher is, he wouldn't have given me an assignment that could potentially put my life in danger, and I doubt his intention was for me to gamble on 50-50 odds. Then what is it, exactly, that he expects of me? If I start by asking that question, I can figure out what I need to do. Given the color of the magic stone and the fact that the chain is made of silver, this bracelet is most likely imbued with light magic, but I can't be absolutely sure until I activate it myself. Even if light magic is the answer, simply deducing it logically isn't the point here. On what basis did you draw that conclusion, light magic? I imagine Varnan asking. It's also dangerous to try imprinting on a bracelet that may already have an owner, so what I must do is check whether the bracelet has an owner by taking it apart. Scribble, scribble. And if there is no owner, I'll activate it myself to confirm whether it's imbued with light magic. Alright, let's do this. Are you doing better now? Yes, my lady. Just in time for dinner, my lady, Zirine announced. I'll eat later. Step, step. Arsken, Zirine called out, spotting the page in the hallway. How is Lady Tanasia faring? She hasn't set foot outside her room today either, Arsken replied. Whenever I come by to remind her to eat, she just asks me to leave some food by the door. I'm worried about her, Zirine sighed. I will speak to her. No, Arsken stopped her. Knock, knock. Lady Tanasia, do you plan on staying in your room all day again today? The maid's voice came through the door. You can't keep skipping meals, just leave me some food by the door. I'll eat it later, Tanasia replied. You haven't touched any of the food we left at the door. If you don't eat this time either, we will report this to the Marquis. What? Well, what will you do? Tanasia, Orlan's voice boomed. Is it true that you haven't eaten a proper meal in the past few days? Ack. I wanted to get this done while I was making good progress, Tanasia stammered, feeling cornered. Sigh. I suppose you leave me no choice. Creak. She opened the door. Fine, bring in my dinner. Frown. My lady, you'll collapse at this rate, Zirine fussed, bustling around the room. Is something the matter? You've shut yourself up in your room for days. If you keep going like this, you'll fall seriously ill. Babble, babble. Zirine. Tanasia rubbed her temples, exhausted. Yes, Lady Tanasia? Is there something you need? Could you give us the room? All your puttering is already starting to make me feel nauseous. Then I'll be right outside. Call me if you need anything. All right. Creak, clink. Right, I started dining with Arsken a while ago, so the cook's been making enough food for two. It's been a while since we dined together. How have you been? Tanasia asked, picking up her fork. The same as usual, Arsken replied quietly. Really? That means you've been well, I hope. Yes. And you've been eating 3 square meals a day? Yes. This feels awfully familiar, Tanasia thought. What's gotten into him? Say, yeah. I mean, Arsken's always been a bit curt. I have some more work to do, so I might end up skipping a few more meals, she said aloud. I'll ask to have food ready for you separately. I'll let the cook know later, so make sure you're eating properly, all right? Yes, my lady. Arsken stood up. Russell. Lady Tanasia? Yes? You need to remember to eat, even if you're dining alone, he said softly. It's for your health. Huh. All right. Arsken bowed and left. Bow click. Arsken's acting really strange today, Tanasia murmured. Did something happen? I'd better talk to him once I'm done with my assignment. All right, now that I've confirmed that the bracelet has no owner, all I need to do is try activating it. Since I might accidentally wake people up if I use this magic in the manner, let me test it out where there aren't people around. Crackle, rustle. Say, is this a good spot? Tanasia whispered to herself, sneaking through the garden. Who goes there? Flinch. What are you doing out here at this late hour? Tanasia hid behind a tree. Peek. Isn't that Zen? Zen, knight of the House of Breloff. Unbeknownst to the outside world, Zen was one of the Empire's top swordsmen as well as a supporting character in the beloved Saintess. I'd better explain myself before Zen gets the wrong idea, Tanasia decided. Russell, step. She peeked out again. What? Zen wasn't talking to me, he was talking to Arsken. Arsken? Tanasia gasped. What on earth is going on here? Who's there? If you do not answer me, I shall draw my sword, Zen warned, his hand moving to his hilt. Grab, glint. Arskan stood silently in the shadows, carrying a bag. He's carrying a bag. Arskan, could it be? Tanasia recalled his words from earlier. You need to remember to eat, even if you're dining alone. No wonder he was acting strange earlier, she realized, her heart sinking. I was going to stop Zen right away, but I'd better not if Arskan is planning to run away. If he gets caught, he'll be punished for it. She looked down at the bracelet in her hand. Oh well, here goes nothing. Activate. Flash. A brilliant light burst forth from the magic stone, and taking advantage of the sudden blindness, Tanasia dashed forward. Grab. Arskan, come with me, dash. Arskan ran through the dark corridor, Tanasia's hand firmly gripping his wrist. The man blocking my way was no slouch. Had I fought him right then and there, I wouldn't have stood a chance. To run into him today of all days. Clench. But I've been given another chance. Should I make a run for it now? Should I shake off her hand? Arskan, let's hide in my room for now. Tanasia whispered urgently, pulling him toward a door. Turn. Creak. Clack. The door clicked shut behind them, and Tanasia leaned against it, exhaling deeply. Phew. Were you really intending to run away? Arskan looked down, unable to meet her gaze. Yes. Shut. He closed his eyes, bracing himself. She'll resent me for it. She might call me a traitor for trying to leave after how kindly she's been treating me. I could hardly blame her for returning to her experiments and beating me. In any case, I won't be able to go back to being on such good terms with her. On good terms? Tanasia echoed, her voice surprisingly soft. Arskan looked up, startled. So you were planning something that major, yet you hid it from me completely. Tanasia sighed. Rummage. Rummage. I can understand why you may not trust me, but I must say, I'm a little hurt. What? Arskan stammered. Give me your bag. Tanasia reached out and took the small sack he was clutching. She opened it and peered inside. How long were you planning to stay hidden with this measly sum? She asked incredulously. You'll need a lot more money if you're planning to get a new identity and stay in hiding. If I were you, I would have filched everything of value in this room long ago. Are you telling me I should have stolen from you? Arskan asked, bewildered. Weren't you going to run away anyway? Tanasia countered. You know runaway slaves who are caught get their feet cut off, right? Adding theft to that won't make much of a difference. Jingle. She poured a handful of gold coins into his bag. Take it. Raise. Arskan stared at the overflowing bag. What are you doing? Isn't it obvious? I'm giving you enough money to survive while you're on the run. Tanasia stated simply. Money? Why would you do that? I just want to help you. But why? Arskan pressed, his voice rising with confusion. Why are you doing all this for me? You wanted to know more about my body. You asked me before to tell you how to gain an elemental ability. I don't know everything there is to know on the subject, but if you want, I can tell you everything I do know. What? Tanasia blinked. You're still worried about that? She sighed deeply. As I already told you several times, I don't care about any of that anymore. Then why are you being so kind to me? Like I said, I just want to help you. Do you really expect me to believe that? Arskan challenged. Tanasia looked at him for a long moment. Sigh. Fine. To be honest, I was only nice to you at first in order to win your favor, not because I wanted information about your body, but because I didn't want you to end up hating me. She stepped closer. But every time I showed you kindness and saw you get all flustered. Touch. She gently touched his cheek. It made me realize that, underneath it all, you're just like any other boy. And that made me just want to be nice to you, without any ulterior motives. That's all. That's all? Arskan whispered. Yes. I've told you everything. I have nothing else to tell, even if you ask. Shrug. Clench. Arskan gripped the bag of coins tightly. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the hallway outside. Step. Step. Sounds like someone's awake, Tanasia whispered. I know that you want to get out of here, but tonight's not the night. Grab. She took his hand. Flinch. I'll look for the perfect opportunity to sneak you out, so wait until then, she promised. Also, you should take more food and clothes with you when you leave, just in case. She moved to her wardrobe. Pull. For now, let me grab you a cloak. Reach. This should fit you, right? She pulled out a dark, hooded cloak. Flap. If anyone catches you with your bag, they'll be suspicious. So keep this cloak on and head back to your room. She draped it over his shoulders. Rustle. Make sure you're not noticed by anyone on the way. If someone spots you, just tell them you were following my orders. I'll handle the fallout. Arskan looked at her, searching her face for any sign of deception. Do you really intend to help me run away? Yes, Tanasia confirmed without hesitation. Why would I be doing all this otherwise? She adjusted the cloak around his neck. But I am a little disappointed. I thought you and I had become pretty close. If possible, I wanted to keep you next to me and protected. She stepped back, offering him a sad smile. But I'm not stopping you, because I assume this is what you want. All done, she said, patting his shoulder. Walk along the edge of the hallway, not the middle, and use the rear entrance, all right? Then I'll see you tomorrow. Arskan turned and walked toward the door. Step. Step. He paused with his hand on the latch. Isn't it obvious? I'm giving you enough money to survive while you're on the run. Like I said, I just want to help you. But every time I showed you kindness and saw you get all flustered, it made me realize that, underneath it all, you're just like any other boy, and that made me just want to be nice to you, without any ulterior motives. I am a little disappointed. I thought you and I had become pretty close. If possible, I wanted to keep you next to me and protected. Pause. Arskan stood frozen. Quiver. Ba-dump. 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 His heart pounded against his ribs, loud and fast. Lord Breloff wishes to see you, Lady Tanasia. The click of hard soles against the polished floor echoed through the corridor as Zen escorted Tanasia toward her father's study. His silence was absolute, his posture rigid. It had to be Zen, Tanasia thought, suppressing a sigh. Having read the novel, I know Zen is a man of few words, but to think he'd say so little. She glanced at his back. He's clearly cut from the same cloth as Arskan. Zen came to a halt in front of the large double doors. Tanasia is here, my lord, Zen announced, his voice devoid of inflection. He knocked twice. Knock, knock. Tell her to come in. Lord Breloff's deep voice resonated from within. Zen opened the door, looming slightly as he held it for her. You may enter, my lady. All right, thank you. Tanasia flinched slightly as she passed him. He's much scarier than Arskan. Inside, the office was bathed in the warm glow of late morning. Piles of documents were stacked high on the desk, creating a fortress of paper. Lord Breloff sat behind them, scanning a sheet with intense focus. Come in, Tanasia, he said without looking up. Have a seat over there. I'll join you after I'm done reading this document. Sure, take your time. Tanasia settled onto the plush sofa, observing her father. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and his shoulders slumped slightly. Oh dear, he looks really tired, she thought. Does he have a lot of work to do? A sudden realization struck her. Wait, could he have lost sleep due to all the commotion from last night? Lord Breloff set his quill down and finally looked at her. Tanasia, he began, his tone serious. Zen said he spotted a suspicious individual last night, but someone cast a spell to prevent him from apprehending them. Tanasia felt a prickle of guilt but kept her expression neutral. Do you have anything to say about that? He asked, piercing her with a sharp gaze. Just as I thought, he knew I was the culprit, Tanasia realized. Father's giving me an opportunity to explain myself. She turned to face him fully. Yes. I'm the one who used light magic outside the manor last night. She took a breath, steeling herself. If I try to come up with a half-baked lie, I'll only make things worse. Martella told me that you hadn't yet imprinted on the bracelet. She continued, weaving her fabrication carefully. In order to complete the homework Varnon gave me, I took the bracelet apart and engraved a new equation on it. I was testing it out yesterday to see whether it would work properly. Lord Breloff's eyebrows rose. Already? You haven't been learning magical engineering for very long yet. I chose the subject myself, Tanasia said smoothly. It's so fun that I've been spending all my time studying. Her father's expression softened slightly. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it. Then his eyes narrowed again. Anyway, did someone suspicious sneak into the manor last night? I don't think so, Tanasia replied calmly, shaking her head. There was no evidence that anyone had infiltrated or escaped the manor. Then perhaps Zen simply spotted someone from the manor and mistook them for an intruder. The quill in Breloff's hand paused over the paper. Someone from the manor? Yes, Tanasia said. Last night, I wanted to try using the bracelet right away, but I was afraid I might wake people up if I did it in the manor, so I went outside. But when I did, it was too dark to see anything, so I summoned my page, but he and I missed each other. She smiled innocently. Perhaps that's who Zen saw? Zen saw Arskan's silhouette last night, she reasoned internally. That was likely enough for him to deduce that the person was a boy, not a grown man, which means father probably knows it too. What I want to hide isn't the fact that Arskan was there, but that he was trying to run away. Admitting part of the truth will make things more convincing. Lord Breloff hummed thoughtfully. That sounds plausible. He stood up and walked around the desk, stopping in front of her. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. But this place is none other than the manor in which you and Noxia reside, he said, his voice dropping an octave. I consider the security of this manor to be a top priority. He clasped his hands together. Even though he is your page, he was behaving suspiciously last night and should be investigated. Tanasia flinched, her heart skipping a beat. However, Breloff continued, observing her reaction. Given what you've told me, I will let the matter slide this time. Tanasia barely suppressed a sigh of relief. But I won't allow it to happen again, he warned, his gaze stern. If something like this happens again, not only will the incident be investigated thoroughly, regardless of guilt, but anyone who behaves suspiciously will be expelled from this manor. Of course, father, Tanasia said, nodding obediently. Phew, what a relief. She looked up at him. There is also something I wanted to speak to you about, father. What is it? Could you find me a laboratory? Lord Breloff blinked, taken aback. A laboratory? Yes, Tanasia said, her eyes shining with determination. I'd like to properly learn magical engineering, but the manor is not the ideal place to do so. I believe a laboratory will be essential to prevent a repeat of what happened last night. A slow smile spread across Lord Breloff's face. All right. I shall build you a laboratory. Tanasia started in her seat. What? You'll build one? Of course, he declared warmly. Constructing a building is no trouble at all. I'm more than happy to support your education. I will have an expert keep you updated on the construction of the laboratory. Thank you, father. Once Tanasia had left the room, Zen turned to his master, his expression skeptical. My lord, while Lady Tanasia may be telling the truth, she's clearly hiding something. It's fine. Breloff waved a hand dismissively. I don't know what she's hiding, but I've warned her. Moreover, since she seems to be dedicating herself to her studies, I will let this go. He leaned back, a smirk playing on his lips. On a different note, don't you think Tanasia takes after me? Zen blinked, confused. Pardon? I thought she'd be frightened if I brought up what happened last night. Breloff laughed. The last thing I expected was for her to ask me for a laboratory. Give her an inch, and she'll take a mile. It pleases me to see that she has the potential to be a fine businesswoman. Perhaps I should have passed down one of my businesses to her instead of letting her study magical engineering. Ha ha! She's got him wrapped around her finger, Zen thought dryly. A knock sounded at the door. Zen opened it to find a maid holding a silver tray. I brought you tea, my lord, the maid said. What? I didn't ask for tea. Breloff frowned. Lady Tanasia asked that I bring some tea to help alleviate your fatigue, the maid explained. Breloff's eyes softened, turning a gentle shade of blue. Then, I'd love some. Later, in her room, Tanasia sat at a table laden with food. Let me know if you need anything while you dine, my lady, the maid said, bowing. Thank you. Tanasia let out a long sigh once she was alone. Since father said he would let what happened last night go, I can stop worrying about it, right? She recalled the novel's description of her father. Orland wasn't the type of person to speak out of both sides of his mouth. After all, he lived by the creed. A man's word is his bond. She stared at her plate. In other words, if something like this were to happen again, Arskan wouldn't be able to avoid punishment. I'll have to make thorough preparations to help Arskan escape the manor safely. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. Lady Tanasia, come in. The door clicked open, and Arskan stepped inside. He looked dreadful. Dark circles hung under his dull eyes, and his skin was pale. He stood there, practically swaying on his feet. Exhausted. The word practically floated above his head. What the? Tanasia stared at him in concern. Was Arskan not able to sleep last night either, because of what happened? Did anything of note happen today? For instance, did someone come to see you or keep an eye on you all day? Tanasia leaned forward slightly, her voice low as she questioned Arskan. They were seated across from each other at a small table, the remnants of a meal between them. And did you put the jewels I gave you last night somewhere safe? She continued, her tone serious. You need to keep them well hidden. If someone finds them, they might get the wrong idea. Arskan sat quietly for a moment before responding. Ah, yes. They're safely tucked away, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. That's a relief. Tanasia exhaled, her shoulders relaxing. You don't need to worry about anything else. I spoke to father about what happened last night, and he said he'd let the matter go. The man I ran into was an exceptionally skilled knight. The Marquis may very well have realized something was fishy. She offered him a reassuring smile. It's all right. While I don't know what father may truly be thinking, the matter is closed. Yes, my lady, Arskan replied, lowering his gaze to his plate. Tanasia watched him closely. Why is he avoiding my gaze? He's only picking at his food, too. A pang of worry struck her. Does he still not trust me? The silence was broken by the arrival of Martella, who wheeled a cart to the table. Here are your tea and refreshments. Let me know if you need anything else. Thank you, Tanasia said. As Martella stepped back, Tanasia decided it was time to proceed with the next step of her plan. Arskan, there's something I'd like to show you. Arskan rose from his seat as Tanasia stood and unfurled a large scroll on the table. It was a detailed map. You haven't yet decided where to go, have you? She asked. This is a map of Arwen. I was looking for some places you could settle in. She pointed a gloved finger to a specific region. How about here? I wanted to ask, since it seems like an ideal place for you to hide out. Tanasia leaned over the map, engrossed in her explanation. I looked into it, and since it's in the south, the climate is temperate, making it an overall nice place to live. She moved her finger slightly. Here. It's quite far from the capital, but since it's the countryside, the people living there are kind. Occasionally, outsiders move here and settle down. She looked up at him with bright eyes. And so, all in all, I think this place would be ideal for you. Yes? Arskan flinched, his body stiffening. My lady, you're standing too close. Huh? Tanasia blinked, realizing she had practically cornered him against the table. She quickly stepped back. Oh, sorry. Arskan looked flustered, his breathing slightly uneven. It's all right, Tanasia said, but then she noticed his complexion. His face was flushed, and he looked unsteady. What's going on? It looks like he's got a fever, she thought with concern. Are you all right? You're not sick, are you? I'm fine, Arskan muttered, looking away. Let me check. Before he could protest, Tanasia placed the back of her hand against his forehead. Maybe you've got a fever. Arskan froze, his eyes widening. Arskan? Tanasia asked, sensing his tension. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her hand away. Lady Tanasia? His gaze was intense as it searched hers. Are you like this with other people too? Tanasia tilted her head. What do you mean? Do you go around checking everybody for fevers like you just did with me? Tanasia frowned. What are you talking about? Why would I care if random people have fevers? She met his gaze. I care because it's you. Arskan stared at her, stunned into silence. Were you that opposed to the idea of me checking you? Tanasia asked, oblivious to the effect of her words. She reached out, taking his hand and squeezing it gently. But more importantly, your hand is really warm too. She looked closer. Oh. I apologize. It definitely looks like you have a fever. Arskan yanked his hand back, his face burning. I don't have a fever, I just have a lot on my mind. He stepped back and bowed stiffly. I will keep the region you mentioned in mind. Now that the meal is concluded, may I return to my room? Sure, Tanasia replied, surprised. Arskan practically dashed out of the room. Martella, who had been observing from the side, approached. Did something happen, my lady? No, why do you ask? Tanasia said, watching the door close. Arskan's face was beet red, Martella remarked with a sly grin. I've never seen him like that before. Tanasia narrowed her eyes. What's with that look? Nothing, my lady, Martella replied innocently. You don't think I was bullying Arskan, do you? I didn't say anything of the sort. I was just surprised, given how kind you've been to him lately. I didn't do a thing to him, I swear, Tanasia muttered in confusion. In the safety of his room, Arskan leaned against the door, his heart pounding. He slid down to the floor and buried his face in his hands. How can she approach me so readily, without any reservations at all? His thoughts raced. He recalled her earlier question. I was lying when I told Lady Tanasia I'd hidden the jewels somewhere safe. He pulled a small pouch from his pocket, the jewels spilling into his palm. I took them out and spent all night poring over them. He stared at the glittering stones. If I weren't seeing them with my own eyes, I'd think I dreamed it all. A rare sense of peace settled over him as he remembered the night. At daybreak, when I finally fell asleep, for the first time since I escaped the laboratory, I didn't have a nightmare. Instead, I dreamt of Lady Tanasia, smiling brightly at me. He clenched the jewels tightly. But what happened earlier, her voice, her scent, they're so vivid. The version of her in my dream pales in comparison. He hadn't realized it until now. They're beautiful, aren't they? Her words echoed in his mind. I thought you'd enjoy them, even a little. He covered his eyes with his arm. You only realize that now? A deep, conflicting emotion welled up inside him. If possible, I wanted to keep you next to me and protected. He let out a heavy sigh. Lady Tanasia was a maddeningly beautiful woman. Later that afternoon, Tanasia sat in the drawing room awaiting her guests. Two men entered and bowed. Greetings, Lady Tanasia. It's an honor to meet you. My name is Robin. I'm Tyler, the second man added. We are here because Marquis Breloff informed us that we are to discuss all details of the laboratory we are to build, Robin explained. Yes, I've been waiting for you. Have a seat, Tanasia said, gesturing to the chairs opposite her. She recalled her father's promise. I will have an expert keep you updated on the construction. The expert's father spoke of, she thought, assessing them. Since father hired them, they must be trustworthy. Have you decided on a site? She asked. Yes, my lady, Robin replied, unrolling a blueprint. We've listed the best potential sites. We avoided areas too close to the city, as that might interfere with your research. Tyler pointed to several marked locations. And we eliminated sites too far away, since that would make travel difficult. He tapped one spot. Out of these, I prefer this one, on the outskirts, with the biggest lot. Won't that be inconvenient? Robin asked. Tanasia studied it. Not at all. It's the perfect distance from the manor. We've brought sample blueprints of the exterior and interior, Tyler said, presenting another document. Would you like to take a look? Yes, please. Tanasia scanned them thoughtfully. It's too ordinary. The architects exchanged glances. Is there something you want in particular? Tanasia leaned back, crossing her arms. Yes. I want an underground bunker. A bunker? Create as many secret passageways as possible, she instructed calmly. I also want a room for emergency rations, and exterior walls sturdy enough to withstand most attacks. Robin stared, mouth agape. Lady Tanasia, that sounds like a fortress. That's right, Tanasia replied with a satisfied smile. Since we're building it anyway, that's exactly what I want. She looked down at the blueprints, her eyes gleaming. It would be a waste to use it as just a laboratory. To build the kind of structure you're describing, we first need permission from the Imperial Court, Robin explained, his brow furrowed as he reviewed the blueprints. Legally, we cannot build something that's capable of attacking the Imperial Palace without prior permission. I know that, Tanasia replied calmly. All I want is to build fortified exterior walls and a few secret passageways. Is it the idea of a bunker that makes you uncomfortable? Oh, no. Robin stammered, taken aback. Come to think of it, you're right. It shouldn't be a big deal to add those features. Tyler leaned in, his expression cautious. But it could be a problem if someone decides to make it one. That's why I need the two of you, Tanasia said, looking them in the eye. I don't care what the exterior of the building looks like. Make it seem as ordinary and nondescript as possible. What's important is the interior. I'm looking forward to seeing a laboratory that includes all the features I just mentioned. She smiled, placing a finger to her lips. Secretly, Robin and Tyler exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Of course, Lady Tanasia. Marquis Breloff asked us to build the laboratory according to your wishes. We'll be back with an updated blueprint. And I will try to procure the materials you mentioned, Tyler added. Wonderful. I look forward to our next meeting. As the architects left, Tanasia felt a surge of satisfaction. I am figuring out more and more ways to avoid certain death. Everything is going according to plan. Hee. She giggled to herself. Suddenly, a strange sound caught her attention. Whoosh. What was that sound? Tanasia murmured, turning toward the window. Swish. She walked out into the garden, following the noise. Peep. Through the foliage, she spotted a familiar figure surrounded by shimmering water. Noxia's practicing her elemental ability, Tanasia realized, watching as water swirled gracefully around her sister. Shim. Slosh. Noxia manipulated the water with intense focus, but beads of sweat were forming on her forehead. Phew. Tanasia observed her closely. At this rate, she might end up fainting from exhaustion. While Noxia was blessed with plenty of innate mana, not even she could keep drawing from that well without any rest. Her mind began to whir with engineering possibilities. In order to compensate for any shortcomings of the mana within a person's body, I need to develop a way for them to continue drawing mana from a magic stone. She took a step back. Well, approaching her now will only hinder her progress. Let me head back quietly. Shatter! The sudden sound of breaking glass made Tanasia freeze. Ugh! A pained groan followed. Tanasia rushed forward. Noxia! Noxia looked up, startled, clutching her arm. Tanasia? What are you doing here? I was passing by when I heard a loud noise. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Oh, yes, I'm all right, Noxia stammered, looking pale. The water I intended to put into the glass moved and, let me see. Tanasia gently took Noxia's arm. You're bleeding quite heavily. Blood trickled down Noxia's forearm from a nasty gash. We need to stop the bleeding, Tanasia said urgently. Do you have a handkerchief or something like it? No, I forgot to bring one with me, Noxia admitted weakly. Tanasia rummaged through her own pockets. I left mine behind too. She looked around frantically. Hold on, let me call a maid and rumble. Swah. The sky opened up, unleashing a torrent of rain. Oh no, now it's raining too? What terrible timing! Tanasia shielded her eyes from the downpour. Noxia, can't you stop the rain with your ability? Normally, I'd be able to create an umbrella out of water, Noxia said, shivering, but I think I'm too tired to attempt it right now. Sorry. It can't be helped. Without hesitation, Tanasia bent down. Rip. She tore a long strip of fabric from the hem of her dress. Tanasia? Noxia gasped, her eyes wide. We can use this to staunch the bleeding, at least for now, Tanasia said, wrapping the cloth tightly around Noxia's wound. Be careful not to get any rainwater on your cut. I'll go to the manor to get the maids. What? In the rain? Don't worry, I'll be right back. Wait there underneath the tree. Tanasia dashed off into the storm, leaving a stunned Noxia behind. Minutes later, inside the manor, the maids were fussing over Noxia. Oh my, Lady Noxia! A maid cried. Did you get rained on? My dress is a little wet, that's all, Noxia said softly as she was patted dry with towels. But you may catch a cold. I'll prepare a bath for you after your wound is treated. Thank you. Tanasia watched from a distance, hidden around a corner. She let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Thank goodness I was passing by Noxia just then. The cut wasn't life-threatening, but with the heavy rain, it would have been quite the predicament if Noxia were out there all by herself. She looked down at her ruined dress. Oh, there's blood on my dress. I'd better wash my hands at least. She headed toward the washroom, but voices from around the corner made her pause. Did you see? Lady Noxia's been hurt. Why? What happened? According to what the other maids were saying, Lady Noxia got injured when Lady Tanasia pushed her from behind. What? Really? I thought she'd been uncharacteristically quiet lately, the second maid scoffed. She probably saw Lady Noxia practicing her ability and got jealous. Tanasia stood frozen, listening to the gossip. No wonder my ears were burning. Noxia's maids have been bad-mouthing me behind my back all this time. She took a step forward, anger bubbling up. I'd better tell them off at once. But then she hesitated, her hand hovering in the air before dropping to her side. But frankly, given how Tanasia behaved in the original novel, they're not too far off, she thought wryly. Let's not make a big deal out of it. It's not like I didn't know I'd have a terrible reputation. It might give me more peace of mind to ignore what strangers say about me. She turned to leave, but a sharp voice rang out from the corridor. How dare you say such terrible things? Tanasia froze. Lady Noxia. She peeked around the corner. Noxia stood facing the two maids, her expression fierce. Noxia? What's Noxia doing in this wing of the manor? Tanasia ran around in the rain to have my wound treated as soon as possible, Noxia declared, her voice trembling with indignation. How can you make such wild accusations when you don't even know what really happened? The maids looked taken aback but quickly recovered. But it's true that Lady Tanasia's been bullying you all these years, one argued. That's right. You're too trusting for your own good. She might be planning something wicked again. Stop it! Noxia shouted, silencing them. I guess I misjudged you too. She glared at them, her hands clenched into fists. In the past, I let such comments pass because I thought they came from a place of concern for me. But this time, you crossed the line. I'll discuss this with the butler and decide on a suitable punishment for you for spreading false rumors in the manor. Noxia's voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. But, Lady Noxia, you may take your leave. I'd like to be alone right now. The maids scurried away, their heads bowed low, and Noxia let out a long sigh as they disappeared around the corner. I'm glad that's over. I'll just give it a few minutes before I get out. Tanasia? Tanasia jumped, startled, as Noxia called out to her hiding spot. You're in the bathroom, aren't you? Tanasia stepped out sheepishly. I'm sorry. You'd gone off somewhere, so I was looking for you, but I never imagined you'd end up overhearing something so terrible. Let me apologize on their behalf, Naxia said, looking genuinely distressed. It seems my maids are overprotective of me because of the excessive whining and complaining I've done. No need to apologize, Tanasia interrupted gently. It's not like what they said was completely inaccurate. I won't mind it, so neither should you. But still, Naxia hesitated. I'll be more careful in the future. If your feelings were hurt, please don't hesitate to tell me. I'm fine. Really? Tanasia smiled reassuringly. By the way, why were you practicing your ability all by yourself? You should have at least brought a maid along. Naxia rubbed her arm awkwardly. I figured they'd get tired of watching me do the same thing over and over for hours. Huh? For hours? You were practicing for that long? Yes, the symposium is coming up. Oh, the symposium! Tanasia's mind raced back to the novel's plot. In the original novel, a conference was held every few years for people with special abilities to showcase their accomplishments or improvements and network with each other, and it was called the symposium. It wasn't just a small-scale event for the Empire of Arwen, but a massive one attended by people from all nearby kingdoms and empires. She looked at her sister with new understanding. Naxia was widely considered to have more potential than any other user of elemental abilities and was the person who had made the most improvement in a short period of time. That was why she was practicing so much, even putting herself at risk of injury. It must be tiring, Naxia, Tanasia said softly. Huh? Naxia tilted her head. Having to work hard to stay as good as you are, I mean. I'm all right, Naxia replied with a faint smile. It's what I've always been doing. Tanasia reached out and gently patted Naxia's head. Tanasia, are you patting me on the head right now? Naxia stammered, blushing. Yes, because I'm proud of all the hard work you're putting in, and all the things you've said for my sake. Thanks for everything, Naxia. Wow. I'm so happy, Naxia whispered, her eyes shining. Tanasia pulled her hand back, feeling warmth spread through her chest. I didn't want to get too involved in Naxia's life, but she's so sweet and adorable that I can't help but care. Come to think of it, the symposium is where the storyline further develops in the novel. It's also where Naxia and Rohel, who initially met in the palace, run into each other again, and where the secondary male protagonist, who will fall in love with Naxia in the future, makes his first appearance. A pang of worry struck her. What should I do? Naxia and Rohel are practically enemies right now. Is it really all right to leave things between them as they are? But my meddling that night is what ruined things. Sigh. It might be best to leave things as they are. Ha! Varnan shouted, snapping Tanasia out of her thoughts. You were so eager to learn magical engineering from me, yet it seems you're already distracted. Oh. And no, that's not it, Tanasia stammered. There was something I needed to think about. Haha, that's none of my concern. Varnan laughed boisterously. Just keep this in mind. You'd better not embarrass me at the symposium. Huh? What about the symposium? I guess Martella hasn't told you yet. Varnan cleared his throat. I will be a judge at this year's symposium. And by not embarrassing you, do you mean I'm attending the symposium as well? Of course. Varnan exclaimed. Are you telling me you see yourself as an ordinary person, Tanasia? You're a prodigy in magical engineering. He leaned in closer. I wasn't going to tell you this because I didn't want you to get a big head. It took me 10 years to decompose a magic stone, but you were able to do it just by reading books on the subject. You're more than qualified to participate in the symposium. So, you want me to attend the symposium and showcase my skills in magical engineering? Yes. Varnan pointed to the desk. With this, Tanasia looked down. The blueprints of the gun I designed? But this isn't complete yet, she argued. It doesn't have to be a finished product. Varnan dismissed her concerns. Showing people that you're developing a weapon like this will be enough to blow everyone away. Haha. Tanasia stared at him, realization dawning. Was this your plan all along when you accepted me as a student, to reveal my invention to the world? So what? You got a problem with that? Varnin grinned unapologetically. I wanted to show everyone the full potential of magic engineering. Wait, this means I can also be there at the symposium and observe how the situation develops. All right, Tanasia said, determination filling her voice. Then I'll try developing this weapon. Later, walking through the manor, Tanasia's confidence wavered. I said that to Varnin confidently, but a weapon made with magic stones can't be used indefinitely. For instance, my bracelet, which is imbued with light magic, is only good for 3 uses. The same goes for a gun made with magical engineering. It becomes useless after about 3 shots. If I'm going to have something worth showcasing at the symposium, I need to make those 3 shots incredibly powerful. Otherwise, there would be little reason to create a weapon like that, and it wouldn't even be worth presenting at the symposium. My lady! FNGH! Tanasia yelped as she nearly walked face first into a pillar. Huh! She blinked, looking up to see Arskan standing beside her. What are you thinking about so intently? You were just about to bump into that column, Arskan said, concern etched on his face. Oh, you're right. Thank you, Tanasia sighed. Are you off to meet that teacher of yours again? Yes, I'm quite busy with the upcoming symposium, Tanasia replied, then a thought occurred to her. Oh, right. You should be prepared to attend the symposium as well. What? You want me to accompany you? Arskan asked, surprised. Of course. Wherever I go, you follow. Arskan stared at her for a moment before nodding. I see. Understood. Wow, I thought you'd refuse this time as well, Tanasia teased. Well, I can't exactly refuse your orders, my lady, Arskan replied with a small smile. Oh, that's true. Anyway, I'm off to Varnin's laboratory. Yes, my lady. Will you be home early today? Huh? Why do you ask? I heard. Today is the anniversary of Lady Breloff's death. Tanasia froze. Lady Breloff? Oh. The person Arskan is referring to as Lady Breloff must be the only woman my father, Orland Breloff, ever loved, and Noxia's and my mother, Charlotte Lee Rosina. A heavy realization settled over her. Then father must be 3 sheets to the wind by now. Having read the original book, I know exactly how Charlotte died. She turned to Arskan, her expression serious. Where is father right now? Pour. The liquid splashed into the glass. Ack. Orland Breloff lifted the glass, his hand unsteady, and gulped it down. Charlotte. It had been more than a decade, but he still remembered it clearly. One bright summer day, a memory surfaced, vivid and bright, a small boy peeking through the bushes at a young girl with pigtails. What's your name? The boy asked. The moment I first met Charlotte, my nanny's daughter. Oh. My goodness, Charlotte! A woman rushed over, bowing frantically. You shouldn't address the young master in such an informal manner. I'm Orland, the boy declared happily. I was only 8 years old, and Charlotte was 5. Back then, we didn't really understand the difference in our social status, so we addressed each other formally when adults were around. Young master! Charlotte! And called each other by our first names when we were alone. Orland! Because we'd been together since we were little, Charlotte was part of practically every single moment of my life. I saw her grow from an adorable little kid into a mischievous, adventurous girl, and then grow even more into a beautiful young woman. Orland poured another drink, the amber liquid swirling. No one understood me as well as Charlotte did, and there was no one else I enjoyed spending time with as much. Yet, for far too long, I was unaware of my feelings for her. I think I'm going to be married soon, Charlotte had said one day, out of the blue. What? Orland froze. I'm already at that age. My mother's been on my case about getting married. I was recently set up with the son of the general store on Main Street. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Charlotte was marrying somebody else? She was going to be tied for life to another man, have children that resembled the two of them, raise them, and live happily ever after. Not understanding the reason for the overwhelming emotions rising within me, I hurried to intervene in Charlotte's meetings with eligible bachelors. I'd pay the men a visit and scare them into backing off, and if they didn't listen, I didn't hesitate to demonstrate the extent of my power and authority. "He's nowhere near good enough for my Charlotte," he'd roared at a trembling suitor. "Stop it! That's enough, Orland!" "What do you mean?" Charlotte stood before him, her hands on her hips, frustration radiating from her. "I know you've been scaring off all of my potential suitors," she said. "If your concern is that I will end up in an unhappy marriage, really, that's quite enough. Charlotte, I just want you to. I appreciate your concern, but I'll be the one to make decisions about my own life. I'm respectfully asking you to stop sticking your nose where it doesn't belong." Charlotte wasn't the kind of woman to let anyone control her. No one could be immune to her charms after seeing how tough and strong-willed she was. That was when I finally realized what the oppressive feeling that had overtaken me was, and that I was entirely at fault for the childish way I'd been acting. I did it because I was afraid. "What?" Charlotte asked, confused by his silence. I can't live without you," Orland blurted out. "And the thought of you ending up with another man pained me more than words can say." "Master, what are you talking about?" "I care for you." He took a step closer. "No, I love you." Charlotte's eyes widened. "Orland, don't joke about something like that. It's not funny. It's not a joke. Let's drop this. I need to get going." She turned to leave. "Wait." He grabbed her arm. "Let go of me." "Wait, Charlotte. Listen to, please stop, young master," Charlotte shouted, freezing him in place. She looked at him with sad eyes. "Do you really think you and I will be able to be together? We should know better. Neither of us is a child anymore." Charlotte was right. We weren't children anymore. Growing up, we were constantly reminded of the vast chasm between our social statuses. So the moment I saw that look in Charlotte's eyes, I realized what I needed to do. To think I was fixated only on interfering with Charlotte's matchmaking, what a fool I was. "Charlotte, wait for me," Orland declared, his voice trembling with conviction. "I will become so powerful that no one will dare speak ill of our love. Orland, I will make it so that the whole world has no choice but to acknowledge our love. I promise you that." Once I succeeded as Marquis, I grew the family's businesses and raised its social standing, making the House of Breloff one of the most powerful in all of Arwen, all so that I could wed Charlotte without any opposition or criticism. Years later, on a balcony under the moonlight. "Orland, I know you have plenty of women vying for your hand in marriage," Charlotte said softly. "If you choose a common, ordinary woman like me as your wife, you will surely regret it one day." Orland stepped forward, cupping her face in his hands. "You're wrong, Charlotte." He leaned in, his gaze intense. "I will surely regret it if I let you go." Their lips met, our first kiss. There were days when I treated her like glass, fearing that her tiny, delicate self might shatter in my arms. Charlotte was breathtakingly beautiful in her white wedding dress, and I was the happiest man on earth. And when I first held Tanasia and Noxia in my arms, I was completely content and couldn't possibly desire anything more. Loving Charlotte, marrying her, having children with her, I thought all that was left for us was to grow old together. But the memory darkened, turning cold and sharp. "Orland, oof!" Charlotte lay on the floor, gasping for breath, blood staining her dress. "Hold on! The physician will be here soon!" Orland cried, clutching her hand, tears streaming down his face. While I was away for a few days on a business trip, an unknown assailant broke into my home and attacked Charlotte. By the time I arrived, everything was over. "Just promise me one thing," Charlotte whispered, her voice fading. "That you'll take good care of Tanasia and Noxia." What are you talking about?" Orland choked out, squeezing Charlotte's hand. "No, don't say a word. You'll just end up losing more blood," he pleaded desperately. Charlotte looked up at him with weak eyes. "Please promise me that even without me around, you do your best to raise Tanasia and Noxia well." "Don't say that!" Orland shouted, tears streaming down his face. "Of course you're going to be around. Why would you say something like, "Nah, I'm never going to promise you such a thing. So don't, leave me." He buried his face in her palm as Charlotte squeezed his hand weakly. "Yes, I will," Orland whispered, broken. "I promise, Charlotte, that I'll raise our daughters well, even without you by my side. I promise." Had Charlotte not asked me to look after Tanasia and Noxia, I would have joined her in death that very same day. Orland sat alone in his dark office, staring at the empty glass in his hand. Even now, over a decade since Charlotte's passing, he could vividly recall the moment she took her last breath. He poured another drink, his hand trembling. Had I at least been able to find the culprit who killed Charlotte and avenge her death, I wouldn't be sitting here trying to drink myself into a stupor. His grip tightened on the glass. The person who dared to sneak into the Breloff villa and take Charlotte's life. Ever since then, I've been investigating the attack and trying to track down the culprit, but I could find neither hide nor hair of them. The attacker is no mere commoner. If they were, they wouldn't have been able to remain hidden for so long. Who could possibly be this adept at evading capture? Creak. The door opened. "I don't believe I gave you permission to enter," Orland growled without looking up. Zen stepped into the room, his expression impassive. "You've overindulged. You're not usually much of a drinker in the first place." "I need more," Orland muttered, reaching for the bottle. "This isn't nearly enough." Sigh. Zen placed a tray on the desk. "Please." Orland blinked, focusing on the spread of food. "What is this?" One of the kitchen maids was pacing in front of the door with a tray of food that will pair well with your drink and help lessen your hangover tomorrow, Zen explained. "I didn't ask the kitchen for this. Lady Tanasia made the request," Zen said. "Tanasia?" "Yes. She told the kitchen maids that she was worried you'd get sick drinking so heavily on an empty stomach." Orland recalled the earlier visit. "Knock, knock. I've brought you tea, my lord." "What?" "I didn't ask for tea. Lady Tanasia asked that I bring some tea to help alleviate your fatigue." "Ha ha." A soft laugh escaped his lips. "Ever since I lost Charlotte, every day has felt like hell on earth, but it seems my daughter's grown up into a fine, considerate young lady while I wasn't paying attention. All I do is worry Tanasia, it seems." Orland was usually away on picnics, and Noxia skipped breakfast since she tended to sleep in, but every year, the whole family ate breakfast together the morning after the anniversary of Charlotte's death. The dining room was quiet but peaceful. "Good morning, father," Tanasia said, taking her seat. "Good morning, darling," Orland replied, looking much better than the night before. "You're both up early." "Yes, I woke up fairly quickly this morning," Tanasia smiled. "Let's eat." "Tanasia, thank you for sending over the food last night," Orland said softly. "Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I sent over the tray because I didn't want you to drink so much without eating anything." "I see. Thank you." "Why don't I join you next time, father?" Tanasia suggested brightly. "Huh? Join me?" Orland looked surprised. "Yes. I'll drink something non-alcoholic," she said. "And once I'm of age, we can share a drink. 2 is better than 1, isn't it?" Noxia piped up, looking concerned. "Isn't liquor bad for your health?" "I don't want you or father to drink too much of it. There are times in life when you need a good, stiff drink." Orland chuckled. "You'll understand when you're older." Tanasia nodded sagely. "Is that so?" Orland raised an eyebrow. "Tanasia, you make it sound like you've had your fair share of drinks before." Gasp. "Shoot, I spoke without thinking." Tanasia mentally scolded herself. "All right, Tanasia, let's do that," Orland said warmly. "I never thought of that before, but it sounds like a good idea. Next year, we'll drink together. Then I'll join too. 3 is better than 2, isn't it?" Noxia declared. Sure, Orland laughed. "Ha!" Tanasia watched them, a warm feeling spreading through her. A family, something I never got to have in my previous life. Mommy, Daddy. I don't recall it perfectly, but I get snatches of Tanasia's childhood memories from time to time. In my past life, I had no family, so those memories feel especially precious to me. After being reborn in this world, survival has been my only goal, but as of today, I have another objective. Her expression hardened slightly. Find the person responsible for the death of my mother, Charlotte. Because the original novel hadn't been concluded when I read it, I have no idea who the culprit is. The fact that the truth behind Charlotte's death remained a secret for so long could indicate the work of some immense, nefarious person or group lurking in the shadows. If I'm to survive in this world and catch my mother's killer, the first thing I need to do is build this gun. Later, in her room, Tanasia was hunched over her desk, blueprints spread out before her. Have some tea while you work, Arskan said, placing a cup beside her. Clack. Thanks. Tanasia took a sip, then gestured to the papers. Arskan, take a look at this. Arskan leaned over. Is that the magically engineered weapon you're working on, my lady? That's right. What do you think? It's quite a unique design, Arskan observed. It seems like it'd be easy to use, given its relatively small size, but it makes me wonder if it'd have enough power to be an effective weapon. You're right, Tanasia sighed. I need to improve its firepower first and foremost. What property does the weapon possess? Fire. It works by spinning a fire magic stone, which reinforces its firepower and triggers a large explosion. In that case, Arskan tapped his chin thoughtfully. How about adding something that can amplify the fire? Huh? Amplify it? Yes. For instance, a magic stone that possesses the property of wind. Tanasia's eyes widened. What? Put in another magic stone? Oh. Why didn't I think of that? Her mind raced with the implications. Given the size of the gun, it could only fit a single magic stone, limiting the firepower generated by a firestone of that size. But if she inserted a firestone and a windstone, each half the size, she could amplify the gun's firepower through the synergy of both stones. I was so focused on the design of the gun itself that I hadn't considered the possibility of making adjustments to the stone. Arskan! Tanasia shouted, springing from her chair. She threw her arms around him in a tight hug. Thank you. You're a genius, Arskan. Tanasia threw her arms around him, squeezing tight. Hug. Thank you. You're a genius, she exclaimed, her face beaming. Arskan stood frozen, his eyes wide. You figured out the solution? Yes. Tanasia pulled back slightly, her excitement bubbling over. With the adjustment, I think the gun will be able to generate the amount of firepower I want. I can finally build it for real. I'm glad. She noticed his stunned expression and quickly let go, taking a step back. Oh, Jolt. I'm sorry for hugging you out of the blue like that. Did I make you uncomfortable? No, I'm all right, Arskan replied quietly. Does this mean you won't have to visit that teacher of yours as often anymore? After I drop off all these reference materials and tell him about my breakthrough, I don't think I'll need to pay him any visits for a while. That's welcome news as well, Arskan murmured. Tanasia tilted her head. Why is that welcome news? She didn't wait for an answer, her mind already moving to the next task. Can you accompany me to his laboratory this afternoon? I have a lot of stuff to bring with me. Yes, my lady. Later that afternoon, they arrived at Varnin's laboratory. Arskan! This way, Tanasia called out, hurrying ahead. Slow down, you might trip and fall, Arskan warned, following close behind. They burst into the cluttered room. Teacher! Varnin looked up from his desk, surprised. Huh! What brings you here at this hour? I finally found a solution, Tanasia announced triumphantly. A solution? Yes, a way to boost the gun's firepower. Tanasia spread out her notes on the table. I think we'll be able to increase it dramatically by refining and installing a firestone and a windstone. Varnin leaned over the papers, his eyes scanning the calculations. Oh, and this is how you propose the stones be refined? That's right. It's worth a try. Excellent work, Varnin exclaimed, clapping her on the shoulder. Freeze. I'd expect nothing less from my star student. Arskan, standing by the door, narrowed his eyes, glaring at Varnan's hand on Tanasia's shoulder. Varnan cleared his throat, sensing the hostile gaze. And who would this be? Oh, this is my page, Tanasia said, oblivious to the tension. I brought him with me since I had a lot to carry. Arskan stepped forward, his expression stoic. Where should I put these books, Lady Tanasia? Can you put them in that empty bookshelf? Yes, my lady. Tanasia turned back to Varnan. Anyway, now it's time to actually construct it. Yes, that's why I hurried over. There's a specific metal I had in mind for the gun, and I wanted to get your advice on it. Really? Which metal are you thinking of using? They delved into a technical discussion, their heads bent close together over the table, while Arskan watched from the corner, his gaze intense. After a while, Varnan leaned in and whispered to Tanasia. Tanasia? Yes? That page of yours, he's been glaring daggers at me since earlier. It's terrifying. Have you been starving him or something? Of course not. I'm very nice to him, Tanasia whispered back, confused. She glanced over at Arskan. Maybe he finds the laboratory unsettling? Then I'll contact you as soon as the parts are finished, Varnan said aloud. All right, I'll be in touch as well. On the carriage ride back, the rhythmic clip-clop of the horses' hooves filled the silence. How did you find my teacher's laboratory, Arskan? It's smaller than you expected, isn't it? Tanasia asked. It was certainly not a fitting place for a lady like yourself, Arskan replied stiffly. It was cramped and messy. Really? I don't care about that, though. In fact, the disorder sort of relaxes me in a way. Is that so? You're surprisingly easygoing. Arskan paused. It seems like the laboratory wasn't really to your liking, though. Tanasia blinked. Me? Am I wrong? You seemed upset while we were there. Don't worry, I won't make you come with me next time. I just needed your help carrying those heavy books. Oh. Arskan looked down. Had I not accompanied you today, you would have been alone with that man, no? Huh. I suppose so, yes. This teacher of yours, who is he to my lady? Arskan looked up, his expression serious. Are you possibly harboring romantic feelings towards him? What? Tanasia spluttered. Don't be ridiculous. Ugh. The two of you seemed awfully close. Arskan persisted. He cavalierly tried to stroke your hair. He approached you to whisper in your ear. And your eyes sparkled while you were talking to him. Arskan, do you even know how old my teacher is? Tanasia sighed. He appears to be at least over 40 years old. And you know how old I am? Yes, my lady. You're the same age as I am. Yet you're asking whether I harbor romantic feelings towards him? Tanasia exclaimed incredulously. While I don't believe age should be a barrier to love, I'd personally prefer someone closer to my age. I respect him as a teacher and an expert in magical engineering, but that's all. What on earth made you think that? Had my teacher heard this, he'd have laughed his head off. Bah! He was standing entirely too close to you. Arskan muttered. And you didn't seem to mind his proximity either. We were just having a conversation. What does that have to do with your dislike of his laboratory? Arskan hesitated. My lady, to be frank, whenever I become emotional, I have trouble controlling my ability. And it's not that I dislike the laboratory. Rather, upon seeing you on such friendly terms with another person. He held up his hand. Tanasia gasped as his index finger turned a metallic gray. His finger had turned to steel. There was a moment when I felt my control over my abilities slipping, and my finger has been like this since we were at the laboratory. Tanasia pressed a hand to her mouth. My goodness, he became emotional because my teacher and I seem to be close. I know how dedicated Arskan has been to his duties as my page, but I never imagined he'd be so overprotective. And not being able to control his ability, that's dangerous. If Arskan were ever to lose his temper, it could endanger not just me but others as well. I see. All right, Tanasia said soothingly. I'll make an effort to maintain a reasonable distance from others. It shouldn't be too difficult. Arskan looked surprised. Really? Yes. I wouldn't want people to get the wrong idea anyway. That being said, you should look for a way to control your ability so that you don't end up using it out of anger over such a trivial matter. That's easier said than done, Arskan admitted. I know that, which is why I'll help in any way I can. Arskan gazed at her for a long moment. In that case, could I ask you for a favor? A favor? Yes. Once I am able to control my ability, give me a reward. In that case, could I ask you for a favor? Arskan's request hung in the air of the carriage, his expression unreadable. A favor? Tanasia repeated, blinking. Yes. Once I am able to control my ability. Arskan hesitated slightly before finishing his thought. Give me a reward. Huh! A reward? Tanasia studied him as he continued, explaining that he knew it was for her sake, but once he could control his ability the way she wanted, he would like something in return. Is there something you want in particular? She asked. Arskan fell silent, his gaze drifting away, and Tanasia watched him, puzzled by his hesitation. He's so hesitant. What could he possibly want? She wondered. As far as I can tell, Arskan doesn't seem to be the type to covet material goods at all. All right, she said finally, breaking the silence. Think about what you might want. Once you're able to control your ability, I'll give you whatever I can. Arskan looked back at her, his eyes widening slightly. Really? Of course. I wouldn't lie to you about this. What if... Arskan's voice dropped lower. I were to ask for something very rare and precious? Tanasia stiffened. Rare and precious? Well, in that case, I'll mentally prepare myself. All right, she managed to say, though a cold sweat formed on her neck. She cleared her throat nervously, thinking, he's not going to ask me to give up my life or something, is he? All right. Arskan agreed, a faint, enigmatic look in his eyes. Days later, Tanasia sat in the drawing room of the manor, reviewing documents with Robin, the architect her father had hired. We came up with a new design based on your feedback from our last meeting, Robin explained, pointing to the sprawling blueprints on the table. He tapped a section of the map and added that for the secret passageways, he had commissioned a different expert for each one, so no one but him knew the overall floor plan of the laboratory. Looking up at her seriously, he assured her that the blueprints would be destroyed as soon as construction was complete, and that he would speak of this to no one. Tanasia rested her chin on her hand. I'm not worried about that. She thought that she had only met Robin twice and didn't trust him completely yet, but her father had introduced him, and she trusted her father. I like it, she stated firmly. Please begin construction according to these blueprints. Robin nodded and flipped to another page. Since she wanted the structure to look ordinary, the plan was to use plain brick on the outside and vulcanium on the inside. Vulcanium? Tanasia echoed. Robin explained that it was a special or used to build fortresses, its name meaning unbreakable, and that they would take special care when constructing the basement bunker, filling it with the material. Tanasia smiled, pleased. Sounds good. Since you're far more knowledgeable in this area than I am, I trust your expertise. I will give you sufficient time for construction. Leaning forward, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, she added. So make sure it's built perfectly. Yes, Lady Tanasia, Robin replied. Construction of the laboratory began immediately. While the secret bunker was being built, Tanasia returned to Varnon's workshop to start building the gun in earnest. Days turned into weeks as she continued her research, constantly tweaking the gun's design and refining the magic stones, with the day of the symposium fast approaching. Here, they've all arrived, Varnon announced one afternoon, dumping a crate onto the workbench. The rest of the parts you asked for. Grinning, he told her to assemble everything she had made so far. Will do, Tanasia chirped, rolling up her sleeves. She worked diligently, fitting the intricate metal pieces together with the refined magic stones as the sound of clicking metal and the hum of mana filled the small room. Phew! Finally, she placed the last component, click, It's complete, she exhaled, wiping sweat from her brow. Varnin clapped his hands. Congratulations! You've made your first weapon. Thank you, teacher. Without you, I'd never have gotten this far. Varnin waved her off, grabbing his coat, and said that all that was left was to see it in action. He had cleared a lot beforehand and made sure no one would pass by the area, so they could go test it out. As they prepared to leave, Varnin noticed Arskan standing silently by the door. Hey, kid! Good to see you again, he greeted him. Arskan offered a stiff bow and said hello, while Varnin muttered under his breath about what an unfriendly kid as they walked out. They arrived at a secluded clearing surrounded by dense forest, the wind rustling through the trees. Tanasia held the weapon in her hands, its metal surface cool against her skin. Now that I'm here, I feel nervous about actually firing it, she admitted, staring at the gun. What if it misfires? Suddenly, a hand reached out. Let me do it, my lady, Arskan said, stepping forward. Huh? You want to fire it? Tanasia asked in surprise. Arskan explained that since it was the very first test and might backfire, it would be better for him to try firing it first. When she hesitated, he leaned in close and whispered so Varnin wouldn't hear, reminding her that his body was special and that he could turn it into steel if it misfired. Seeing his determined face, Tanasia nodded. All right then. Thank you. She handed him the weapon and instructed him to shed a drop of blood on the magic stone to imprint it. Arskan bit his finger, a drop of crimson blood welling up, and pressed it against the exposed stone. A faint glow pulsed through the weapon as it accepted him. Tanasia guided his grip, telling him to wrap his hands around the gun, stretch his arms out, align the target with the sight, and look at it with both eyes open. Arskan narrowed his eyes, focusing on a distant tree. I'm ready, he said calmly. Please step back, my lady. Tanasia retreated to a safe distance with Varnin as Arskan stood alone in the clearing, exhaling slowly. He raised the gun, steadying his aim as the wind picked up. The trigger tightened. Bang! A deafening roar shattered the silence as a massive beam of concentrated energy erupted from the barrel, tearing through the air. The recoil was immense, but Arskan held his ground as the beam obliterated the trees in its path, sending a shockwave through the clearing. Smoke billowed up, obscuring the view, and when the dust settled, a massive swath of the forest had been carved out. Ha 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 ha! Varnin burst into maniacal laughter, clutching his sides. I knew it! This will surely blow everyone away at the symposium. Tanasia didn't look at the destruction. She ran forward, her heart pounding. Arskan! Are you all right? She cried. Arskan lowered the smoking weapon, looking unperturbed. Don't worry, my lady. There are no problems with the weapon. I'm not talking about the weapon. Tanasia grabbed his shoulders, checking him over frantically. I mean you. You're not hurt, are you? Oh. Tanasia covered her mouth, her eyes wide with concern as the smoke cleared. No, I'm fine, Arskan assured her, lowering the smoking weapon. He flexed his fingers, testing his grip. The recoil was stronger than I expected, so I was just a bit surprised. He nodded reassuringly at her. Are you sure? Tanasia stepped closer, scanning him for any sign of injury. We'd better check to see if you're hurt anywhere. Wonderful, Tanasia! A boisterous shout cut through the air. Varnin stood behind them, arms raised in triumph. Excellent work! I'm so proud of you! He lunged forward with his arms wide, intending to envelop his student in a celebratory embrace. Wish! Tanasia moved with practiced agility, ducking low and leaving Varnin grasping at empty air. Let's go, Arskan, she said briskly, straightening and turning on her heel without looking back. Varnin stood frozen in his awkward pose. Wait, what was that? He scrambled after them. Oh, come on! You're just going to leave me hanging? Tanasia paused and glanced over her shoulder, her expression cool. Humph. I'm not a child. Were you expecting me to leap into your arms and jump for joy? She resumed walking, leaving the bewildered teacher behind. As they walked away from the clearing, Arskan fell into step beside her, his brow furrowed in confusion. My lady? Yes? Why did you do that? Do what? It seemed like you were avoiding your teacher just now, Arskan said. Tanasia glanced at him. Because I'm trying not to act overly friendly with other people. You said you didn't like that. Oh. Arskan blinked as realization washed over him. So that's what she was worried about. Arskan, how are your wrists and arms? Tanasia asked, steering the conversation back to his well-being. Are you feeling any pain? I'm completely fine, he replied. I didn't even need to transform my body into steel. He rubbed his arm thoughtfully. But I must say, I was rather surprised by the weapon you made, my lady. Huh? Why? I didn't think something so small could be that powerful, Arskan admitted, genuine awe in his voice. And it made me realize just how amazing you are. He looked at her with soft, golden eyes. You've been working so hard, staying up all those nights and skipping meals. Now I see it was all to create such a remarkable weapon. Frankly, I admire your dedication. Heat rose to Tanasia's cheeks, and she smiled bashfully. Really? Yes. She looked away, feeling shy. Arskan isn't the type to say things he doesn't mean. Being complimented by him like this feels nice. Let's eat something when we get home, she said as her stomach growled. Maybe now that the tension's gone, I'm starving. Yes, my lady. Later that evening, the dining hall of the Breloff Manor was filled with warmth and laughter. Congratulations, Tanasia. Naxia beamed across the table. This means you can attend the symposium with me, right? Yes, that's right, Tanasia replied, cutting into her steak. We're in different fields, though, so we'll probably be apart more often than together. Lord Breloff smiled from the head of the table. I'm excited that both of you will be participating. You're already doing well, so don't worry about results. Just enjoy yourselves. Don't worry, Father, Naxia chirped. I'm happy just to be there. Besides, Breloff added casually as he sipped his wine, I'm not attending to make a name for myself. I just want to see how the story is progressing. Tanasia froze. Martella told me you created a new magically engineered weapon. You've already heard? Tanasia said. Yes, I plan to showcase it at the symposium. Then I'll see it there, Breloff replied, since I'm attending. What? Tanasia dropped her fork. Didn't I mention it? The House of Breloff is a sponsor of the symposium, her father explained. As the largest owner, I'm granted the privilege of attending as a spectator. Then why haven't you gone before? Although it's my right, it's also a way to leverage authority, Breloff said with a shrug. But with both of you participating, I don't want to miss it. When else would I see you both show your talents? Tanasia watched him, recalling the novel's plot. In the original story, Orland was more devoted to being a husband than a father, consumed by Charlotte's death. Though he loved his daughters, he barely paid them any attention. Watching him laugh now. I don't dislike this change. I love it. In my past life, I had no family. I never knew what it felt like for parents to care about my studies. But now, I think I understand. Hearing that you'll be watching motivates me even more, Tanasia said softly. It makes me feel cared for. Me too. Naxia cheered. I'll work even harder to make you proud, Father. Ha! Just enjoy yourselves, Breloff laughed. I'm already proud of you both. Thank you, Father. The day of the symposium arrived bright and clear. Outside the manor, servants bustled as luggage was loaded onto waiting carriages. There are 2 carriages, Naxia observed. Tanasia, are you taking a separate one? Huh. Yes, Tanasia replied, checking the manifest. Since we'll be staying several days, we have too much cargo for just one. I see, Naxia said, slightly disappointed. Then I'll see you there. Yes, see you there. Tanasia waved as Naxia boarded the first carriage. She climbed into the second with Arskan and Martella. As it lurched forward, she leaned back against the plush seat. Clunk. By the way, she murmured, gazing out the window. I wonder who else will attend. Other than Naxia, Rohel, and the secondary male lead who falls for her, I don't recall the others. My lady, Martella said, I heard Lady Krisha will attend as well. Tanasia stiffened. Lady Krisha? Oh my, who is that? Whispers rippled through the crowd gathered at the symposium entrance as Tanasia stepped out of the carriage. Oh, you know. Lady Noxia's twin sister, a woman murmured behind her fan. Oh, the halfwit of the family who wasn't born with an elemental ability? What's she doing here? Another voice chimed in with disdain. I have no idea. Could she be here to cheer her sister on? Pfft. Perhaps Marquis Breloff felt sorry for his daughter and used his authority to get her a spot in the symposium? Arskan, standing beside Tanasia, stiffened as his golden eyes darted toward the gossipers, narrowing dangerously. I can hear you, you know, he growled, his voice low but cutting. The gossipers flinched under his glare. Oh. Arskan, Tanasia's voice was calm. He didn't look away. Don't pay any mind to what people are saying, Tanasia said, her chin held high. I don't care in the slightest. Well, I do, Arskan retorted, his fists clenching at his sides. Tanasia noticed the tension in his posture. What if the anger triggers Arskan's ability here? She reached out and grabbed his arm firmly. No, don't pay them any mind, she commanded, locking eyes with him. That's an order. Arskan froze at her touch. Tanasia pulled him away from the crowd to a quieter spot near the pillars. You can't hear them from here, can you? She asked, releasing his arm. Arskan stared at her, a strange expression crossing his face. That's cheating. Huh? Tanasia blinked. I brought you here so you wouldn't hear them. How is that cheating? No, that's not what I meant, Arskan muttered, looking away. He clenched and unclenched the hand she had just been holding. You drew my attention elsewhere. It's nothing, he added quickly. All right then, Tanasia said, brushing it off as she faced the bustling courtyard. There's no point in reacting to every little thing people say. My worth isn't determined by others, but by myself. She smiled confidently. I earned my place here fairly, so I won't let remarks like that discourage me. You should keep your head held high too, all right? Arskan looked at her, admiration softening his expression. I thought you might say that. The attendees gathered around the mana measuring station, a massive archway embedded with crystals designed to gauge the power of those who pass through it. Before the symposium begins, each participant's mana must be measured, Tanasia noted. A system exists to analyze participants from this and previous years and compare them with every known individual in history who possessed an elemental ability. Noxia stepped onto the platform. As she passed through the arch, the crystals flared with blinding intensity. Her mana is at the highest level possible, an official announced, staring at the readings. Incredible! The crowd erupted into murmurs of awe. Noxia is widely regarded as having more potential than any other elemental user, Tanasia thought proudly. I'm so proud of my little sister. It's Lyanna's turn next, the announcer called. Lyanna approached with a haughty posture and stepped through the arch. The lights glowed steadily, but far less brilliantly than they had for Noxia. I guess her mana level is ordinary, just like in the novel, Tanasia observed. Next up is Lady Tanasia Breloff. Tanasia took a deep breath. This is strangely nerve-wracking. Pfft, someone snickered. I don't know how Lady Tanasia even ended up participating, but we all know what her mana level will be. Indeed, another laughed. She doesn't even have an elemental ability, does she? I wonder if there's any point in measuring it at all. Why would you say such a thing? The gossipers jumped as Noxia appeared before them, her face flushed with anger. Of course she doesn't have an elemental ability, Noxia declared fiercely. That's not why she's participating. This isn't the first time prodigies from other fields have taken part in the symposium, so why are you picking on my sister? Noxia, Tanasia called gently, stepping forward. Don't be upset. I'm fine. She turned back to the archway. I'm stepping through. Tanasia walked through the measuring device. The crystals remained dark and silent. Quiet, the official announced. As expected, there isn't even a trace of mana. I knew it, a bystander scoffed. Tanasia stepped off the platform calmly. As she did, she noticed Lyanna in the crowd, smirking with eyes full of mockery. What? Why is she smiling at me like that? Tanasia didn't look away. Instead, a slow, confident smile spread across her lips. Hee hee. Laugh while you can, Leanna, she thought coolly. Once you see what I brought, you won't be laughing anymore. The elemental ability assessment stage was bathed in the bright light of midday, the vast arena packed with spectators eager to witness the prowess of the Empire's most talented individuals. After measuring one's mana, the next step is to showcase their elemental ability. The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium, emphasizing that the most important thing was to demonstrate how much one's ability had improved compared to the previous symposium. On the platform, Noxia stood at the center of attention, and with a graceful sweep of her arms, water surged around her, obeying her silent commands, swish, splosh, the liquid dancing in the air, forming intricate shapes before crashing down with controlled power. Noxia exhaled softly, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. Phew! The crowd erupted into applause, while clap, 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 as Noxia smiled, waved to the audience, and stepped down. Next, it was Lyanna's turn. She stood before a row of wooden training dummies, her expression intense. Whoosh! With a sharp movement of her hand, blades of wind sliced through the air, swing, SSSHHH, the invisible force striking the dummies with terrifying precision. Groan, though it seemed to protest as the top halves of the heavy logs slid off and hit the ground with a thunk. Phew! Leanna straightened up, looking pleased with her destructive display. Great job, Lady Leanna! A supporter shouted from the stands, followed by cheers of agreement. As the applause died down, the announcer stepped forward again. Next up is Lady Tanasia Breloff. Tanasia walked onto the stage, the heels of her boots clicking against the stone floor, her head held high as she carried the device she had labored over for weeks. Lady Tanasia was invited due to her extraordinary talent in the field of magical engineering, the announcer explained, asking the audience to watch closely as she showcased the new weapon she had developed, named KO. Tanasia held the gun at her side, its metallic surface glinting in the sun, deceptively simple compared to the grand elemental displays before it, and murmurs rippled through the audience. How can something that small be a weapon? One spectator whispered loudly, while another speculated that it apparently used 2 expensive magic stones but might not even have enough firepower, and a third sneered that perhaps the House of Breloff had used its authority to invite an unqualified person. High in the VIP seating, Lord Breloff sat with icy calm that belied the fury in his eyes, gripping the armrest until his knuckles turned white. Why am I hearing all this chatter just as my daughter is about to showcase the weapon she made? He asked coldly. Zen. The butler stepped forward immediately. Snap. Yes, my lord? Note the names of those who dare spread unsubstantiated lies. Breloff commanded, his gaze fixed on the gossipers below. I will use the full extent of the law to punish them once the symposium concludes. Understood, my lord, Zen replied, his face a mask of professional solemnity, and silence followed. Down on the stage, Tanasia remained focused, though her attention was momentarily drawn to a specific spot in the crowd, sparkle, 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 where Varnan was practically vibrating with excitement, his eyes wide and shining as he watched his student. Wow! I can feel my teacher's anticipation from all the way over here, Tanasia thought with a dry smile. An official approached her, gesturing toward a wooden target at the far end of the range. Lady Breloff, you can discharge your weapon in that direction. Tanasia followed his finger to a simple wooden board. Ah, all right, she said at first, turning to face it, then paused, looking at the gun in her hand and back at the board. Huh! She turned to the official with an incredulous expression. You want me to demonstrate my weapon's firepower with that flimsy wooden board? Pardon? The official blinked, confused. Tanasia shook her head and scanned the arena until her eyes locked onto a massive rock formation jutting out from the stadium wall, a target meant to withstand heavy siege magic. At the very least, she said, pivoting toward the rock, I will need a target this sturdy to properly show everyone what my weapon is capable of. The official's jaw dropped. What? Ignoring him, Tanasia raised her arm, leveling the barrel of KO at the distant stone face. Raise. She took a breath, centering herself as the doubts, sneers, and whispers faded away, leaving only the target and the trigger. Click. Her finger squeezed back. Bang! A deafening roar tore through the stadium, silencing every whisper as a beam of concentrated energy, amplified by the synergy of fire and wind, erupted from the muzzle. Boom! The projectile struck the rock face with cataclysmic force, FSSHHH, and debris flew as the massive stone shattered, dust billowing into a thick cloud while the ground shook beneath their feet. Gasp! The audience sat frozen, mouths agape, even Leanna staring in stunned silence. Oh wow! Someone breathed. As the smoke cleared to reveal the obliterated target, Tanasia lowered her arm, a wisp of smoke curling from the end of the gun. Ha! She brought the weapon close to her face and blew gently across the barrel. Blow, then looked out at the stunned crowd, her golden eyes gleaming with triumph. This is the weapon I've developed, she declared into the silence. KO, Tanasia! That was amazing! Sparkles seemed to dance in the air as Naxia grabbed her sister's hands. What an incredible weapon you've developed! Tanasia waved her hand dismissively, though a small smile played on her lips. Oh, it was nothing. Ha! See that? Ha! Varnan's voice boomed from nearby. He was practically vibrating with energy. All that power in such a tiny weapon! Ha! Ha! Goodness, Tanasia sighed, watching him bounce around. Varnan is so excited. She took a step forward. Here you are. Zen! Zen approached, bowing slightly. Lady Tanasia, Marquis Breloff would like to see you in the next room. He then turned to Naxia. Please wait here for a moment, Lady Naxia. Nod, Naxia agreed. All right. As Tanasia followed Zen, a thought pricked at her mind. What's going on? Something doesn't feel right here. She entered the private room where her father was waiting. He stood by the window, his back to her, looking contemplative. You wanted to speak to me, father? Marquis Breloff turned, his expression serious. Tanasia. So, you're the one who invented that weapon you showcased earlier? That's right, Tanasia replied, sensing the gravity in his tone. Is there something you'd like to say about KO? Breloff sighed, rubbing his temple. Martella did tell me you created an incredible weapon, but it was even more powerful than I'd expected. He walked closer, his gaze intense. While I'm happy to see that you have great talent in the field of magical engineering, I also can't help but worry. Worry? Ultimately, weapons are designed for use in warfare or equally grievous matters, Breloff explained somberly. Someone may seek to use your talent for evil. Oh. I think I get what father is trying to say, Tanasia realized. By developing great weapons, I will be able to make Arwen a powerful empire, but it may very well be perceived as a threat to other nations. The symposium isn't just attended by the people of Arwen, but by people of all nations. Having seen KO, they will have differing opinions on it. She looked up at him confidently. Of course, that's exactly what I intended. Don't worry, father, she said aloud. I know we will wage war against the Empire of Kalua in the future. I added a locking mechanism to KO in order to prevent its misuse. I'm asking my teacher for advice on the matter. She lied smoothly. I chose to show off the weapon to instill in the attendees the perception that Arwen is not an empire to be trifled with. She placed a hand on her chest. And going forward, if I ever receive a request to produce KOs for the Empire or a specific individual, I'll discuss it with you in advance. She met his eyes. I am well aware that with such power comes responsibility, so you don't need to worry. Breloff studied her for a moment, then his shoulders relaxed. I see. Thank you, Tanasia. Of course. A small smile finally broke through his concern. And I must admit, I'm a little pleased to hear that KO appeared impressive enough for you to worry so. Sigh. He reached out and gently patted her head. I was too overcome with concern to tell you what I've been meaning to. I'm so proud of you, darling. Pat. Thank you, father, Tanasia whispered, leaning into his touch. Tanasia walked through the symposium grounds, the atmosphere buzzing around her. "Look over there," a passerby whispered. "That's the lady who showcased the weapon called KO earlier. It was so powerful. Have the details of how it works been revealed yet?" "No, not yet," another replied. But apparently, all the organizers of the conference nearly collapsed in shock. Tanasia kept walking, her expression neutral. "I can hear you, you know. Sounds like KO is the main topic of interest for everyone. I can feel the difference in the way people look at me and behave around me. Not too long ago, all they directed at me was scorn, but now it's admiration and curiosity." Step. Kick. Roll. A small rock skittered across the path, bumping gently against the toe of her boot. Bump. Tanasia stopped. She looked down at the rock, then slowly scanned the area. Who kicked this rock? She spotted a figure leaning against a tree in the shadows. Russell. A man stepped out, wearing a dark cloak and a distinctive mask covering the upper half of his face. Mask? That man is Tanasia Breloff, right? The man asked, his voice smooth. You're the one who showcased that magically engineered weapon. Tanasia narrowed her eyes. What of it? I'm Dekine. I recognized him on sight, Tanasia thought, her heart skipping a beat. Dekine Sidigthian, the secondary love interest who was meant to fall in love with Noxia. I didn't think I'd run into him here. She clenched her fists inside her pockets. Why did he approach me and not Noxia? In the novel, Noxia and Dekine first met when he stopped her in her tracks by kicking a rock in her direction, and now the exact same situation is happening to me. I know things aren't progressing the same way as in the original novel, but why did he approach me of all people? He is going to be a headache to deal with. Wince. It's a shame I didn't get to see it in person, Dekine continued, walking closer. But I hear the weapon you developed packed quite a punch. Right, he first approached Noxia in the book because he coveted Noxia's ability to control water. Tanasia analyzed him as he approached. Dekine is a very ambitious man. Currently, he is the adopted son of Igthian, the merchant, but in truth, he is the illegitimate child of the Emperor of Lagent and desires to become the heir to the Lagent throne. The illegitimate child of the Emperor of Lagent, the adopted son of the merchant Igthian, and his ambitious nature. Dekine leaned in, invading her personal space. What are you thinking about so intently? Tanasia didn't flinch. This viper of a man tries to ingratiate himself with those who possess exceptional talent in order to claim the throne of the Empire of Lagent. The empires of Lagent and Kallua were bitter enemies to the core. The war that is about to befall the Empire of Arwen originally started because, being geographically situated between Lagent and Kallua, it got caught up in the two empires' conflict. Her mind raced with strategic possibilities. Since my objective is to prevent the war that Arwen will wage against Kallua in the future, it's highly likely that I will end up working with the people of Lagent. In that case... Oh, no particular reason, Tanasia replied coolly. She looked him straight in the eye, pointing a finger at his face. Your mask is rather unusual, so it simply caught my eye. This is an opportunity one need to seize. Your mask is rather unusual, so it simply caught my eye. Dekine reached up and adjusted the dark mask covering his upper face. Russell. Oh, this? Since the merchants of Igthian work with many different nations, we wear masks in order to keep our identities secret. He smiled, though his eyes remained unreadable. It's for safety, too. Yes, I already know that, Tanasia replied casually. Drop. Then you can't show your face to anybody? No, only until I become of age and am able to protect myself, Dekine explained smoothly. And I can also show my face to my lover. He reached out and took her hand. Grab. Since they're going to become family anyway. Tanasia didn't pull away immediately, though her expression was skeptical. Is that so? She tilted her head. Why, that's rather romantic. Smile. Dekine paused, his gaze intensifying. Lady Breloff, your smile. He stepped closer, a sudden intensity in his posture. Fling. Is adorable. Tanasia froze. Freeze. What? Me? Adorable? That's something I haven't heard before. She laughed nervously. I feel like you must get such compliments quite often. I'm hardly adorable. I suppose, Dekine murmured, his eyes scanning her face. Rather than adorable. I'd say you're more, my lady. A sharp voice cut through the air. Here you are. Tanasia turned. Arskan! Arskan stood a few paces away, his face expressionless but his eyes sharp. How did you know I was here? Tanasia asked. You didn't return for quite a while, so I was looking for you. Were you worried about me? She smiled teasingly. Turn. Arskan looked at her, his gaze unwavering. Yes, I was. He gestured back toward the building. Lady Noxia is waiting for you in your quarters. Really? I'd better go then. Tanasia turned back to Dekine. I'll be returning to my quarters now. It was nice meeting you. Likewise, Lady Breloff. Dekine replied with a bow. See you again soon. As she started to walk away, he called out. The next time we meet, may I call you Tanasia? Do as you like. Well. Tanasia walked away, Arskan falling into step beside her. Step. Behind them, Dekine watched Tanasia's retreating figure. Yes, rather than adorable, he whispered to himself. I'd say your master is... Pause. Mumble. Arskan stopped walking. Arskan? Tanasia turned back, noticing him lagging. What are you doing? Huh? Arskan was staring back at Dekine, a deep frown etched on his face. Frown. Dekine's whisper floated on the wind, audible only to heightened senses. The sort of woman a man would want to dominate. Arskan's hand clenched into a fist. Clench. It's nothing, Arskan said abruptly, turning away from the masked man and catching up to Tanasia. Back in the guest quarters. What? Lady Noxia? I haven't seen her at all today, the maid said, looking confused. What? What's going on, Arskan? Tanasia asked, turning to her page. Arskan looked down. I suppose I was mistaken. Huh? Tanasia blinked. Am I going to see pigs fly next? Flop. To think you'd ever be mistaken about something like this. I apologize, Arskan said quietly. Phew. Well, it's all right. I wanted to return to my quarters anyway. Tanasia sat down on the sofa, rubbing her temples. Meeting Dekine was really tiring. The guy turned out to be way more flirtatious than I'd expected. Your smile is adorable. His words echoed in her mind. Exhausted. Growl. A loud noise erupted from her stomach. Oh. I'm so sorry, I haven't eaten anything today. Tanasia laughed, clutching her belly. Zirine, she called to her maid. What did you say the dining hall was? Later, in the dining hall, Nam, Tanasia, Arskan, and Zirine sat together at a table laden with food. Thank you, my lady. If it weren't for you, I'd never have had the chance to eat such fancy food. Zirine exclaimed, eyes wide. Eat up. I'm sure it's been a long day for you, Tanasia said warmly. You too, Arskan. Thank you, my lady, Arskan replied softly. Excuse me. A girl with reddish-brown hair approached their table. Pierre. Lady Breloff, right? And who might you be? Tanasia asked, wiping her mouth. Oh, my name is Selins, and I'm from the Empire of Lagent. The girl introduced herself brightly. I was so impressed by KO, the weapon you developed, Lady Breloff. I'd love for us to be friends, if you don't mind. Tanasia's mind raced. The Empire of Lagent? Sure, she said aloud, smiling. Why don't we go for a walk and chat? It wouldn't hurt to make a friend in Lagent. I'll step out for a moment, Tanasia told Arskan and Zirine. Grab. Yes, my lady. As Tanasia stood up to leave with Selins, her gaze swept across the room. Glance. Leanna was dining at a nearby table. Leanna is dining here too, with her friends, whose names I don't know. Tanasia narrowed her eyes slightly. They're the ladies who laughed at me along with Leanna during the symposium. Whisper. Leanna looked up, locking eyes with Tanasia. Clack, clack, clack. Tanasia walked toward Leanna's table, her steps deliberate. Clack. Stomp. Oh! What was that? Leanna shrieked, looking down. Lady Breloff! Please watch your step. How can you step on someone's dress like that? She glared at Tanasia, pulling her skirt away. Oh! I didn't see the dress there. The material is so awful that I thought it was the carpet, Tanasia replied, feigning innocence. What? And Leanna sputtered, her face turning red. You don't know you're in the way, do you? Tanasia added coolly. Clunk. Leanna slammed her hands on the table. Lady Breloff! That's enough. I know you did that on purpose, so… Slide. Smack. Tanasia's hand connected with a goblet of red wine, sending it flying onto Leanna's dress. Oops. My hand slipped, Tanasia said without a hint of apology. You startled me when you suddenly started talking. Lady Breloff! If you continue this behavior… Leanna seethed, trembling with rage. Clack. So what if I continue this? Tanasia interrupted, crossing her arms. Flinch. Compared to how you've humiliated me until now, I'm being quite kind, aren't I? She looked Leanna up and down with disdain. In fact, you can change out of that cheap dress now, so you should thank me. Ugh! Leanna was speechless. Well then. Clack. Enjoy your meal, Tanasia said, turning on her heel and walking away. She may be from the house of Breloff, but isn't she taking things too far? One of Leanna's friends whispered. Ugh! She must think she's something great after garnering attention for some pathetic invention. Lady Krisha, are you going to tolerate this? Another asked. Leanna stood frozen, staring at the spot where Tanasia had been. She called me cheap again. Tanasia Breloff, just how far do you plan to take this ridicule? Ours can, Tanasia whispered as she returned to her table. You know that carriage we rode? Well, meanwhile, at Leanna's table, a dark plan was forming. I have an idea, Leanna announced, her eyes narrowing. An idea? Is there a way to teach her a lesson? Her friend asked eagerly. Lady Breloff's page, Leanna said, a cruel smile forming. She seems to treasure that slave. Sometimes, people reveal their own weaknesses. So I'm warning you, if you mess with one of my people, I won't stop with a mere slap to the face. It's as if they're saying, please spare at least my children. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. Laying hands on Lady Breloff is difficult, but the story changes with the page. Killing a slave is not officially punishable. I only need to compensate for the cost of the slave. So how about taking our feelings out on him? Leanna suggested. The next day. I will observe other participants' tests today, but Lady Breloff. A man in a suit intercepted Tanasia as she walked through the venue. May I have a brief word with you? Oh. I'm a bit busy now. Tanasia tried to dismiss him. I just need a moment. It's about the weapon you developed. You want to distribute magically engineered weapons, right? Tanasia cut him off. Sorry, but I have no intention of making such a transaction. Well then. Zoom, Lady Breloff. The man shouted after her. Ugh, I'm sick of this. Tanasia thought, quickening her pace. Dash. People have been approaching me at every opportunity, offering deals to distribute magically engineered weapons. Father was right to be concerned. Sigh. Had I been just a bit younger, I might have signed the contracts. Oh. Lady Breloff, may I have a word? Another person approached, scurry. Tanasia dodged them. Lady Breloff? Lady Breloff. Please. Can we speak briefly about your weapon, someone? Tanasia looked around frantically. Lady Breloff. I just need a moment. Don't you want to distribute that weapon? I have great news. Save me! Tanasia cried internally. Grab. Suddenly, a hand pulled her into an alcove. Whisk. What happened? She was here just a moment ago. The pursuers muttered, confused. Where did she go? Shh. A voice whispered in Tanasia's ear. Peek. Tanasia peeked out from her hiding spot. Darn it. I haven't explained everything to her yet. One of the men grumbled. Let's split up and search for her. The crowd dispersed. Sigh. Thank you, you saved me. Tanasia exhaled in relief. No need to thank me, Tanasia. A familiar voice replied. Tanasia jumped. Flinch. She looked up to see Dekine standing close to her. Why are you so surprised? Dekine asked, amused. You haven't forgotten that you allowed me to call you by your name, have you? Of course not, Tanasia said, composing herself. I looked up because you said it so smoothly. Good, and you really don't need to thank me, because I also happen to have a question about KO. Tanasia stiffened and tried to pull away. Turn. Need to go now, squeeze. Dekine held her arm firmly. Hear me out. It isn't about distribution. I never wanted to distribute it anyway. Tanasia paused. Why not? Isn't it obvious? Dekine smirked beneath his mask. KO is incomplete. KO can only be used a limited number of times, so we can't popularize it yet, especially since it requires 2 expensive magic stones. Tanasia paced in the small garden alcove, her voice firm, while Dekine leaned against a pillar, watching her with interest. There's a lot to improve before it can be distributed, right? She asked. Right, Dekine agreed, sliding his hands into his pockets. Slide. But it's true that KO stands out, and many people will want it. What I'm interested in is the weapon you'll create next. Tanasia stopped pacing and faced him. Do you want to distribute a weapon I'll make in the future? That's right, Dekine nodded. You're the daughter of a marquis, so I know you don't need money. Still, the Ichthian family business is fully willing to invest in you so that you can grow even faster. As Dekine said, I don't need money for research, Tanasia countered, crossing her arms. However, more profound and detailed magical engineering comes with astronomical costs. Having more money would help, to be honest, but why are you trying to invest in me? She tapped her finger against her arm. Tap. Simply because I might help you earn lots of money? Of course, that's what any businessman would want, Dekine replied smoothly. But as you said, I don't need money. What if I say I don't need any investments or sales? Sounds like I need to have a different reason. If you want a philosophical motive or a grand cause, not a cause, Tanasia interrupted sharply. I want to know your real intent. What's the real reason the Ichthian business wants to invest in my magically engineered weapons? I didn't expect to receive investments from the Ichthian business. I need to know exactly how my weapons will be used, especially if it will affect whether I'll survive. Dekine studied her for a moment, then sighed. You know the rumor has spread all the way to the Empire of Arwen, right? That people keep disappearing in the Empire of Kalua. By the way, have you heard? Tanasia asked. Heard what? That people are still going missing. The rumor is that a human weapon is being built, and the Empire of Lagent is concerned about it. Dekine looked at her intently. Will that reason be enough for you? In other words, Lagent is preparing for war against Kalua, Tanasia thought. Then I definitely welcome that. I understand what you're saying. I guess this is why they say the enemy of your enemy is your friend. I'll consider your offer, Tanasia said finally, but I need to discuss it with Father first, so you'll need to wait a bit. Of course I can wait, Dekine laughed. Ha! Step. There you are, my lady. Tanasia turned. Oh? Ours can. Ours can walk toward them, his face unreadable. Step. Dekine leaned in close to Tanasia. Whisper. I've seen him before. He's your page, isn't he? Nod. He is, Tanasia confirmed. Arskin's eye twitched slightly as he saw how close they were. Twitch. Dekane's eyes narrowed behind his mask. I see. Once might be a coincidence, but not twice. Huh. What are you? Tanasia started, confused, when suddenly a loud voice boomed from the entrance. Hey there! My adorable student? Here you are. I've been looking all over for you. Ha! Varnan burst onto the scene, practically skipping. Slud. Teacher? Please don't call me that. Why were you looking for me? Tanasia sighed. Come with me to see Marquis Breloff. To see Father? Yes. Now that we've successfully announced KO, I'd like to discuss our future research, and I also need to talk with you about your studies. Oh, that's great, Tanasia said, brightening. I needed to discuss something with you and Father as well. Wonderful. You have time now, right? Varnan asked. Yes, until the next presentation begins. Dekine leaned in one last time. Whisper. Tanasia. Please excuse me, he said, bowing slightly. Oh, okay. Dekine walked past Arskan and murmured something low, meant only for his ears. Step. Step. Arskan, what were you two talking about? Tanasia asked as Dekine left. It was nothing, Arskan replied stiffly. My lady, are you on your way to see the Marquis? Huh. Yeah. Then I will head out first. I just remembered something I need to do. Something to do? Do what? I heard the horse that pulled the carriage seemed ill. I should take a look at it. Tanasia frowned slightly. I'm pretty sure Dekine said something to him. I'll have to ask about it later. All right. Come straight to my room once you finish. Let's eat together. Yes, my lady. Arskan walked alone through the quiet corridors, his mind replaying the words Dekine had whispered to him. They say you shouldn't covet what you can't have. Let me warn you, don't lust after what you can't make yours. Arskan clenched his fists. I know better than anyone. A noblewoman and a slave have no future or hope as lovers. Even if they happen to like each other, no one would bless the relationship. This expansive status gap that can never be closed is something I feel every single day. He reached a secluded fountain in the courtyard. Splash. Drip. Drip. He stared at his reflection in the water. But my heart overflows even more with time. Splash. He splashed water on his face, trying to cool the burning thoughts. Step. Step. Footsteps approached from behind. Your name is Arskan, right? Arskan turned. Glance. Standing there were three noblewomen, their expressions haughty and cruel. Creak. What is this about, ma'am? Arskan asked warily. Ha! What is this about? One of the women scoffed. A slave only needs to run over when his name is called. How dare you ask such an insolent question? Whoosh. Before Arskan could react, a whip lashed out. Pardon? Thwack. The whip struck him across the face, leaving a stinging red mark. The Ichthian business wants to fund the magical engineering research. What do you think? Tanasia's words hung in the air of the private study. Varnan's eyes widened as he leaned forward in his chair. What? Really? He exclaimed. Why would they make such a suggestion? Varnan asked, scratching his beard. The Empire of Lagant seems interested in the magically engineered weapon. Marquis Breloff, seated behind his desk, interjected calmly. Actually, I also received a similar offer not long ago. The Empire of Lagant requested that I conduct further research there. Varnan tapped his chin thoughtfully. Could it be because of the Empire of Kalua? A brief pause followed, and Tanasia glanced at her father. So father knows, after all. We should accept Ichthian's support, Varnan declared. We can trust them, and the more funding we have, the better. Breloff turned to Tanasia. Did they say they wanted to invest in KO? No. Tanasia shook her head. They said they wanted to invest in the weapon I'd make in the future. Without even knowing what you'll make. Marquis Breloff, Varnan said. It is only natural for businesses to wish to establish a connection early on. Anyone with eyes would recognize the potential Tanasia created. Indeed, Breloff agreed. Even if our household fully funds the product, we will still need a business to distribute it, as long as it isn't just a hobby. Designating one business for the job will help stop others from troubling us further. Ichthian's business will certainly provide us with reliable support, Varnan added. Father, do you also believe it would be best to make a deal with the Ichthian business? Tanasia asked. Not necessarily, Breloff replied sharply. There's a risk that your technology could leak into Lagant. Should you happen to build an outstanding weapon, they may be on friendly terms with our empire now, but there's no telling whether the new weapon will be used against us later, he continued. We will need to analyze how Ichthian's business compares to domestic ones. If Ichthian's offer still stands above the rest, we must add conditions to make the agreement absolutely favorable for us. He looked at Tanasia meaningfully. The key technology cannot be transferred. This is the condition you want to add, correct? Precisely. Then I will collect proposals from not only Ichthian but also businesses in Arwen. Can you both review them together? Of course, Barnan said. I agree. That sounds good. Breloff mused. Tanasia, once we decide on a distributor, would you like to manage the funds? Pardon? Me? Tanasia pointed to herself in surprise. That's right. I think you would do a great job. Tanasia walked down the corridor with a spring in her step. Click, clack. I was grateful for Father's support alone. Who knew he would trust me like this? She hadn't known that receiving recognition could bring so much joy. I'll have to take this even more seriously so that I don't disappoint Father. She giggled softly. Hee hee. I can't wait to tell Noxia about this. Pride swelled in her chest. I'll have to tell Zirine and Arzin too. She slowed to a stop. I need to stop by the stable, my lady. I wonder if Arzkin would have returned by now. Lady Breloff! I didn't expect to see you here. Tanasia turned. Lady Selins! Selins approached with a smile and dipped into a curtsy. Are you going somewhere? Yes, I'm going for a little stroll, Tanasia replied. By the way, Selins asked hesitantly, you have a page, right? One with black hair and golden eyes? She's talking about Arzkin. Yes, what about him? Selins looked troubled. I'm afraid he may have done something terribly wrong. Please don't scold him too much. I feel bad for him. Wrong? Did someone scold him? Tanasia frowned. Pardon? I only heard this from other ladies, Selins explained. Apparently, they saw the page being beaten and dragged away. He was bleeding a lot. They must have been watching because of his eye-catching appearance. Tanasia froze. Wait. She grabbed Selin's shoulders. Tell me in more detail. Where did this happen? Thwack. In a secluded courtyard, Arzkin was on his knees, surrounded by Leanna and her cronies. Ugh, why is this fool taking the beating so well? One of the women panted, lowering her whip. Isn't this enough to knock him out? Do you think he gets beaten every day? Arzkin lifted his head, blood trickling down his face. Please, he rasped. Let me go now. Pfft. Did you hear him? Leanna scoffed. That slave must think he's allowed to speak just because he has a mouth. She grabbed his chin, forcing him to look at her. Remember what I told you. I like making good-looking servants wade in their own tears. I don't plan on letting you go until you start weeping and begging. She leaned closer, a sadistic glint in her eyes. So, what will you do? Arzkin remained silent, his golden eyes burning with defiance. Humph! Leanna spat. Let's see how long you hold out then. Whoosh! Wind magic gathered around her hand, forming sharp blades of air. FSSHHH. I'm taking things into my own hands now, she declared. Will you endure even these blades slashing through your flesh? She raised her hand to strike. Arzkin flinched and braced himself. Gasp! Lady Krisha, wait! One of the women cried out. Swish! Before the wind blade could land, a figure burst into the courtyard. Plop! Something heavy hit the ground between them. Oh no! Lady Breloff. The screams pierced the air, mingling with the scent of blood as Tanasia lay on the ground, her body shielding Arzkin from the attack she had intercepted. She isn't dead, is she? One of the noblewomen stammered, her face pale with terror. And my lady? Arzkin's voice trembled. Dudan. A terrifying sound resonated from Arzkin's chest, a heartbeat so loud it felt like a war drum. Flare. Dark, ominous energy erupted from his body, swirling violently around him as his golden eyes glowed with feral intensity, and his pupils constricted into slits. Eep! The attacker shrieked, backing away. What is that? Leanna cried out, her eyes widening in horror at the monstrous aura manifesting before her. Ours can, Tanasia thought, fighting through the pain searing her back. I can't let Arskan lose control like this. If he does, it'll be dangerous for everyone here, including all the symposium participants. And me. She forced herself to move. I have to bring Arskan's focus onto something else, so that he sees nothing to attack. She reached up, her hand trembling, and gently cupped his cheek. Arskan! Her touch was soft, a stark contrast to the chaotic energy surrounding him, and Arskan froze. My lady? His voice was thick, struggling against the beast within. Right. It's me, Tanasia whispered, forcing a calm smile despite the agony. They dared to harm you. Arskan snarled, his gaze darting back to Leanna. I'm fine, Tanasia insisted, keeping his eyes locked on hers. As long as you're safe. The dark energy began to recede, the feral light in his eyes dimming as he focused solely on her. Have you calmed down? She asked softly. Without a word, Arskan scooped her up into his arms. Whoosh. Arskan? You must not move, he commanded, his voice shaking but firm. I will take you to a doctor, my lady. I'm fine, so put me down, Tanasia argued weakly. You're hurt too. Please do not mind me. Arskan ignored her protest and turned to leave. Wait, Tanasia said, gripping his shirt. I need to say something before we go, then. She turned her head, fixing a cold, hard glare on Leanna and her trembling entourage. All of you there, she declared, her voice icy. Should any of you divulge what you saw here, I will hold all of you responsible for attacking me with your elemental abilities. What? Leanna gasped, indignant. When did I ever? I didn't attack you on purpose. Sure, go ahead and say you didn't, Tanasia replied with a humorless smirk. But would anyone believe you after seeing these wounds on my back? Leanna shut her mouth, her face twisting in frustration and fear, knowing she was cornered. Tanasia! Arskan shouted, unable to tolerate the delay any longer, as he tightened his hold on her and broke into a run. As Arskan carried her away from the courtyard, the adrenaline began to fade, replaced by a throbbing pain in her back. Step. That hurt a lot, didn't it? Tanasia murmured, looking up at Arskan's tense jaw. I'm sorry. It was because of me. Please do not apologize, Arskan replied, his voice strained. You got injured trying to save me, my lady. Besides, these scratches are nothing to me. Tanasia looked at the bruises and cuts marring his face. These are nothing? Her heart ached. What kind of humiliation has Arskan had to endure until now? I think I will understand even if you don't forgive me, she whispered, half to herself. Arskan faltered. Pardon? What do you mean all of a sudden? You were injured badly too, yet you said it's nothing, Tanasia said, her eyes welling with guilt. All of my past wrongdoings seem to have caused your aloofness. I can't help but keep apologizing. Arskan remained silent, his expression unreadable. When we arrive, Tanasia instructed, shifting the subject to protect him. Tell them you discovered me on the floor after I had fallen down the stairs, and that your injuries are unrelated to this. She looked him in the eye. We can't let people find out that your elemental ability was involved. Later that evening, inside the Breloff residence. How is Tanasia, father? Naxia asked worriedly as Marquis Breloff exited Tanasia's room. Fortunately, it wasn't a critical injury, but she needs to rest, Breloff replied, rubbing his brow. Perhaps you should visit her tomorrow. Did she tell you how she got hurt? Naxia pressed. She only said she fell down the stairs, Breloff said, a frown creasing his forehead. So I checked with the page, but he answered the same. He paused, his eyes narrowing. However, her wounds were clearly the result of something sharp, as if some beast's claws had slashed her back. Beast's claws? Naxia repeated, confused. Would you mind asking her again when you visit her tomorrow? Breloff asked, placing a hand on Naxia's shoulder. She might be honest with you. Arskan stood alone outside, the cool night air doing little to soothe the turmoil in his mind as he leaned against a stone pillar, memories crashing over him like waves. "Let's test how long you endure this today," the cruel voice of Leanna echoed in his head. Then Tanasia's voice cut through the darkness. "I will not allow anyone to hurt you like that." The images blurred together, the past and the present warring for dominance. "I can't stand the sight of that black hair on your head," the old Tanasia had screamed, eyes full of hate. "You fool! You can't even bring a glass of water!" And then the new Tanasia. "Ours can, you look splendid today." "Thank you. You're a genius." He looked down at his hands, remembering how she had jumped in front of the wind blade. "I'm fine, as long as you're safe." Swoosh. A strange, painful warmth spread through his chest. "I can't help but keep apologizing." He squeezed his eyes shut. "When I get the chance, I must run away from the empire of Kalua and from the current Tanasia." He pushed himself off the pillar. "I have to leave, before I stop hoping to be free." Nearby, Naxia walked through the garden, pondering her father's words. "Tanasia's hiding the real reason she got hurt," she thought, brushing past a hedge. "I have my suspicions, but I wish she would tell me the truth herself." She stopped abruptly as a figure stood in the distance, bathed in moonlight. "Russell." Naxia blinked, squinting to see better. "Huh! Isn't he?" The man turned slightly, revealing a profile she recognized instantly. "Crown Prince Rohel?" Leanna glared at the door, her face twisted in annoyance. "Huh! I'm the one who should be upset right now." Step. Step. Walk. The door swung open, revealing Zirine. Dumb. Click. "You Zirine hesitated, glancing between the two unexpected guests. "Zirine, let Tanasia know that I'm here," Leanna commanded imperiously. "Yes, my lady. I will notify her immediately." "KHVD. I arrived first, you know," Naxia interjected, crossing her arms. Leanna scoffed. "You were barely ahead of me, Your Highness." "I was still ahead of you." "Then I should get to see her before you." Naxia stepped forward, her expression determined. "Then please excuse me, Your Highness. May I see Tanasia first? As her younger sister, I am quite worried." "I'm afraid not," Leanna replied icily. "I'm a busy person. I have to see Tanasia and be on my way. I need to see Tanasia as quickly as possible, so please allow me to see her first," Naxia insisted. "Well, I would like you to let me go in first." "Oh, I see." Naxia's eyes narrowed. "You have always gotten your way, so you do not know how to yield to others, do you, Your Highness?" Leanna glared down at her. "Are you even aware of whom you're speaking to?" Excuse me?" Zirine tried to interrupt again. "Peek." "What?" Both noblewomen snapped in unison. "Lady Tanasia would like you to come in together," Zirine announced meekly. Inside Tanasia's room, she lay propped up against pillows in bed. Crown Prince Rohel had overheard all the bickering. "I apologize for..." Zirine trailed off awkwardly. "Don't worry about it," Tanasia said, offering a weak smile as she tried to sit up straighter. "I apologize for not being able to get up. I am very grateful you came to visit, even though I caused some misunderstanding due to the commotion." Rohel waved a hand dismissively. "Nothing to worry about. I've forgotten all about it already." "Liar," Naxia muttered under her breath, glaring. "Oh, here. A gift for you. I heard you like flowers," Rohel said, presenting a large bouquet. "Oh my. I love them. Thank you very much." Tanasia beamed. "I brought some medicinal herbs from the Imperial Palace, too. Use whatever you need. I can also summon a skilled physician if you wish," Rohel added. "Your Imperial Highness, I am grateful for your generosity." Tanasia bowed her head slightly. "However, if you need something from me, please feel free to tell me." "Well, I'm sorry." Rohel scratched his head sheepishly. "For bringing this up while you are bedridden, but I heard you presented KO at the recent symposium." His expression turned serious. "If you're thinking about selling its technology to another country, I'd appreciate it if you could reconsider." So that was why he came, Tanasia thought, as the empires had been at odds lately. Please do not worry. That will not happen. I will never do anything that could harm our empire, she assured him. Rohel visibly relaxed. Hearing that puts my mind at ease. The Imperial Palace also plans to support your research going forward. I will send the documents soon. You can look forward to it. That is great news. Thank you. I should leave now, Rohel said, standing. I wish you a speedy recovery. And Lady Noxia, you can enjoy your family time in peace now. Oh. Noxia huffed, turning away. Humph. Rohel left with a satisfied stride. Tremble. Noxia shook with suppressed rage. Tanasia, did you see that? He definitely holds grudges, doesn't he? You really dislike His Highness, don't you? I hate him. Child's play? He's even more childish than I am. Noxia vented. Tanasia watched her with amusement. You two really were made for each other. Sigh. Huh? What did you say? Nothing. Noxia glanced at Tanasia, her expression sobering. Would you mind asking her again when you visit tomorrow? Their father's voice echoed. Tanasia, I have a question. What is it? Did Lady Krisha do this? Noxia asked bluntly. I mean, is she the one who wounded you? You had trouble with her recently. Father said your wounds looked like beast claw marks. I had similar wounds because of her when I was young. Was Noxia always this sharp? Tanasia wondered. Please keep it a secret from Father, Tanasia whispered. I have reasons. But I was planning to talk to you about Lady Krisha. Really? Noxia's eyes widened. Noxia, I have a favor to ask. Outside, carriages were being prepared. Tanasia, are you better now? Varnan asked. Yes. I'm sorry for worrying you. Get well soon. Let's meet at the residence. Tanasia turned to Arskan. Your wound hasn't healed much. You should rest. I'm fine, my lady. No, you're not. I'll ride with Noxia, so take the other carriage, okay? Arskan hesitated, then nodded. Later, back at the manor, Tanasia reflected alone. I missed all the other presentations. Ow. Clink. Sting. She winced and lay still. Only after being injured do I understand how much Arskan endured. Seeing how calm he was hurt my heart more than my wounds. She clenched her thoughts. He keeps suffering because of me. She stared at the ceiling. Should I give him a gift? A vacation? A trip together? Stroke. Knock, knock. Who could it be at this hour? Click. Who could it be at this hour? Tanasia wondered as she pulled it open, only to find Arskan standing in the hallway with a somber expression. Arskan? She asked in surprise as he held out a heavy leather pouch toward her, which she recognized immediately as the bag of jewels she had given him. Assuming he had come to say his final goodbyes, she asked if he was leaving, but Arskan stepped inside, the door clicking shut behind him, hesitated briefly, then lifted her hand and pressed the pouch into her palm, saying softly that he had come to return it because he no longer needed it. Bewildered, Tanasia tried to argue that he would need it to escape, but he interrupted firmly, declaring that he had decided not to run away. As she stared at him in silence, Arskan clenched his fist and lowered his gaze before declaring that he wanted to stay by her side. I want to stay by your side, my lady, he declared. You protected me, so please continue to keep me safe and close by. He looked up, meeting her eyes with intense determination. I will protect you now. Huh? Tanasia blinked, caught completely off guard. I didn't expect this. In a dimly lit study elsewhere, a woman with auburn hair sat at her desk, holding a wax seal stamp. Her eyes narrowed as she contemplated the recent events involving the ducal family. I knew it. I was right, she thought, her expression calculating. There was a reason why Tanasia adored that slave. Any normal person would have been nearly dead after that beating, but he was perfectly fine. She tapped the stamp against the desk thoughtfully. And despite being a mere slave, he had the elemental ability of fire. What exactly is he? Glancing sideways, her resolve hardened. I need to find out what Tanasia is hiding. Back in the mansion, the dynamic between Tanasia and her servant had clearly shifted. Arskan, go rest now. You worked for too long, Tanasia said as she watched him scrub the floor. I will finish cleaning this first, he replied without looking up, the rag squeaking against the polished surface. Zirian already cleaned everything. Arskan ignored her and continued scrubbing. Squeak. Squeak. Tanasia sighed. Whatever. Do what you want. After returning the jewels, Arskan had begun acting a little differently. Later, in Tanasia's room, Arskan stood beside a vase filled with lush pink and white flowers. These flowers seem new, my lady, he commented neutrally. Tanasia looked up from her book. Oh, those? Aren't they beautiful? Crown Prince Rohel gave them to me. He came to visit while I was bedridden during the symposium. Crash. The sound of shattering glass tore through the room. Water drenched the table as shards of porcelain scattered across the floor. I apologize, Arskan said quickly, standing amid the wreckage of the vase and ruined flowers. I was wiping the vase. Are you okay? You aren't hurt, right? I'm fine, Tanasia replied, staring at the mess. But the shards ruined the flowers. I'll quickly bring you new ones, Arskan said, immediately picking up the broken pieces. Clink. Forget it. Why go through all that trouble? But you seemed happy because the flowers were beautiful, Arskan insisted, his golden eyes darkening. I will prepare a new bouquet for you. Tanasia watched him with a strange unease. Arskan had always done exactly as she told him, nothing more. Now, he constantly tried to go above and beyond. Even when she was buried in business proposals, he never left her side, standing for 4 hours straight and watching her like a hawk. Did he literally want to be joined at the hips with me or something? She wondered, clasping her hands together. He had even begun decorating her room with flowers every single day, his attention becoming overwhelming. Soon enough, the construction project was complete. The group stood before a magnificent white stone building that looked more like a palace than a scientific facility. The research lab is finally built, Tanasia announced. Excellent! It looks great on the outside, but absolutely splendid on the inside, one teacher exclaimed. I agree, the other chimed in. Arskan stood silently behind Tanasia as she addressed the group. Allow me to show you the lab on the second floor, my lady, he said. Oh, Varnan and Martella can each use one, Tanasia replied cheerfully. Oh my, do you mean that? Martella beamed, adjusting her glasses. Ahem. Well, this isn't too bad, Varnan said, failing to hide his excitement. Is this pillar made of Volscianium too? Looks like Marquis Breloff spent quite a lot of money. Tanasia watched fondly. Both teachers are loving this like children. She leaned toward the architect beside her. My lady, we can go see the bunker while everyone else is looking around, he whispered. Tanasia nodded. Sounds good. Turning to her servant, she said, Arskan, I'll be right back. Wait here for just a bit. As she walked away, a dark aura seemed to loom over Arskan. He stared at her back, his expression shadowed. His elemental ability can't be activating just because I'm leaving him behind, can it? She thought nervously. Turning back to the architects, she smiled. Tyler, Robin, I now have a laboratory I truly love, thanks to you. We're happy you like it, Tyler replied with a bow. We'll come back again. Of course. Varnan, Martella, please make your way home safely. As the carriage rattled away, Tanasia suddenly felt a hand grip her wrist. My lady. She turned to see Arskan standing close. Where did you and that architect go earlier? Oh, that? I was just about to tell you. He didn't let go. Come with me. She led him through the stone corridors of the new building to a secluded area she had inspected earlier. Inside was a stark room with heavy gray stone walls. Most of this is made of Volscianium, Tanasia explained, brushing her hand along a pillar. It's highly resistant to fire. Arskan scanned the fortified space. This place doesn't seem like an ordinary laboratory. Of course not. It's a bunker, not a lab, she replied. That's why Tyler showed it to me in secret. A bunker? That's right. There's even a secret passageway and food storage. I'm preparing for the unexpected. Oh, I'll show you the passageway, she continued. Me? Yes. You'll be using this space often. Of course you should know. She smiled. I think this will be a great place to practice your elemental ability. Arskin's eyes widened. You kept that in mind? Of course. What if you lose control somewhere random and get caught? He gazed at her, deeply moved. I understand, my lady. I'll do my best to control my power, and I'll use it to protect you. Tanasia sighed internally. He's been saying that ever since I got injured. That incident must have really shocked him. She smiled reassuringly. You don't have to protect me, Arsken. It'll be fine even if you hide behind me. He stepped closer. Then, will only you and I use this space? Yes, for now. That's good news, he said quietly. He took her hand again, golden eyes locking onto hers with an intensity that made her breath hitch. My lady, you remember, don't you? You promised to reward me once I can control my power. Tanasia blinked as the memory surfaced. That was when you said you would give me anything, he reminded her, leaning closer. And I'm very much looking forward to it. Tanasia stared up at him, her heart skipping a beat. For the first time, as she met his burning gaze, she felt that something was wrong. I put my thoughts about Arsken aside and dove into my new research project. Magic stones are the biggest problem, I murmured to myself, staring at the blueprints scattered across my desk. I need to figure out how to reduce their cost and increase their usage. But how? I tapped my quill against my chin. Even though they were the Achilles heel of the design, they were necessary. Should I switch them out for stones with lower purity, or should I make a smaller weapon? Whatever. I'll try things out as they come to mind, I decided, rolling up my sleeves. Despite all my experiments, however, none yielded satisfactory results. The stones with lower purity weakened the weapon drastically. One? Does it even work? I asked, looking at a miniaturized prototype. Yes, but my lady, is that a toy? A voice chimed in. That's adorable, I sighed, poking the small device. This is a smaller version. Yes, it's a toy. While I kept searching for a solution, the bunker was finally finished. The air in the underground bunker was cool and heavy as I turned to Arsken, who stood in the center of the reinforced room. Arsken, you can use your power freely now. I leaned against the wall, feeling the weight of my exhaustion, having been fatigued for over a week since the last failed experiment. Yes, my lady, Arsken replied, hesitating as he looked at me with concern. But are you all right, my lady? I think you should go rest. I'm fine. Don't worry, I insisted, forcing a smile. I need to watch you practice. Arsken turned away, focusing his energy. Arsken's fire never goes out unless he controls it, which was why we had replaced the bunker walls with materials highly resistant to fire, and today we finally got to practice for the first time. Whoosh! A massive flare of crimson fire erupted from his hands, illuminating the dark stone walls as intense heat swirled around him in a controlled vortex. Splash! SSHHH. The flames died down, leaving glowing embers in the air. Arsken! I called out, stepping forward. He spun around, eyes wide. My lady! It is too dangerous for you to come in so quickly. All right, I'll come in a little later next time, I said, waving off his concern as I looked him over and noticed he was slumped slightly on the floor. But are you okay? Can you get up? Do you need a hand? Yes, he whispered, looking up at me through his lashes. Please. I moved to his side and hoisted his arm over my shoulder. Here, wrap your arm around me. 1, 2, 3. We began walking toward the stairs, my arm around his waist to support him, but after a few steps I frowned. Something is strange, I thought. Aren't you leaning on me? Why are you so light? Yes. I got up easily with your help, my lady, Arsken said smoothly. Did you? I muttered. Well, let's go upstairs for now. We ascended the stone steps, and Arskan seemed to be walking just fine, his gait steady and bearing none of his weight on me. I decided to test him and purposely dragged my foot, feigning a trip. Oops! Immediately, Arskan's arm tightened around me, catching me effortlessly before I could even stumble, pulling me upright with strength that betrayed no fatigue whatsoever. We stood there on the stairs, his face close to mine. You were pretending to be weak, weren't you? I asked, narrowing my eyes. Arskan smiled faintly. Could you tell? Why did you act like you were hurt? I was worried. He pulled me closer, his hand resting firmly on my waist. Now it is your turn to lean on me, he said in a low voice. I did that on purpose. My face flushed. And how am I supposed to lean on you like this? I pulled away, flustered, but as I looked at him, a sudden realization struck me and I froze. My lady? Arskan asked, confused by my sudden silence. Wait a minute, I murmured, my mind racing back to my research. If it's possible to artificially create an elemental ability with a magical formula, can it be done on an ordinary pebble too? I looked up at him with wide eyes. Arskan? I have a favor to ask you. Yes? Can you just take off your shirt? Arskan blinked, taken aback, hesitated for a split second, then nodded obediently. Yes, my lady. He reached for the hem of his shirt and pulled it over his head, the fabric rustling as it slid off and revealed his toned torso covered in intricate, glowing black markings. I stepped closer, my eyes glued to his skin. It'll be quick. I just want to see the magical formulae on your body. Yes, my lady, he replied quietly. I traced the lines of the markings with my gaze. I'll study these formulae and apply them to ordinary stones, I thought excitedly. Maybe I can artificially create magic stones. I leaned in, scrutinizing the patterns on his chest. This magical formula produces fire out of thin air. This one moves fire, and that one cuts it. My eyes traveled lower. There's a formula to harden his body into steel, too. Amazing. I squinted at a particularly complex section near his collarbone. What are these tiny letters? I leaned in even closer, my face inches from his skin, completely absorbed in my study, when suddenly I felt a gaze burning into the top of my head. I looked up to find Arskan staring down at me, his golden eyes dark and intense. Oh! I flinched, stepping back. You startled me. Arskan didn't move. My lady, I was only looking at you. Why is that startling? Because, I stammered, clutching my hands together. You were staring so intently. Arskan tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable. Pardon? He asked softly. Did that offend you? I was only looking at you. Why is that startling? Arskan asked, his voice low and steady. Tanasia shifted, feeling the heat rise to her cheeks. Because you were staring so intently. Pardon? Did that offend you? No, that isn't the problem. Tanasia stammered, unable to meet his gaze. Arskan's expression softened into one of contrition. I must have made you uncomfortable. I will not do that again, my lady. Just as the tension in the room began to settle, a sharp knock echoed from the heavy wooden door. Arskan, Tanasia started, but the door creaked open. My lady, you have a guest. A maid announced, bowing hastily. It's someone from the Ichthian business. Tanasia's eyes widened in surprise. What? Without prior notice? Why? She quickly smoothed her dress and composed herself, heading to the reception room. As she entered, a familiar figure turned to greet her. Long time no see, Tanasia, the man said with a charming smile. What brings you here so suddenly, Dekine? Tanasia asked, crossing her arms. What do you mean? Dekine chuckled, stepping closer. I'm here because I missed you, of course. And to talk about our contract, too. That's what you're really here for, isn't it? He held up a document. Ichthian decided to accept all of your terms. Tanasia blinked, stunned. They accepted everything? Even though it's their loss? She thought, skeptical. She took the papers from him. I'll have to compare this with the previous copy to make sure everything's the same. Please excuse me. I need to get something. Sure, take your time. Dekine replied smoothly. As Tanasia turned to leave, a worry nagged at her. Wait, will it be okay to leave those two by themselves? It always seemed like they didn't get along, she thought, glancing back at Arskan and Dekine. I'll have to come back quickly. The moment the door clicked shut behind her, the atmosphere in the room plummeted. Dekine's smile vanished, replaced by a cold sneer. You've been making me uncomfortable, Dekine said, his eyes sliding toward Arskan. Can you stop glaring at me like that? Arskan stood like a statue, his golden eyes burning with hostility. I have no reason to do as you say, he replied icily. Wasn't I polite just now? Dekine scoffed. You're quite rude for a page. You are the rude one, Arskan shot back. Do not speak so lightly to her, lady. Do not act so friendly with her either. Dekine's jaw tightened. He stepped forward and roughly grabbed Arskan by the collar. I guess you weren't rude. You just don't know your place, Dekine hissed into his face. You often forget you're a page, don't you? Arskan stared down at him, unblinking. His fist clenched at his side, trembling with the urge to strike. Wait, this jerk. Arskan realized, his mind racing. He deliberately provoked me. Because if I hit him, Tanasia would think badly of me. What is wrong? Go ahead and hit me, Dekine taunted, leaning in closer. Arskan forced his hand to relax. That doesn't mean I should hit you, though. Too bad. I hoped I would never have to see your face again, Arskan muttered. Keep dreaming, Dekine retorted. I need to protect Tanasia from shady jerks like you, Arskan stated firmly. Dekine let go of his collar, smoothing his own clothes with a mocking shrug. Who knows what you'll do to her? Especially when you're mistaking your master's mercy for affection? Arskan stiffened. You think your status is your weakness, right? That is why you dislike me, Dekine continued, his voice dripping with venom. He leaned in one last time, whispering, Don't mistake your master's kindness for anything else. Those are my words of advice for the poor soul you are. Before Arskan could respond, the door opened. I'm back, Tanasia announced, stepping into the room. Dekine immediately spun around, his face transforming into a pleasant mask. Tanasia, you came back quickly. Yeah. I didn't want to keep you waiting. Was there a problem? She asked, eyeing the tension in the room. What problem? Of course not. Dekine laughed breezily. Shall we continue our conversation then? Later that afternoon, the business discussion concluded. I'm done looking these over, but I also need my teacher and father's input. So it'll take a few more days to review this, Tanasia explained. I can wait for as long as you want, Dekine said. Just let me stay here while I wait. In the lab? But this isn't a living space, Tanasia pointed out. I'm a merchant. I've slept in worse conditions, you know. Besides, I want to see your lab while I am here, Dekine persisted with a charming smile. Won't you show me around, Tanasia? Yeah, sure. That doesn't matter, but her lady is busy, Arskan interrupted, stepping between them. His voice was dark, and his gaze was murderous. I will show you around, sir. Dekine looked at Arskan's threatening expression and paled. Huh! Are you all right with that, Dekine? Tanasia asked innocently. I changed my mind. I'll just rest in my room, Dekine exclaimed, backing away quickly. All right. Go ahead, Tanasia said, confused by his sudden retreat. Left alone in her laboratory, Tanasia sighed, rubbing her temples. What should I do with these two? She muttered, looking at the door. She turned back to her worktable, where various stones lay scattered. Seriously, nothing comes easily, she groaned. How come I can't find any stones to embed the magical formulae on? I wonder if this one will do. She picked up a small, dull gray rock, examining it closely. I suppose I should talk with Arskan soon. Tanasia? She jumped, nearly dropping the stone. Huh! Standing behind her, having entered silently, was Dekine. Dekine? She gasped. Tanasia? Dekine asked, startled by her sudden appearance. Huh? Dekine? Tanasia gasped, her eyes widening as she immediately covered her face with her hands. Wait! What are you doing here? Dekine stood waist deep in the small natural pool, water glistening on his skin. Can't you tell? I'm bathing. He shrugged nonchalantly before asking. What are you doing here? I needed some stones to experiment on. Tanasia mumbled through her fingers. Wait, no, why in the world are you bathing here? There's a bathtub in the laboratory. I like bathing in nature, he replied simply. Fine. Enjoy your bath then, she snapped, turning on her heel. See you later. I'll... Splash. Splash. Tanasia froze as she heard him wading out of the water behind her. Why are you following me? She demanded, not daring to look back. I'm done bathing, Dekine said, his voice amused. Smack, the sound of wet skin meeting fabric echoed. Then get dressed, she yelled, squeezing her eyes shut tighter. Why are you being so shy, Tanasia? Ha ha! Dekine laughed. I was just taken aback, she retorted, her face burning. You said you remove your mask only for the person you love. It would be disrespectful to both you and your future wife for me to see your bare face. Dekine paused, staring at her back. You were concerned about that? He murmured. You're really adorable. Tanasia shuddered visibly. That's gross. Changing the subject as he pulled on his clothes, Dekine said. Anyway, it's the middle of the night. Why didn't you just send a maid out instead? They're off for the day. Besides, I have to search for the pebbles myself because I need a particular size, Tanasia explained, finally lowering her hands but keeping her gaze averted. Then you can simply have them keep searching until they bring you what you want, Dekine suggested as he fell into step beside her. That wouldn't be right. Maids are people, too. Dekine stopped walking. Tanasia, he looked at her with genuine confusion. Do you think maids are your equals? Even if they have a different status, they're still people. Well, no one would want to work at this hour, Tanasia finished for him. Then what do you see me as? Dekine asked quietly. Huh? Tanasia looked up at him. You're just Dekine. Dekine stared at her as memories of his past flooded his mind. You fool! How dare you spill your tea? A noble shouted, striking a young boy across the face. You deserve a beating. I am sorry, the boy cried, cowering. His father owns the Ichthian business. Please do not be so hard on the boy. A bystander interjected. What's so great about that? The boy was only adopted into the family, the noble sneered. Another memory surfaced, of a noblewoman caressing his cheek. Your name is Dekine, right? You're quite handsome. You must not do this, your ladyship. I must set out now, young Dekine had said, trying to pull away. Stop right there, the woman commanded. Who said you could leave? Get on your knees immediately, right here before me. Dekane's childhood was filled with discrimination due to his status. His Majesty has no intention of accepting Dekine, a voice whispered in the shadows. Well, he is the son of a maid. Perhaps we can keep him in the dark and make him continue leading the business. In the end, he learned that he was the Emperor's illegitimate son. This is unfair, he had thought bitterly. I have royal blood, yet I had to deal with such humiliation? Since then, his only goal in life had been to recover his status by succeeding to the throne of the Empire of Lagent. But I'm just Dekine, he repeated Tanasia's words in his head. You think your status is your weakness, right? That is why you dislike me. Right, weakness, that's what it is, he thought, looking at Tanasia's earnest face. Especially since I feel moved even when she merely looks at me. You have a knack for making people feel good, Dekine said aloud with a faint smile. I understand why your servant is faithful to you. Servant? Who? Tanasia asked, confused. The one who looks like a feral cat. Oh, ours can? Oof, Tanasia muttered. Since you mentioned him, What is it that you keep saying to Arskan? Huh! He always looks glum after talking with you. If you're just giving him a hard time, then stop, she scolded. Dekine raised an eyebrow. Tanasia, do you always take his side like this? Why do you ask? He's quite brazen. Maybe because he thinks you have his back, Dekine observed. He might mistake himself as someone special if you're too nice to him. You think so? Tanasia asked, turning away. What was that? Dekine pressed, stepping closer. Do you really consider him to be special? Tanasia clenched her jaw. Clench. I answered, no, to Dekine, but what began as kindness purely for my survival turned into sympathy for an ordinary boy, and eventually grew into a sense of kinship due to the similarities to my own past. I was confused these days. Since I couldn't figure out my own feelings, I threw myself into work while trying to sort them out. Sunlight streamed into the laboratory, blindingly bright, as Tanasia sat at her desk rubbing her eyes. It's so bright, she murmured. Arskan appeared beside her with a tray of food. You should eat now, my lady. You have skipped too many meals again. I will hang some curtains in the meantime, he added, moving toward the window. Meanwhile, Arskan seemed to know me far too well. Now that I was aware of it, I realized how closely he had always paid attention to me and my needs. Later that night, Arskan found her dozing at her desk. My lady, you should sleep in your room, he whispered, leaning over her, his presence warm and steady. My lady, are you really asleep? He asked softly. My lady, you should sleep in your room, Arskan whispered, leaning over the woman who had dozed off at her desk. The fabric of his clothes rustled as he moved closer. My lady, are you really asleep? Tanasia's eyes snapped open, and she sat up abruptly, her heart pounding. Arskan blinked, taken aback, and stepped back. Tanasia clenched her fists beneath the desk, her mind racing. My head hurts more from this than from my research, she thought, feeling overwhelmed. I need more time to sort out my thoughts. Once I finish this research, I'll talk to him. She tapped her fingers anxiously against the wooden surface. After Dekine left, Tanasia focused entirely on developing a new magic stone. First, she turned all the pebbles she had gathered into volcanic rocks. An elemental ability was successfully transplanted into Arskan's body because it was absorbed more easily than in the bodies of other subjects. She mused, recalling her notes. This hypothesis was why I chose volcanic rocks. She observed the dark, porous stones. Although they certainly responded to the magical formula of fire, they were not as powerful as magic stones. Now I need a totally different magical formula, she concluded. Artificially transplanting a magical ability into a subject required the combination of many formulae, but because her subject was a small rock, she only needed a slightly altered magical formula. So, Tanasia blended ancient texts, spells, and magical figures, experimenting with hundreds of combinations. Unaware of how time passed, she continued until she finally developed a magic-infused stone with all the functions and optimal efficiency she had desired. And finally, spark, click. A small stone on her desk began to glow with an intense inner light. Tanasia slid back in her chair, staring at it. My lady? Arskan asked, stepping forward with concern. Are you all right? I did it, Tanasia mumbled, her voice trembling with exhaustion and disbelief. Whoosh, the stone flared brighter. It worked! It's successful! She cried out. This is as powerful as a magic stone! She had created a product that could replace the magic stone, which was KO's greatest weakness. Did it work well? Then you can rest now, Arskan said gently. Tanasia slumped, suddenly feeling weak, her legs trembling as she tried to stand. How long has it been since Dekine visited? She asked faintly. It has been a month, my lady, Arskan replied, moving quickly to support her. Hold my hands. I will help you up. Already? Tanasia exclaimed, shocked. Arskan, let's take a stroll together. Outside, the night air was cool and refreshing, and Tanasia breathed in deeply. Phew! I feel so much better. My lady, you must eat something once we finish our stroll, Arskan insisted. All right, don't worry. I won't skip another meal, she promised. Anyway, you can see plenty of stars here, too. She looked up at the vast, twinkling sky. Indeed, Arskan agreed, his gaze fixed on her rather than the heavens. Arskan, she asked, which do you like better, seeing them from the residence or from the laboratory? I like them all, Arskan answered softly. As long as I can be with you, my lady. Tanasia stopped walking. You do? I should talk to Arskan about the thoughts I've sorted out so far. She turned to face him. To me, it sounds like you like me. Am I mistaken? The wind swooshed around them, rustling the leaves. Arskan looked at her, his expression unguarded. You are likely not mistaken. That's what I thought, Tanasia said quietly, peeking up at him. Arskan lowered his head. I apologize. There is nothing I dare desire from you, my lady. If this troubles you, I will hide my feelings altogether. Yes, Tanasia nodded. It troubles me. Arskan flinched slightly. Because I don't deserve your affection, she continued. Pardon? Arskan looked up, confused. To be honest, I said I lost all my past memories after falling off the horse a few months ago, but actually, I've sometimes had dreams about what happened before then. Most of them are about the things I had done wrong. She looked down at her hands. Like when I was mean to Noxia, when I treated our residence workers rudely, and when I experimented on you. She met his gaze, her eyes sad. That's who I was. You shouldn't have such feelings for someone like me. She went on. What you feel now is merely because you're a lot weaker than before. I just happened to be the closest person around who treated you well, so you probably began relying on me. Maybe you'll change your mind once you start meeting more people. There are many good people in the world, after all. That is not true. Arskan interrupted firmly. Huh. I used to have nightmares too, he confessed. In them, people from the lab chased after me. But I no longer have such dreams ever since I dreamed that you saved me, as you are now, my lady. He stepped closer. It is true that I resented you and even wished to get back at you one day. You used to be part of my nightmares. But now, I feel like I am in a dream I never want to wake from. Arskan looked at her with intense sincerity. My lady, even if this may sound strange, to me, you feel like a different person from the lady you were before. And I like the changed lady standing before me. It is true that I resented you and even wished to get back at you one day, Arskan confessed quietly, his voice carrying the weight of past pain. You used to be part of my nightmares. But now, I feel like I am in a dream I never want to wake from. He stepped closer, his golden eyes filled with sincerity. My lady, even if this may sound strange, to me, you feel like a different person from the lady you were before. And I like the changed lady standing before me. Tanasia froze. What? He likes the changed me? Her heart skipped a beat as the realization hit her. That means he likes me, not Tanasia, I suppose. What I said does sound strange, Arskan murmured, mistaking her silence for confusion. It is strange, Tanasia admitted softly. But I understand how you feel. However, that doesn't change my mind. Arskan's expression fell slightly, but he nodded. Yes. I understand. They continued their walk in silence for a moment, the only sound being the crunch of gravel beneath their feet. Arskan, let's go traveling soon, Tanasia said suddenly. Traveling? Arskan looked surprised. I'd like you to meet more people and experience more things, she explained, looking up at the night sky. I am satisfied as long as I can be near you, my lady, he replied instantly. Then your life would only consist of your time in the laboratory and at the Marquis's residence, Tanasia said gently. Don't limit your world to just me. Arskan stopped walking and turned to face her fully. In that case, my lady, if my feelings do not change even after time passes, then may I desire a little more from you? Tanasia looked into his unwavering gaze. She had believed Arskan's feelings would fade away quickly. She thought he was just having a teenage crush, one that flares up uncontrollably but burns out quickly. She was sure he'd forget that he ever expected a response from her, but looking at him now, she wasn't so certain. The next day, Tanasia stood before her father and teacher in the study, presenting her creation. So, this power was from a magic-infused stone, not a magic stone? Marquis Breloff asked, examining the glowing rock. Yes, sir, Tanasia beamed. I made this in just 1 month. Tanasia, do you even know what you've just created? Her teacher asked gravely. Our deal with the Ichthian business must be put on hold. We need to notify our empire first before deciding on a distributor. What? But I made magic-infused stones to improve KO, Tanasia protested. Magical engineering is centered around magic stones, the Marquis explained. The fact that you successfully found a way to replace them altogether is a whole different issue. Tell us, Tanasia, you can even create objects to replace magic stones entirely if you put your mind to it, can't you? Yes, she admitted hesitantly. The principle is the same, so it would only be a matter of time. I'm sure you already know, but magic stones serve as an energy source for life in general, not just for magical engineering, her teacher added. And the magic-infused stones you created clearly have the potential to replace them. Basically, you've proven that you can make objects capable of changing the world. So we must be prudent. Tanasia bit her lip. That will weaken our connection with the Ichthian business. And what about cooperating with the Empire of Lagent? What about my survival? She sighed. Since the contract was only put on hold, maybe I can do as the elders say for now. Yes, you are both right. I will notify the Ichthian business. She agreed reluctantly. Days later, Dekine received a letter. He read it with a scowl. I'm sorry, but I think it would be best to put the agreement on hold for now. I made this decision after much discussion with my elders. I hope you'll understand. Sigh. Dekine tossed the letter onto his desk. Things seemed to be going just fine when I visited Tanasia. Marquis Breloff and that teacher of hers must have convinced her otherwise. He ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. Nothing works out properly when old-timers get involved. In any case, this sudden shift to a defensive stance must mean her research yielded surprising results. Becoming distant from Tanasia won't help in any way. He quickly scribbled a reply. I have to win her over, no matter what it takes. He handed the sealed envelope to his servant. Send this to the house of Marquis Breloff in the Empire of Arwen as quickly as possible. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, in a dark alleyway, a terrified noblewoman was backed against a wall by a group of hooded figures. Who are you all? Lyanna stammered, trembling. What do you want from me? One of the figures held up a crumpled piece of paper. That's the letter I leaked to the gang so I could dig up more information on that jerk. Lyanna realized with horror. The leader read from the paper. The boy with black hair and golden eyes. Slave. The elemental ability of controlling fire. He looked up sharply. Who is this? Tell me. Dr. Drop the knife first. Then I'll tell you. Lyanna shrieked. Do I seem like a gentleman to you? The man sneered, pressing the blade closer to her neck. I don't care about ladies first. So speak while I'm still being nice. Fine. I'll tell you. I just have to tell you, right? Lyanna cried. So that. I mean, the house of Marquis Breloff. He's at the house of Marquis Breloff. As Tanasia Breloff's page, apparently, his name is Arsken. The man smirked. Close your eyes and count to 10. If you don't, I'll kill you. Lyanna squeezed her eyes shut, nodding frantically. 1, 2, 3. She heard the swish of cloaks as the men vanished into the shadows. 10. She opened her eyes, gasping for breath. Ha ha ha! A twisted smile spread across her face. Indeed, something splendid. Some jerks asked about Arsken and left just now. She laughed maniacally. I knew it. I knew there was something more to that slave. Those jerks will kill him for sure this time. Hidden nearby in the bushes, a maid named Ella watched the scene with wide eyes. I'm not sure what Lady Lana is talking about, but I must notify her of this. She thought, remembering a conversation from the symposium. Flashback. You are Ella, a worker at the Krisha residence, correct? Tanasia had asked kindly. Oh, yes. May I ask what this is about? I know you have gone through a lot working for Lana until now. I also know she hits you, but you cannot quit because you need a good recommendation letter. How did you? If you ever do quit, I will make sure you are treated well in my household. In return, could you do me just one favor? Favor? If the young lady of Krisha ever behaves strangely, please let me know. Even if it is only slightly odd. End flashback. Ella scrambled out of the bushes and ran. She had to warn Lady Tanasia. Rain poured relentlessly from the darkened sky. Why does it have to rain at a time like this? Tanasia sighed, watching a bird flap its wings against the downpour. I hope the bird makes it to the Breloff residence safely. Tanasia, enjoy your vacation, Noxia said cheerfully, waving. Thanks, I'll see you when I come back, Tanasia replied. Oh, take this, I asked father for it. She handed Noxia a small box. Inside was a ring with a shimmering blue stone. Huh! A ring? It's not just any ring. A magic stone of water was embedded into it, Tanasia explained. Playing in the water could be dangerous, so you have to wear it. Okay. Wow, thank you, Noxia. Tanasia smiled, realizing she had accidentally called herself by her sister's name in her thoughts. I'll make sure to bring back a gift for you. Really? I can't wait. Hee hee. Noxia giggled. Tanasia turned to her servant. Arskan, I hope you enjoyed the trip too. Arskan nodded silently as the carriage rattled forward. Rattle. Does the ring make you that happy, my lady? Arskan asked, watching her smile. Yeah. I'm happy because I can feel Noxia's care. She glanced at him. Why? Do you want something like this too? Arskan shook his head. No, my lady. Perhaps I can make something like that for you as well. He fell silent, and Tanasia noticed a slight shadow cross his face. He seems a little disappointed. I want that too, Tanasia said softly. Too bad I planned on giving this to you once we arrived at the villa, but here. She pulled out a rolled parchment. What is it, my lady? It's your enslavement contract. Arskan's eyes widened. Pardon? I said I'd help you experience more of the world. Tanasia began, her tone serious. Simply getting rid of this won't immediately make you a citizen of this empire. But if you want it, I'll help you earn citizenship. You'll be able to do more things on your own that way. She paused, gauging his reaction. Arskan was staring at the parchment, his jaw clenched tight. Grit. Huh! Arskan's expression doesn't look so bright. Are you okay? She asked, concerned. My lady, you must want me to leave, he whispered, his voice trembling. What? Tanasia blinked. Why do you keep trying to free me? Arskan demanded, his gaze intense. I do not want these kinds of things any longer. I only want to be near you, my lady. Why do you? He trailed off, looking away. Tanasia slid closer to him on the carriage seat. Arskan, do you remember when you tried to leave the house of Breloff? I told you I was disappointed that you were leaving. She looked him in the eye. Actually, I would definitely be very sad because now I know you much better. I have no intention of pushing you to leave, whether you stay with me, she continued gently, or leave and come back. I just want it to be your own decision. Arskan stared at her, the tension slowly leaving his shoulders. Tanasia smiled. Good. Does he feel a bit better about this now? She held out the parchment again. Here you go. Suddenly, Arskan grabbed her hand and pulled her into a tight embrace. Arskan? Tanasia gasped. My lady, you are too cruel. He murmured into her hair. You show me so much affection, yet you are troubled if I like you. Please allow me at least this. He squeezed her gently. Squeeze. I didn't expect Arskan to be this expressive. He's making me soft, Tanasia thought, her heart racing. I heard there's a festival tonight at the village we're heading to. She stammered, trying to distract herself. Let's take a look around once we get there. Yes, my lady, Arskan replied, not letting go. I can enjoy anything as long as it is with you. Okay. Tanasia patted his back awkwardly. Badump. I didn't realize this before, but our skin has such a broad, warm chest. She shook her head. Broad and warm? Snap out of it. Our skin's only 19 years old. See, can you let go of me now? She squeaked. I can't breathe. Back at the Breloff residence, Noxia paced anxiously. I wonder if Tanasia would have arrived safely by now, she murmured. Suddenly, a messenger bird flapped onto the windowsill. Flap. A bird? This is... Noxia unrolled the scroll attached to its leg. A letter from the Krisha residence. She bit her lip. What should I do? Tanasia isn't here right now. She recalled the conversation she had with Tanasia when her sister was bedridden. Flashback. Did Lady Krisha do this? Noxia had asked, looking at Tanasia's injuries. I mean, is she the one who wounded you? You had some trouble with her recently. Please keep it secret from Father. But I was planning to talk with you about Lady Krisha, Tanasia had replied. Noxia, I have a favor to ask of you. Can you have someone monitor Leanna and the people around her? What? Monitor them? Why? Leanna saw something she shouldn't have, Tanasia said gravely. I warned her not to divulge anything, but I can't trust her. What did Leanna see? Well, you don't have to tell me if it's too difficult. Tanasia hesitated. I trust you, Noxia said firmly. I'll help. Thanks, Noxia. When you pick someone for the deed, it'll help to win over someone who might have hard feelings against the household. Tanasia had then recruited Ella, the maid. If the young lady of Krisha ever behaves strangely, please let me know. Even if it is only slightly odd. End flashback. I'm curious about what's written in here, but I shouldn't just open it since it's Tanasia's secret, Noxia decided. I should send it over to the villa quickly. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Dekine confronted his father, Louis Van, the owner of the Ichthian business. Father, what do you mean? Dekine asked, his voice low. I heard the young lady of Breloff set out on a trip today, Louis Van said, swirling a glass of wine. Apparently, she took only the bare minimum number of people, so she doesn't have many bodyguards. Dekine narrowed his eyes. So, are you telling me to go kidnap Tanasia right now? A moment earlier. Did you ask for me, father? Dekine asked, entering the room. Dekine, it turns out you are quite close with the young lady of Breloff, Louis Van said, not turning from the window. Toss. He threw a crumpled letter onto the desk. That letter, Dekine started, recognizing his own handwriting. Send this to the house of Marquis Breloff in the Empire of Arwen as quickly as possible, Louis Van commanded. Yes, my lord, Dekine replied automatically. He paused, looking at the letter. Is the one I sent to Tanasia. Father, have you been reading my letters? Louis Van turned slowly. I've been watching you because you seemed acquainted with that young lady. Why in the world would you do that? He narrowed his eyes. As you may already know, she is far too clever. We must be wary of her. I heard she recently created an object that could replace magic stones. Pardon? Where did you get that information? Dekine asked, shocked. She's disliked by many in the residence, Louis Van replied dismissively. So finding a servant to join our side was quite easy. There are servants who hate Tanasia, Dekine thought. That's impossible. It'd be dangerous to let such talent stay in Arwen, Louis Van continued. And as luck would have it, I heard the young lady left on a trip today. Apparently, she took only the bare minimum number of people, so she doesn't have many bodyguards. Decane's blood ran cold. So, are you telling me to go kidnap her right now? She is a noble. If anything goes wrong, we will face serious consequences. That's right. It would be dangerous if this were a matter related to our business. A deep voice interrupted. Dekine spun around. Grand Duke of the Empire of Lagent, Latanda? Your Grace? What brings you here? His Majesty has already approved of this entire matter, Latanda stated calmly. Now do you understand, Dekine? You're well acquainted with the young lady of Breloff, so take good care of her. Our men are already on their way to her, so she will have to come to Lagent. Dekine watched in horror as riders galloped away into the night. Meanwhile, Tanasia and Arskan were strolling through a lively village. "Let's hurry, Arskan!" Tanasia laughed, pulling him along. "My lady, you might trip. Please be careful," Arskan warned gently. "The streets are so fragrant. There are flowers everywhere for the flower festival," she exclaimed, breathing in the sweet air. "Mem, you must really like this, my lady," Arskan noted with a smile. "Hello, young lady. Would you like to try on a flower crown?" A street vendor called out. "Should I get one since we're here?" "Which one?" Tanasia asked, examining the colorful wreaths. "I think any of these would look great on you." The vendor beamed. "Do you think so? Then I'll take this one." Tanasia placed a wreath of white flowers on her head. She turned to Arskan. "Arskan, which one do you want?" "I don't need one, my lady. These are for people like you to wear," he demurred. "It's no fun if I'm the only one wearing it." She pouted. She picked up a smaller flower and tucked it behind his ear. "There. That's okay, right?" Arskan touched the flower, his heart pounding. "Yes, my lady," they continued walking. "I came out with you today because we arrived late, but you can explore the village on your own starting tomorrow," Tanasia suggested. "There is nothing for me to do by myself," Arskan replied. "Explore the area and talk with people. Or you can shop for anything you need. Finding a hobby is another option." "I do have a hobby, which is cleaning your room or laboratory, my lady," Arskan said seriously. Tanasia's sweat dropped. "That's not a hobby. Never mind, forget what I just said. Anyway, what were you planning to do after leaving the residence?" "My plan was to live quietly in a place where no one could find me," Arskan admitted. "Because it is impossible to live like an ordinary person." "An ordinary person? What do you think that is?" Arskan thought for a moment. "I am not sure. Someone who has a home and family to return to seems like the best answer I can give." "It's possible," Tanasia said firmly. "Pardon? That ordinary person you talk about, you can definitely be one. Because I'm going to help you find that family and home to return to." Arskan stared at her, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Hearing you say that makes me believe it will really happen," Tanasia chuckled. "You furrow your brows when you smile." "Oh, do I? It must be because I feel awkward when I smile." Arskan touched his face. "We'll need to find more reasons to make you smile," Tanasia decided. "I've never seen you smile until now, and it was even more splendid than I'd imagined." Arskan's gaze softened. "To tell you the truth, my lady, there is something I would like to show you today." Back at the villa, chaos was brewing. "Sir, a messenger bird arrived from the capital. It is a letter for Lady Tanasia," a servant announced. "Messenger bird? I see. Please hand it to me and I will." "Sir, we have an urgent message for Lady Tanasia," another guard burst in. "Someone from the Ichthian business is on their way here. We have a lot of news to relay to Lady Tanasia." "Where is her lady right now?" The head servant hesitated. "Well, she is in her room, but she wishes to avoid any interruptions for now." In the secluded garden, Tanasia looked at Arskan curiously. "So, what do you want to show me while no one else is around?" "This, my lady," Arskan whispered. He held out his hand. Flare. A small, controlled flame danced on his palm. Fwum. It swirled into the shape of a flower, glowing warmly in the night. Tanasia gasped. "Can you control your elemental ability now?" "Not perfectly, but I can control at least this," Arskan said, extinguishing the flame. "I practiced while you were absorbed in your research, my lady. My goodness. He pulled this off. I'm so proud of him." Tanasia squealed, patting his head vigorously. "Good job. I'm proud of you. Well done, Arskan." Arskan leaned into her touch. "My lady, do you remember your promise to reward me once I am able to control my power?" "Of course." "So, what do you want?" "You can ask for anything," Tanasia replied, still beaming. "You also remember saying you would be prepared even if I desired something extremely precious, right, my lady?" Tanasia paused, blinking. "Huh! I think so." Arskan stepped closer, his golden eyes intense. "Then, may I have it now?" He leaned down, closing the distance between them. Tanasia's eyes widened as his lips met hers in a soft, tender kiss. My lady, do you remember your promise to reward me once I am able to control my power? Arskan asked, his voice low and intense. Of course, Tanasia replied, her heart beating a little faster. So, what do you want? You can ask for anything. Wish. The wind rustled the leaves around them. You also remember saying you would be prepared, even if I desired something extremely precious, right, my lady? Arskan stepped closer. I think so, Tanasia stammered, feeling the heat rise in her cheeks. Arskan leaned in, his face inches from hers. Then, may I have it now? He whispered the word against her lips. Kiss. Tanasia's eyes widened. What? That's what you wanted? Yes, Arskan murmured. Suddenly? I mean, since when? From the beginning, Arskan confessed, his gaze unwavering. However, I know how you feel, so if you are uncomfortable with this, we can pretend I never asked for it. He pulled back slightly, his expression crestfallen. Glum. That's what he said, Tanasia thought, panicking slightly, but he looks way too disappointed. This isn't good. The line I drew is becoming meaningless. I've been trying to treat Arskan the same even after that night. My stance may have been confusing for him. She bit her lip. But the problem is I don't mind him either. That conversation ended up being a catalyst. Is it because I also have the body of a 19-year-old, just like Arskan? Every time Arskan comes close, makes eye contact, and confesses his feelings, the tension and nervousness spread through me too, like a fire. Sorry. I can't give you a kiss, Tanasia said softly. Arskan flinched. But I can give you a peck on the cheek, she added quickly, blushing furiously. If that's okay with you. Badump. Arskan's eyes lit up. He nodded eagerly. He's adorable, Tanasia thought. She leaned up on her tiptoes. Arskan leaned down to meet her. Peck. All right. This will be the closest I get to him, she told herself, pulling away. Arskan said he liked who I am now. So this is only to reciprocate that sentiment. Badump. Knock knock. The moment was shattered by a sharp rapping on the garden gate. My lady! This is Varon, the manager of this villa. A voice called out urgently. Tanasia started. What is this about? I clearly said no one should interrupt me. I apologize, but I must relay some urgent news, my lady. Varon insisted. Fine, come in. Varon entered, looking flustered. A messenger bird arrived from the capital, my lady. Messenger bird? Yes, it seems to be from Lady Naxia. Tanasia took the scroll and unrolled it. Flip. Rustle. Her eyes scanned the hastily written message. Suspicious men hiding their identities came to inquire about someone named Arskan during the night. I did not see them myself, but that is what Lady Leanna said. Tanasia gasped. This is from the spy that Naxia found for me. Suspicious men who are digging up information about Arskan. She turned to Arskan, her face pale. Arskan! You need to go somewhere far away immediately. Pardon? Arskan asked, confused. Kalua seems to be looking for you. What? How do you know that? Arskan grabbed her arm. My lady? I can't explain the details right now. Hurry! Pack your things first. I apologize for interrupting your conversation. Baron cut in again. But I have one more message to relay. It is an urgent letter from the Ichthian business. Before he could finish, the door burst open. Tanasia! Dekine stood there, breathless and disheveled. Dekine? What are you doing here? Tanasia exclaimed. Assassins from the Empire of Lagent are coming for you. Dekine shouted. They want to kidnap you and force you to make magic stones. What? I don't understand what you're saying. How in the world would the Empire of Lagent know about the magic stones? I'll explain more on the road. You need to get out of here this instant. Chaos erupted at the villa. Take all the servants to a bigger city. I'll reach out to you later. Tanasia commanded, mounting her horse. Yes, my lady. Whatever is happening, please do not worry about us. The head servant replied. Tanasia, Arskan, and Dekine galloped into the forest, leaving the villa behind. Gallop. I somehow managed to clear the villa out in a rush, but why is all this happening at once? Tanasia yelled over the wind. Tanasia, the people running the Ichthian business were spying on you. Dekine explained grimly. I think they bribed a servant in the Breloff residence. What? The Empire of Lagant joined hands with us. On top of that, I had no idea things would spiral out of control like this. Tanasia's mind raced. I wanted to form an amicable relationship with Lagant, but now they want to kidnap me? Something has definitely gone wrong. Wait. There is someone else nearby, Arskan warned suddenly. Have they caught up to us already? Twang! An arrow whizzed past them. Hack! Dekine swerved his horse. Are you all right? I'm fine, Tanasia cried. Stop here for a moment, Dekine ordered, pulling on his reins. Phew! So this was why the assassins were slower than me. They were setting up traps like this one. He looked around the misty woods. The air in the forest is cold. It should be easy to create fog in these conditions. FSSHHH. He activated a ring on his finger. I'll obscure this area as much as possible. Whoosh. Thick white fog began to roll out, blanketing the trees. So this is how the ring from Lady Noxia gets used, Tanasia murmured. Yeah. Though, it would have been nicer if we didn't have to use it. Tanasia, stay here with your guards, Dekine instructed. What? What about you? I'll find a way out. If we move together, it'll be easier for the assassins to find us. So hide somewhere and wait for me. Dekine turned to leave. Then I will remain here with her lady, Arskan stated, stepping forward. What? You aren't capable of protecting her. Dekine scoffed. Arskan leaned in and whispered something in Dekane's ear. Whisper. Dekane's eyes widened. All right then. I'll be back soon. He disappeared into the fog. Arskan, what did you and Dekine talk about? Tanasia asked immediately. It was nothing, my lady. I told him about this hiding spot. Arskan lied smoothly. I see. Tanasia reached into her pocket. Here, take this with you. Just in case. It hasn't been imprinted yet, so you should be able to use it. She handed him a magic stone. Take this with me? Do you want me to leave? Arskan asked, his voice tight. The Lagant assassins are after me, not you, Tanasia said firmly. So get away from here. And don't let the Kaluans capture you. Don't worry about me. Even if they catch me, I'll try to talk them out of it. She turned away. There must be a reason they chose to kidnap you instead of negotiating, my lady. Arskan countered, grabbing her shoulder. They may be scheming to kill you in secret after making you reveal your research on magic stones. He looked her dead in the eye. You must flee to safety with Dekine. I will remain here and try to stop them. What? Why would you do that? How? Tanasia cried. As you already know, my body is especially advantageous in this kind of battle. Arskan replied calmly. But you don't have full control over your ability yet. What if the Kaluans catch up to you, along with the assassins from Lagant? Then that will be better for me, Arskan said with a chilling smile. If anyone witnesses my abilities, the Kaluans probably won't allow them to leave here alive. Probably? Tanasia squeezed his arm. Are you taking a gamble on your life right now? I will remain here and try to stop them, Arskan declared, his voice steely amidst the swirling fog. What? Why would you do that? How? Tanasia cried, her hands trembling as she clutched his sleeves. As you already know, my body is especially advantageous in this kind of battle, he replied calmly. But you don't have full control over your ability yet. What if the Kaluans catch up to you, along with assassins from Lagant? Then that will be better for me, Arskan said, his golden eyes darkening. If anyone witnesses my abilities, the Kaluans probably would not allow them to leave here alive. Probably? Tanasia squeezed his arm tight, fear piercing her chest. Are you taking a gamble on your life right now? She stared up at him, desperate to make him understand. Don't be so careless with yourself just because you have an elemental ability. Your life is important too. Arskan looked down at her, his expression softening into something heartbreakingly tender. He leaned in close, his forehead nearly touching hers. My lady, Tanasia blinked, her breath hitching. He reached out, his hand gently stroking her cheek. May I receive my reward? Before she could answer, he closed the distance. Badump. It was a soft, fleeting touch, but it carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. Tanasia stood frozen, her heart pounding against her ribs. This feels like a farewell, she realized with a jolt of panic. I apologize, Arskan whispered, pulling back slightly but keeping his gaze locked on hers. It just felt like now or never. Flare. Sudden heat radiated from his body. Flames began to lick at the air around them, pushing back the cold mist. "What are you doing?" Tanasia gasped, stepping back instinctively. "I already got my answer when I weighed my life against yours, my lady," Arskan said, a sad smile playing on his lips. "Your life is more precious than mine. Please forgive me for my decision." "What do you mean?" "I will catch up to you very soon. Wish." A sudden gust of wind and fire erupted between them, forcing Tanasia backward. At that exact moment, the sound of galloping hooves thundered out of the fog. Dekine swept past, grabbing Tanasia and pulling her onto his horse in one fluid motion. "Dekine?" she screamed. "Hold on tight if you don't want to fall." Dekine shouted, spurring his horse into a full sprint. "What in the world are you doing? What about Arskan?" Tanasia struggled, looking back at the wall of fire receding in the distance. "We've already agreed on this," Dekine yelled over the wind. Tanasia's mind reeled. Agreed on this? Earlier, when the two men had whispered in the woods. "I'll find a way out," Dekine had said. "If we move together, it'll be easier for the assassins to find us. So hide somewhere and wait for me. Then I will remain here with her lady." Arskan had interjected. "What? You aren't capable of protecting her. I have an elemental ability," Arskan had whispered. What? Dekine had stammered, stunned. "I will buy time here. Once you find an escape route, please take her lady to somewhere safe." Back in the present, Dekine gritted his teeth as he rode. "How in the world does that slave have an elemental ability?" "No! He'll get hurt badly," Tanasia cried, tears stinging her eyes. "Arskan's elemental ability is incomplete." "Arskan!" Alone in the forest clearing, Arskan watched the horse disappear into the shadows. "My lady," he murmured. He turned to face the encroaching darkness. His fist clenched, igniting with a roar. Whoosh! Multiple figures emerged from the mist, weapons drawn. Arskan didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, fire trailing from his limbs like lethal ribbons. Clang! Steel met fire. Arskan dodged a blade and retaliated with a burst of flames. "Af!" One of the assassins screamed as the heat engulfed him. Arskan spun, striking another attacker. Whack! But there were too many of them. A blade grazed his side. Slash! Ugh! Arskan grunted, stumbling back. He breathed heavily, sweat and blood mingling on his skin. Huff, huff. "I have to hold out a little longer," he told himself, forcing his body to stay upright. "More men might be lagging behind. I can't let them chase after her lady." He staggered forward, defiant. "Found you." A cold voice cut through the noise of battle. Wish! A sharp pain pricked Arskan's neck. Dizzy. His vision blurred instantly. The world tilted on its axis. He stumbled, his knees hitting the forest floor. Thud. A man stepped out from behind a tree, a tranquilizer gun in his hand. He wore a uniform distinct from the Lagent assassins. "So, have you been well, Subject 13? The man sneered. Arskan looked up, his eyes struggling to focus. Gasp. The man walked closer, looking down at him with cruel amusement. "It's been a while since you've been tranquilized, hasn't it?" Arskan tried to summon his fire, but his energy dissipated into smoke. He collapsed fully, unable to move. Thwack! The man kicked him viciously in the ribs. "You jerk!" The man spat. "Do you even know how many of our men died when you escaped?" Whack! Spin! He kicked Arskan again, sending him rolling across the dirt. "I've been waiting for this moment so I can teach you a lesson," the man yelled, raising his boot for another strike. "Come on! Try killing me too, will you?" "Enough, Andro," another voice commanded. A second uniformed man stepped forward, grabbing Andro's shoulder. "What? I was just starting to have fun," Andro complained, pressing his foot down on Arskan's chest. "Not here," the leader said sharply. "I don't know why Lagent got involved, but we need to get out of here before we run into them." "Humph!" Andro scoffed, finally stepping back. He leaned down and spat on Arskan's unconscious form. "I'll give you a proper welcome once we get back home." They grabbed Arskan by the arms and dragged him away. As consciousness faded completely, Arskan's last thought drifted to Tanasia. I wonder if her lady is safe. I said I'd catch up to her soon. Days later, the doors to the Marquis's study flew open. Tanasia burst in, her face pale and haggard from the journey. "Father! Please help me!" she cried, falling to her knees. Marquis Breloff looked up from his desk, startled by his daughter's state. "We need to send someone to the Empire of Kalua," Tanasia begged, desperation clawing at her voice. Immediately, the wind howled through the trees, carrying the scent of smoke and rain. "I need to go now, my lady," a voice whispered, fading into the mist. "Where are you going?" Tanasia called out, her hand reaching into empty air. A sudden flare of fire illuminated the darkness. "Arskan?" she cried, panic seizing her chest. Wait a second!" The figure turned away, engulfed by the flames. "Arskan! Tanasia! Are you awake?" Tanasia gasped, her eyes flying open. She was lying in her own bed, the familiar canopy above her. Dekine sat beside her, his expression filled with concern. "What happened? Why am I in my room?" she asked, her voice trembling. "You fainted on the way back," Dekine explained gently. Memory crashed back into her, the ambush, the fire, Arskan staying behind. "Turn the horse around! Now!" she shouted, struggling to sit up. "Calm down, Tanasia. Your safety is the most important thing right now," Dekine said, placing a hand on her shoulder to steady her. "I'll go back after I take you home." "What if that's too late?" Tanasia cried, tears stinging her eyes. "What if Arskan gets hurt before then?" A wave of dizziness hit her, and she slumped back against the pillows. "Ugh! Tanasia? What's wrong? Snap out of it!" She gripped his sleeve desperately. "Arskan! Is Arskan back? Is he safe?" Dekine looked away, his jaw tightening. "I went back to check, just in case, but he wasn't there." "He wasn't there?" Tanasia's face went pale. "I couldn't even find his body, let alone save him," Dekine admitted grimly. "This is all I found there." He placed 2 items on the bedsheet, a broken cylindrical device and a piece of cloth. "This KO is broken, and this is Arskan's handkerchief," Tanasia murmured, picking up the fabric, which was stained with dirt and soot. She clutched it to her chest. "So his body was nowhere to be found. That means he didn't die there, at least. And if he had escaped safely, he wouldn't have dropped this here." Her eyes hardened with realization. "Arskan might have run into Kaluan mercenaries." Tanasia burst into the Marquis's study, disregarding all protocol. "Father! Please help me!" she pleaded, rushing toward the desk where Marquis Breloff sat. "We need to send someone to the Empire of Kalua." "Relax, Tanasia. Are you feeling okay?" the Marquis asked, standing up. "I'm fine. Please, I need you to find the page I take around with me," she begged. "The merchant you were with explained that your page kept you safe from the assassins." "Yes, but things have gone wrong," Tanasia insisted urgently. "Kalua has been after Arskan. I'll tell you everything later, Father. Please send someone to Kalua immediately." "I will go check the forest myself," and "Absolutely not," the Marquis interrupted sharply. "Pardon? It's too dangerous for you to take matters into your own hands," he declared sternly. "Don't even think about leaving home until I give you permission. But I need to check if Arskan is safe. He might be on his way here. He said he would catch up to me soon. I'll check that for you, so stay home." "Father!" "Tanasia," he said, his voice leaving no room for argument. "If things get worse after you step forward, there will be no turning back. Go wait in your room right now. Your role is to rest well. Waiting is the only thing I can do right now." 1 day. 2 days. 3. 4. As the days without Arskan added up, I felt profoundly helpless and powerless. The Ichthian business used a servant who resented me to spy on me, just like how I spied on Leanna. If I hadn't fallen prey to such a tactic, the Legentian assassins wouldn't have chased me, and Arskan wouldn't have had a reason to stay there. No. If we hadn't gone on that trip to begin with, maybe we wouldn't have gotten into danger at all. Tanasia Breloff's past and my careless decision pushed Arskan into a corner. Somewhere cold and damp, water dripped from the ceiling. Splash. Drip. Drip. A bucket of freezing water was thrown over a figure slumped in a chair. "Wake up," a harsh voice commanded. "Tell us your name." The young man gasped, shaking the water from his hair, and looked up with dull, golden eyes. "Arskan," he rasped. "Do you know where you are now?" the interrogator asked. "No, how old are you?" Arskan stared blankly ahead. "I don't remember." The interrogator turned to his colleague. "It's nice that he doesn't resist as much, but it definitely seems like yes," the other man confirmed, adjusting his glasses. "I've checked many times during the last few days. He has definitely lost his memory." Clunk. The heavy iron door of a cell slammed shut. "Stay quietly in there," a guard ordered, shoving Arskan inside. Arskan stumbled, catching himself against the stone wall. "You came a little late this time," a voice drawled from the shadows. A man sat on the floor, leaning against the far wall, his face a canvas of bruises and swelling. "Who are you?" Arskan asked quietly. "Sigh." The man shook his head. "I think I've introduced myself 7 times now. My name here is number 164, but the name I used outside of here is Bill." Bill looked at Arskan warily. "I really hope you don't beat me up this time." Arskan blinked, confused. "I hit you. You forgot that too? That hurts, you know," Bill bellowed, pointing at his battered face. "Look at my face. All these colorful bruises you gave me. Just because I told you off, because you kept asking for some lady." "My lady?" Arskan murmured, the words feeling foreign on his tongue. "That's right. Whoever that lady is," Bill grumbled. "You kept acting up, yelling that you needed to go back to her, so they dragged you out and brought you back here several times." Bill studied Arskan's vacant expression with a mix of pity and frustration. "In any case, you remembered at least that, even if you forgot everything else. But it looks like you can't even remember her anymore." Bill explained the current situation to me. "We were in a human weapon laboratory in the Empire of Kalua, and here, they called me number 13. Apparently, the remaining subjects lost all hope when I ended up back here after escaping once in the past. During the first few days after returning, I kept exploding out of control, and the researchers restrained and tranquilized me every time, making me lose consciousness. As a result, all my memories had become vague. Who is the lady I kept asking for? I wondered. I don't remember. But it felt as if my body knew everything. Regularly scheduled meals, sleeping after the lights were turned off, being experimented on by researchers, and being far too familiar and accustomed to death. Have you heard? People are quite upset and confused these days, Bill whispered one night as the guards passed. Our diplomatic relationships with other empires aren't that great either. Yeah, I heard. I wonder if the other empires are distancing themselves from us after learning about our human weapon experiments. Another prisoner murmured. Our land is already barren enough. If we can't trade with other countries, people will starve to death. These experiments might have to end at this rate. If the experiments end, what will happen to us? Silence hung heavy in the cell. We might die depending on the circumstances, Bill said grimly. No wonder so many of us have been dying recently. The lab hasn't been getting enough food. Why did all this happen to us? Someone sobbed. I want to make the jerks out there suffer the same way. This isn't the time for complaining, Bill hissed. If so many of us are dying, it means they're trying to reduce our head count. Let's stop eating the food they give us. Outside the cell, two guards chatted nonchalantly. Why aren't the fools in that room dying? One asked. They won't eat. They're holding out by drinking rainwater. The other replied with a cruel chuckle. Really? Such cockroaches. We're only taking our time because the incinerator is small. In the end, they'll get scrapped too, won't they? We were ordered to shut the lab down. We told the remaining survivors that the food might be poisoned and barely managed to extend our lives. But was it all in vain? Suddenly, Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Step. Step. Wish. Ha! Who are you? A guard cried out. Slash. Af. Your Highness, what should we do next? A subordinate asked, sheathing his sword. Collect all the remaining data and set this place on fire. A young man with silver hair commanded coolly. Oh, and no one should know I was here, so kill all the researchers. Alarm! Someone shouted in the distance. There are still some subjects here. You must not come this way, Your Highness. Why, Your Highness? The cell door creaked open. Who are you all? Bill asked, stepping forward protectively as Arskan and the others huddled behind him. The silver-haired man walked in, his eyes scanning the room until they landed on Arskan. Subject 13. You are alive! He exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. Arskan flinched, instinctively raising his guard. There's no need to be so nervous, the man said, raising his hands. I'm not here to harm you. I'm just glad you're alive. He turned to his attendant. You there, bring some food and a blanket. Yes, Your Highness. A moment later, a tray of food was placed before them, but the prisoners recoiled in horror. Tranquilizers! Bill shouted, kicking the tray away. Who are you? What do you want? How dare you? Do you even know who you're speaking to? The attendant roared. I'm Helshin, the third prince of the Empire of Kalua. The man introduced himself smoothly. I came to rescue all of you. He stepped closer, his gaze intense. You see, there was an imperial order to shut the lab down and discard all of you. So, why are you saving us? Arskan asked, speaking for the first time. As a prince of this empire, I have to take responsibility, Helshin declared. I'm going to return everything you should have had back to you, clothing, food, and housing. If you want, I'll help you obtain an education as well. He paused, letting his words sink in. And when the time comes, I'll even help you take revenge. I want to become the son of this empire, Helshin said, his ambition burning bright. We can help each other, don't you think? Does he want to use us for an insurrection? Arskan thought, eyeing the prince warily. If you don't like my offer, you can just escape. Helshin shrugged. You'll live a miserable life as a fugitive, though. But if you join hands with me, your powers will be used honorably under my command. I also promise to grant you noble titles based on your contributions. He extended a hand toward Arskan. I'll help you live a new life, if you become my weapons. The other prisoners looked at Arskan, waiting for his decision. I want to do as Arskan says, one whispered. Me too. Arskan looked from his fellow survivors to the prince's outstretched hand. What do you want to do? Helshin asked softly. The study was quiet, save for the soft rustle of paper. Tanasia stood before the large windows with her back to the room, while her father, a dignified man with silver hair, adjusted his cuffs. I'm sorry, Tanasia, he said, his voice laced with regret. Although I'm doing my best to find your page, it isn't easy. He paused, looking at her with concern. How is your health? Tanasia turned, offering a gentle smile to reassure him. That's all right, father. I'm grateful for your help. I'm feeling much better now. Her father's expression tightened. He flinched slightly, the worry evident in his eyes. Still, I cannot allow you to go out yet, he insisted. Not until we figure out whose orders the assassins are following. I'll let you know once we find any clues. The door clicked shut as he stepped out, leaving Tanasia alone in the vast, silent room. She clenched her hands, frustration bubbling beneath her calm facade. Asking for help is all I can do in this situation, she thought bitterly. Right now, I'm nothing more than someone who needs protection. The sound of the door clicking echoed in her mind, a reminder of her helplessness. She hadn't been able to keep anything safe, not even herself, and certainly not her people. This place isn't just some world in a fiction novel anymore, she realized, the weight of her reality settling heavily on her shoulders. It's reality. And if something goes wrong, there's no going back. Her thoughts drifted to the one person she missed most. I will catch up to you very soon, Arskan anxiety gnawed at her. What if something bad happens to Arskan? What if that was really my last moment with him? Later, she found her father in his laboratory, surrounded by scrolls and magical instruments. "You're currently developing K02?" she asked, observing his work. "Yes," he replied, his eyes lit with the fervor of discovery. "I want to make it use magic-infused stones even more efficiently." Tanasia noticed the fatigue etched into his features. "It's great that you're resuming your research, but you don't look so well. Do not worry about me," he dismissed gently. "I'm just a little tired." "Tanasia," he said, his tone softening. "What happened isn't your fault." "No, you don't understand." "Yes, I know." Tanasia looked at him, her heart aching. "If you knew, you wouldn't overexert yourself like this." She took a breath, her resolve hardening. "I want to become stronger, so that I can protect my people. And for Arskan's sake." She stepped closer to the desk. "Sir, can you promise me one thing? If you ever fall into danger because of me, please choose what will allow you to live." Her father smiled, his expression firm and reassuring. "Tanasia, don't you worry. I only put my neck on the line for magical engineering." Tanasia blinked, surprised. "You're willing to risk your life for magical engineering?" "Yes," he said simply. "Because it's my only job." "Your only job?" Her father's gaze drifted into the past. "Long ago, I was the successor of the House of Kaldor. The power of the earth ran in the family. However, I did not inherit the elemental ability, and my father cast me out." He looked down at his hands, remembering the rejection. "So I put my family behind me and studied magical engineering all my life. I liked that I could use magic even without an elemental ability. Now magical engineering is all that remains in my life." He looked up, his eyes steely. "If someone told me to quit, I'd put my neck on the line to protect it." Tanasia absorbed his words as she walked through the garden later that night. "People are willing to risk their lives for the only thing they have," she mused. She stopped, her breath catching in her throat. "Is that what I am to Arskan?" Ahead of her, a silhouette stood beneath the trees. For a split second, hope flared in her chest. "Arskan?" She stepped forward, her heart pounding. The figure turned. "Oh," she breathed, disappointment crushing her instantly. It wasn't him. She leaned against a tree, catching her breath as her mind replayed words Arskan had once said to her. "Tomi, you feel like a different person from the lady you were before. And I like the changed lady standing before me." Tanasia looked up at the moonlit sky. "For me, at least. Arskan is the only person in this world who saw me for who I am." Miles away, a carriage rattled through the darkness. Inside sat two men, ragged and weary, survivors of a recent inferno. One of them, a man with light hair, looked out the window at the distant smoke. "What a sight!" he murmured. "I'm not sure if we can trust the third prince, but I like that he told you to set the lab on fire. Wasn't that cathartic?" Beside him sat a dark-haired man with intense yellow eyes. He remained silent, staring blankly ahead. "I am not sure," the dark-haired man finally whispered. "The lab seemed like an invincible fortress, but it fell apart so easily. Everything will be great now, as long as the prince keeps his promise," the light-haired man said cheerfully. The carriage rattled over a bump. The dark-haired man looked down at his hands. "How futile. We made the right choice, right? Time will tell." He muttered. He recalled the prince's cold offer. "I'll help you live a new life, if you become my weapons." He would have killed us all if we had rejected the offer, the dark-haired man thought. The knights had tranquilizers, and the other captives were unable to control their elemental abilities. I also was at my limit. This was our best option, he concluded. "In any case, we escaped that hell thanks to you." The light-haired man beamed. "Thank you, brother." The dark-haired man looked at him, confused. "Brother? We overcame hardship together," the other man said with a grin. "So we're brothers, aren't we?" The dark-haired man sighed, turning his gaze back to the floor. "Sure, do as you will." Suddenly, a shout came from outside. "They're handing out food in the front." "What?" The light-haired man jumped up. Wait here. I'll bring your food, too. He leaped out of the carriage, leaving his companion alone in the silence. The carriage sat still beneath the vast, starry sky. The dark-haired man remained motionless, but a sudden wave of unease washed over him. What is it? He wondered, clutching his chest. It feels like I forgot something important. His breath hitched. Tears welled in his yellow eyes, spilling down his cheeks without his permission. He clenched his shirt, an agonizing emptiness clawing at his heart. But I don't remember. He sobbed into the darkness. What did I forget? Some time later, in a place where pale petals drifted on the wind, Tanasia stood in a grand courtyard, dressed in an elegant gown of deep blue and gold. She sensed a presence behind her and turned. A tall figure cloaked in black stood there. Tanasia's eyes widened, her heart skipping a beat. Ours can, she whispered, her voice trembling with hope. Is it really you? The figure reached up and slid the black hood back, revealing his face. Ari. He began, his voice low. Tanasia stared at him, stunned. Lady Breloff. The man corrected himself, his expression unreadable. Confusion washed over Tanasia. How? She stammered, stepping back. How do you know my name? If you want this tightened further, made more lyrical, or adjusted to a specific novel style, light novel, manhwa narration, or fantasy prose, just tell me.